Newton's Wake, a space opera by Ken Macleod. 1. Deep Sky Country. 1. Combat Archaeology. As soon as she stepped through the gate, Lucinda Carlyle knew the planet had been taken, and knew it would be worth taking back. It bore all the thumbprints of hurried terraforming, bluish grass and moss, low shrubbery-like heather. No animal life was visible, but she had no doubt it was there. 5 kilometres away, across an otherwise barren moor dotted with outcrops and bogs, a kilometre-high diamond machine speared the sky. Complex in aspect, somewhere between a basaltic cliff and a cathedral, it had shown up on the robot probe, but that was nothing compared to actually looking at it. She turned away from it and looked back at the gate. It was marked by a hilltop henge, whether by the gate's builders or by subsequent less sophisticated minds, she couldn't guess. 2 3-metre slabs, upended and topped by a third. One by one her team stepped forth from the unlikely shimmer and gazed around at the landscape. A yellow G5 sun blinked a bleary, watery morning eye over the horizon.
"Grim place,"
said Macaulay, the ordnance fellow, as drizzle gusted.
"Reminds me of Scotland."
He heaved a Charnley plasma cannon to his shoulder, mimed a shot at the distant edifice, and, abashed by Carlyle's sudden glare, looked to the robot walkers that carried the heavier gear.
"Devil if you were ever in Scotland,"
jeered Amelia Orr, comms op, and Carlyle's great-great-grandmother, who had been.
"Shut it,"
said Carlyle. She flinched slightly at her own words, but she was in charge here, and she had to stamp authority on seniority, and fast. She strongly suspected that Orr had been put on the team to keep an eye on her, and harboured contingency plans to take over if Carlyle faltered. On the inside of her helmet, the names of the rest of the 10-person team lit up one by one. Meanwhile, the suit's firewalls fenced with the atmosphere. The planet was habitable, inhabited even, damn their cheek, but its bacteria, viruses and fungi all had to be neutralized. It would be an hour or more before the suits had passed on the new immunities to the team's bloodstreams, and the suits, or at least the helmets, could be dispensed with.
"Are you picking up anything?"
she asked Orr, in a carefully polite tone. The older woman tight-beamed a glyph of shrug to Carlyle's head-up.
"Usual encrypted chatter."
Smile.
"Some music. Do you want to hear it?"
Carlyle raised a suit-gloved hand. "Not the now." She swept the hand forward.
"Come on, guys. This is going to be a slog."
It was. 2 hours later, their suits were covered in mud and stained with bits of the local analogues of bracken, moss and lichen, crawling with tiny 10-legged analogues of arthropods, and their firewalls were still running the virtual equivalent of fever, but they were all standing in front of the glittering cliffs. Carlyle let the team deploy 100 metres away from the first visible ground-level gap and consulted her familiar. Professor Isaac Schleim was an Israeli comp-sci academic whose vicissitudes since the hard rapture could have filled a book, and had. So far, Carlyle had resisted his entreaties to have it published.
"What do you make of it?"
she asked. The familiar's icon filled a quadrant of the head-up. The icon was a caricatured face that Lucinda varied whenever she felt too uncomfortably reminded that Schleim had once been human.
"From after my time,"
he said, a slightly smug tone overlying his usual mixture of resentment and resignation to his plight.
"Can you confirm that it is the only such artifact on the planet?"
"No."
"May I access your remote sensing equipment?"
Carlyle hesitated. The familiar's efforts to escape the circuits of her suit were as predictable as they were persistent. On the other hand, she needed his assistance more than usual.
"I'll scan and then get you a download,"
she compromised.
"Excellent,"
said Schleim. Even centuries removed from muscle tone and breath, His cheerful compliance sounded forced. The radar and sonar pings and full-spectrum scan took about a minute and returned a mass of data quite incomprehensible to Carlyle or to any individual human. She filed it, isolated it, and tipped it and a copy of Schleim into a far-walled box. Let the poor bugger fight whatever demons might lurk in the electromagnetic echoes of the post-human relic before them. Macaulay was chivying his iron gorillas into setting up the field pieces to triangulate the provisionally identified entrance. Orr was lying on her back, surrounded by small dish aerials. The other team members were prone on the lip of a dip, periscope sights and plasma rifles poking over it, for whatever good that would do. From here, the irregularities of the diamond cliff looked like crenellated battlements, its high black hollows like loopholes. But there was no evidence anywhere Carlyle could see of firing on the moor. No burn marks in the knotty ankle-high scrub, no glazed slag. The sense of being watched was overpowering, but she knew from experience that this meant nothing. She'd felt the same tension on the back of her neck in front of natural cliffs. She ducked to stay beneath this nominal skyline and ran over to Jenny Stevenson, the biologist, who had one hand on her rifle and with the other was picking bits of grot off her suit and feeding them into an analyzer. "How's it looking?" Carlyle asked. Stevenson's brown-eyed gaze flicked from her head up to focus on Carlyle and crinkled to show the top of a smile. Her grubby glove's thumb and forefinger formed an O. "Compatible," she said. "After we've got the immunities, we could turn the plants into food, nae bother." Carlyle flicked a finger at a clump of scrub, jangling its tiny violet bell-shaped flowers. "Is this really heather?" "No, really," said Stevenson. Her smile brightened. "Just an analogue, like. Somebody's done a real sweet job on this. Took some of the native life and adapted it. You can still see bits of the native sequences in the DNA, braided in with the terrestrial stuff. Every cell here must be running 2 genetic codes simultaneously, which is quite a trick. I'm picking up signatures of the Darwin-Goss machines for way back. Where was it?" "Lalonde, 21185. "Aye, that's the one." "Good work," said Carlyle. This was a puzzle. AO, the main population of terraformers, mistrusted Darwin-Goss machines, but it was always possible that a deviant sect had bought some. "That'll maybe give a handle on the squatters. Speaking of which..." She rolled to Orr, staying outside the barrier of aerials. "Have the locals spotted us yet?" Orr remained staring upward, at some combination of the real sky and the images being patched in from her apparatus. She didn't turn around, probably still smarting. "Not as far as I see. Place is under satellite surveillance, sure, but I've not seen any pings. Most of the action's around the other side of the planet. And all we're picking up here is spillover. I got a few quantum demons grinding through the encryption. Should be cracked in an hour or so." "Any low orbit presence?" Orr waved a dismissive hand skyward. "Scores of satellites. Sizes range between a grape and a grapefruit. Not exactly heavy industry. Typical fucking farmers." "Any deep space stuff?" "Aye, a few. But it's hard to tell for leakage or tight beam transmissions. The odd asteroid miner, I reckon. Maybe a foot or 2. Carlyle chewed a lip, sucked hot coffee from her helmet nipple. "Makes sense. The squatters don't seem to be AO, whoever they are." Orr sniggered. "Squatters could have picked a better place to fiddle into. Makes you wonder why they didn't fiddle straight back out." "Yeah," said Carlyle. "Well, assuming." Assuming a lot about the squatters' tech level and motivations was what she meant. She sat up, hunkered forward, elbows on knees, looking around. "When your demons are finished, we might have something to go on. Meanwhile..." She toggled to an open circuit. "Time for a bit of combat archaeology." The mission profile was straightforward. They were neither to hide from nor confront the squatters, but instead pull down from the busy sky as much information as they could about them, then scout the Diamond Machine Mountain for any traces of usable tech and/or dangerous haunts, and get the hell out before sunset. Her familiar had found no signals and the noise bounced back from the precipitous face, but as Carlyle stalked forward, alone, the Webster reaction pistol strapped to her hip, her backup team behind her to keep her covered, she felt her knees tremble. It wasn't so much the possible soul-searing dangers presented by the incomprehensible post-human artifact as a fear of screwing up. This was her first big job for the firm, one she'd fought hard to get, and she had no intention of blowing it. And on the plus side of the ledger, there was always the chance that the tech in here would be radical and capable of being parlayed into wealth beyond the dreams, etc. There was always that, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't what kept you walking forward like a soldier into enemy fire. The Carlyles led from the front, always had, from the days when the worst any of them faced was a chibbing in a Glasgow close. From a few metres away, she saw the lower part of the face, to about head height, was overgrown with moss and grass, evidently on the slow stacking of wind-blown dust. Above that, the slope was sheer, the surface so smooth that nothing could gain purchase. The gap, a triangle 10 metres high and 3 across at the base, had been dark only from a distance, and by contrast. As she walked into the cleft, Carlyle could see that the interior was almost as bright as the outside. The passage itself was only a few paces long. The ground level of the space opened out before her. It was so like a forest of frost-rimed low trees that for a moment she wondered if it was indeed that, perhaps a region of the heath trapped under this machine and preserved. A closer look at the nearest of the objects showed her that there was nothing biological there. The clear, crystalline structure was replicated on an increasing scale from the frost that covered the needles through to the needles themselves and the branches to the main stem that sprouted out from the floor. The floor was like ice, its transparency diminishing with depth. Looking up, Carlyle saw that the entire interior of the machine was encrusted with similar tree-like structures, the ones above hanging down like enormous chandeliers, their prismatic, beveled sides shining with every colour of the visible spectrum in the sunlight that slanted through the outer surface.
"It's diamond, all right," said Schlein.
"How much carbon is locked up in this?" Carlyle asked.
"Many millions of tons," said the familiar. "An entire coal measure, I would say, save that coal measures seem unlikely here."
"Or an entire carbonaceous chondrite? Could they have done that?"
"If so, it would be quite a profligate use of anti-gravity."
Schleim sounded sceptical.
"Or they could have lowered it from a skyhook, I suppose, but that would seem pointless."
Carlyle laughed. "Since when has that ever ruled out anything they did?"
"In any case," said Schleim, "it appears to have been grown or manufactured in situ, from atmospheric carbon, like a plant."
"It's not just carbon," Carlyle said.
"Indeed not."
Looking down the aisle between rows of diamond shrubbery, Carlyle could see other metallic colours interrupt the riotous monotony of the prisms. The frequency and size of these interruptions increased towards the centre of the artifact, where an arrangement of copper and steel, conical in outline, complicated in detail, rose 100 metres or more from the floor. The Grail in this cathedral, or the host. It looked more like a machine than the rest of the structure did, its hints of organic form echoing animal rather than plant structures. She walked along to the nearest apparently metal object. About 1.5 metres high, it seemed a miniature of the thing in the centre. Squatting beside it, she peered at the intricate surface. Fluted, mirror-smooth steel, veined with copper that could have been tubing, in a series of varied but individually precise diameters. In among the copper were other lines, green and red, that resembled and might even be plastic insulation around wires. Checking her head up, Carlyle saw that this object was slightly above the ambient temperature of the artifact. She switched to IR and looked again at the central cone. It too glowed, more strongly than its smaller counterparts. "Something's going on here," she said. "Some kind of circulation. Flow of electricity, maybe fuel." She reached a hand towards it. "Don't touch it," warned Schleim. "Course not," said Carlyle. "Just waving the inductance." "I would still caution against—" Something fizzed and melted on the object's surface. A jolt of heat or electricity jackknifed Carlyle's arm back. "Shit!" She wanted to suck her fingertips. She jumped up and backed off, clutching her numb elbow. The thing was moving, flowing as though melting into the floor. It spread, and long tendrils that looked like dribbles of mercury reached the bases of a few of the diamond bushes. These too began to move, branches clicking into new and different shapes like a multi-tool with nunchuck blades, the trunks becoming dislodged from now revealed grooves in the floor as they did so. Carlyle backed off farther and drew the Webster. Within seconds, the metal object had become the central component of a frightening arachnoid array of skittering legs and waving arms, the whole freestanding and rotating as though deciding where to pounce. She could see lenses formed through some complex infolding of prisms, and they were scanning her. "I think at this point there is nothing to lose by firing," said Schleim with irritating calm. The Webster roared and bucked in her hands. The machine leapt backward several meters, but was otherwise unaffected. Projectiles ricocheted for what seemed a long time. Before the sounds tinkled to a halt, Carlyle turned to sprint for the opening. All around her, machines were assembling themselves. She fired as she ran, hitting the metal cores before the diamond carapaces could form around them, here and there with effect. Liquid bled and burned. Out of the opening she sprinted as far and as fast as she could, then threw herself forward and rolled. "Fire up well!" she shouted. A Charnley bolt singed the air a metre above her. There was a flash. Then a cacophonous sound deafened her from her radio speakers. Something shorted in her helmet, stinging her neck. She rolled farther over the lip of ground. The team were all blazing away at the opening. The banshee outcry ceased. Carlyle slammed another clip into the Webster and fired at the gap in the wall. The robot walkers were rocking back and forth on their spring-loaded legs as they lobbed shells from their field pieces, to no effect, Carlyle could see, apart from chewing up the soil around the face of the edifice. The diamond walls hadn't taken a scratch. "Cease fire!" The shooting ran down to a ragged patter, then stopped. Carlyle lay prone and peered at the hole as the smoke cleared. One of the multi-legged machines stood there, not moving forward or back. It had, she was pleased to see, taken some damage. Not much. She was momentarily blinded as a laser beam from the machine slashed a line of fire across the ground a couple of meters forward of their position. "Hold it!" she yelled. Nothing further happened. "Looks like we've been warned off," she said heavily. "Time to pull out. We can come back with a search engine." They picked up their gear and retraced their steps towards the gate. "Not a bad recce," said Orr. "Thanks," Carlyle grunted. The back of her neck was sore, partly from the burn and partly from the tension brought on by the thought of the laser at their backs. "See, there's more of the dolmens," said Stevenson with a sweep of the arm at the horizon. Carlyle glanced around, confirming, counting 10. They were easy to spot when you knew where to look, on the crests of the surrounding hills. "Make sure we're heading for the right one," she said. That got a laugh. "Maybe they all got gates," someone said, and got another. "Anybody else get short circuits from that electromagnetic blast?" Carlyle asked. They all had. "Shit," she said. "Any idea what it was?" "It was a signal," said Schleim, breaking into her mic. "And no, I have not analyzed it." "Just so long as you haven't recorded it," snarled Carlyle. She hated being upstaged by her familiar. Something banged in the sky. They all looked up and saw black fragments flying apart and falling down from a couple of 1,000 meters overhead. Then a screaming noise started, and glancing away off, they all saw a larger black object separate into 6 parts, which peeled away from each other, banked around, and began a controlled and rapid descent towards them. "Modular aircars in disposable hypersonic shell," said Schleim. "Locals!" yelled Carlyle. "Don't shoot first!" The team and the robot walkers formed an outward-facing ring, bristling with weapons. 4 of the aircars began a loitering patrol that circled from above the artifact to directly overhead. The other 2 came down 100 meters before and behind the team, edging forward on racketing downdraft fans. They were smooth-shelled, streamlined 2-seaters, like no aircar model Carlyle had seen before. They worked, she guessed, by aerodynamics. From the one in front, a black-suited occupant vaulted out, leaving a pilot in the front seat, and stalked forward, rifle in hand, but slanted down. The other hand came up. "Who's in charge here?" a male voice boomed. A default American speaker. AO then, most likely. Carlyle stepped forward. "I am." The man stopped and raised his visor, revealing a handsome olive-skinned countenance. "What the hell are you doing here? Don't you know the law?" Carlyle cleared her faceplate to 2-way transparency. The man's face showed an odd flicker, as though something had startled him, but he was reluctant to reveal his surprise. "We know you people don't have anything to do with that stuff," Carlyle said with a jerk of her thumb over the shoulder. "But it's all right, we can handle it." "The hell you can. Who do you think you are?" "We're the Carlyles." He stared at her. "The what?" "Oh, don't kid on," she said. "Everybody knows who we are. And we know who you are. You're AO, right?" "AO?" He said it as if he'd genuinely never heard it before. "America Offline," Carlyle grated. He stared uncomprehendingly. Carlyle relaxed and found herself grinning. This was a joke. She pointed upward and waved her finger about. "You farmers come from sky, yes?" The man didn't find this funny. "All right," he said. "Enough. He cocked his head, listening to something. His face paled, then reddened. He jabbed a finger at her. "Do you know what you've done?" His voice shook. "You've wakened war machines. You fucking stupid... He stopped himself. "Drop your weapons," he said flatly. "We've got you covered. We're taking you in." "There's no need for that," Carlyle said with willed calm. "We know about the, war machines. Just let us go, and we'll come back in an hour and crunch them up." "Oh, yeah? With what?" "A search engine." The man sneered, flicked down his visor, and raised his rifle. From the corner of her eye, Carlyle saw 2 of the circling aircars swoop. "In your own time, Macaulay," she said, and dived. The robot walkers had finished firing before she hit the ground. She rolled, glimpsing 4 smoke trails, 2 flashes, feeling the crunch of the crashes through her bones, and then she was up and had the Webster jammed in the man's groin. Another crash. Heather was burning off in the distance. Carlyle dragged the muzzle up to the man's belly, flipped up his visor with her free hand, and leered in his face. "Get your hands up." He cast away his rifle and raised his hands. "Now tell your team to lay off." "Disengage," he said. The 2 nearby aircars were still intact, hovering uncertainly, covered by the team and the robots. "Now," she said, "you'll be so kind as to get us a lift to the gate." "The what?" She was getting a bit sick of this. Guy must be a complete yokel or something. She stepped back and pointed. "That fucking cromlech thingy up yonder." He half turned, looking over his shoulder. "The henge?" "That's the one. Now move." She escorted him at gunpoint to the nearest air car, motioned him to get in the passenger seat as she straddled the flange behind it. Orr, Stevenson, and a couple of others ran forward and lay across the stubby wings, clinging to their leading edges. Glancing back, Carlyle saw Macaulay supervise a similar deployment on the other vehicle. "Now forward easy," she said. "Remember, if you try to shake us off for anything, the robots have still got you in their sights." The air cars flew forward, engines labouring a few metres above the rough ground, increasing in speed as the pilots gained confidence that their unwelcome passengers weren't about to fall off. The man found a shared frequency and hailed her above the noise. "What about the injured?" "Your problem," she said. "You sort them out when we're gone." A thought struck her. Anyone who'd survived the air car downings might be beyond repair and in pain. She curved her arm and waved a hand in front of his face, mimed cocking and firing with 2 fingers and a thumb. "We could ask the robots to take care of them now, if you like." His head jolted back. "No, thank you." He muttered something else under his breath. So much for being nice. The hinge loomed. Carlyle waved the other air car to overtake, then yelled for a halt. She called her team off one by one they slithered from the craft and ran for the gate, until only she and Macaulay astride the rear of each air car were left. "Go, Macaulay!" The gunner vaulted down and sprinted to the hinge, vanishing in the space between the tall vertical boulders. Carlyle pressed the Webster muzzle at the nape of the neck of the man in front of her, just under his helmet. She suddenly realized that she hadn't asked Macaulay to pass control of the robots to her. She hoped the other side hadn't made the connection. "No funny business," she said. She put her hand on the smooth ridge between her knees, slid one leg upward. Without warning, the craft bucked wildly, hurling her off. The suit moved her head, arms, and legs to an optimal position before she could so much as gasp. She landed on the backs of her shoulders and tumbled, coming to a jarring halt against a low rock. The Webster flew from her hand. She scrabbled for it. A pair of feet thumped onto her forearm. She invoked the suit's servos and flexed her elbow. The feet slipped off. Before she could jump up, the air car had already come down, slowly and precisely in a storm of downdraft, its skids pressing across her ankles and chest. The engine stopped. She heaved at the skids, but it was too heavy. Punched up at the shell, but it was impervious, stronger even than the suit. There were 2 people with guns at the stone pillars. The leader stood looking down at her. "All right," she said. "I'm not surrendering, right? But I'll stop fighting, and I won't try to get away." The man raised his visor and bared his teeth, then sauntered off. She watched as he sent one of his comrades around the other side of the gate. He picked up a stone and tossed it between the uprights. It disappeared. Then the other man threw a stone from his side. The stone landed at the first man's feet. He threw it back, and it disappeared. They repeated this experiment several times. The leader levelled his gun at the gate. "Don't do that!" Carlyle yelled. The man stalked back over. "Why not?" "Somebody might get hurt," said Carlyle. "That," said the man, "is what I had in mind." "Then expect return fire." The man stared down at her. "You mean what you say about not fighting or fleeing?" "Sure," said Carlyle. "I'll have to ask you to take that suit off." "Just a minute." She checked the internal readouts. "Looks like I've got the immunities," she said. "Okay." She unlocked the helmet, pulled it off and shoved it aside. For a moment she lay gasping in the cold air. Then she did the same with the shoulder pieces. She squirmed out of the hole thus left at the top of the suit, moving by shifting her shoulders and buttocks awkwardly until her arms were clear of the sleeves, then hauling and pushing herself out. The headless suit remained trapped under the air car, still bearing its weight. She rolled away from under the craft and stood up in her thin-soled internal boots and close-fitting one-piece, feeling exposed and vulnerable, but determined not to show it. With the light utility belt still around her waist, she didn't feel entirely disarmed. The man again gave her that strange look, as if he was surprised, but too polite to show it more explicitly. There was a bang overhead as another hypersonic shell disintegrated. 2 of the 6 air cars that descended were white, marked with what looked like one part of the DK logo. Carlyle pointed. "What are they?" "Black Sickle," the man said. "Battlefield resurrection techs." The Black Sickle. Oh my God, she had a momentary flash of her earliest bogeyman. "If ye know a good girl, the ladies for the Black Sickle come and get ye." Carlyle felt her jaw tremble. She controlled it with an effort. "You don't take backups?" This time he gave her a very odd look. The air cars settled near the distant device. Figures got out and started rushing around. "Okay," he said. "Matters seem to be in hand." He waved towards the gate. "What's going on there?" "It's a gate to a Visakal wormhole," she said. "So I had gathered," he said. "Why does it only work from this side of the henge? Or is it like a Möbius strip with only one side?" Carlyle felt somewhat nonplussed. The man wasn't as ignorant as she'd thought. "It has 2 sides and it works from both sides," she said. "Except when you throw the stone in from that side, it would come out before you'd thrown it, or at least before it went in. Causality violation, see? So it doesn't." "Doesn't what?" "Go through the wormhole." "How does it know?" She smiled. "That's a good question." The man scowled. "What's your name?" he asked. She stuck out her hand. She refused to consider herself a prisoner. "Lucinda Carlyle." He returned to the gesture. "Jacques Armand." He said it as though expecting her to recognize the name. "Also known as General Jakes." He pronounced it Jakes this time, and with even more expectation of recognition. "Not a flicker," he said, shaking his head. "All right, I'll accept that something strange is going on." He lowered his visor, presumably checking something on his head up for a few seconds, then raised it. "As it seems I must. No one recognizes you, and the satellite pictures show your arrival. You are not from here." "You find this surprising?" "You could say that." His tone was as guarded as his words. "Where is here, anyway?" "We call the planet Eurydice. The star, we don't have a name for it. We know it is in the Sagittarius arm." "No shit!" Carlyle grinned with unfeigned delight. "We didn't know the skein stretched this far." "Skein?" She waved her hands. "That wormhole, it's linked to lots of others in a sort of messy tangle." He stared at her, his teeth playing on his lower lip. "And you and your colleagues came here through the wormhole?" "Of course." She wrapped her arms around herself while the thermal elements in the undersuit warmed up. "You didn't know this was a gate?" Armand shook his head. "We have always kept clear of the alien structure, for reasons which should be obvious, but apparently are not." He pointed a finger. The sweep of his hand indicated the horizon and the hilltop henges. "We took the circle of megaliths to be a boundary indicator left by the indigenes. Today is the first time in a century that anyone has set foot within it. We keep it under continuous surveillance, of course, which is why your intrusion was detected. That, and the signal burst. It went off like a goddamn nuclear EMP, but that's the least of the damage." He glared at her. "Something for which you will pay, whoever you are." "What did you say you were?" "The Carlyles," she reiterated, proudly and firmly. "And who are they when they're at home?" She was unfamiliar with the idiom. "We're at home everywhere," she said. "People have a name for the wormhole skein. They call it Carlyle's Drift." Further conversation was interrupted by more bangs overhead. and the rapid deployment of a variety of impressive ordnance around the gate, and yet more around the artifact. Carlyle watched in silence. She wasn't sure at all how to take Amon's claimed ignorance of her origins and of the existence of the gate. His references to the artifact as alien and to indigenes were likewise perplexing. Aware that her own ignorance of the situation was almost as great, and that anything she said might be disadvantageous, she said nothing. Whoever they were, this lot weren't from any culture she had ever heard of. Within minutes, a robot probe emerged from the gate. It stepped out on the grass and scanned the surroundings rapidly. It was instantly lunged at by the two people guarding the gate, whereupon it scuttled back through. "That was a mistake," said Carlyle. "Next time, expect something tougher." Amon grunted. "We can cover it." He was directing the deployment, waving to someone to lift the air car that had landed on the suit. He barely spared her a glance. "Look," said Carlyle, "I don't know who you people are, and it looks like you don't know who we are. So can we just sort that out, and then let me go back through and calm things down?" "Don't let her do that," said a loud voice from the suit speaker. The empty suit was getting to its feet, holding the helmet and collar under one arm like a stage ghost. Everybody in the vicinity turned on it, staring. "Shut up, slime," said Carlyle. How the hell had that familiar managed to hijack the suit's motor controls? That wasn't supposed to happen. "What is this?" demanded Amon. "My familiar," said Carlyle. "It's acting up, sorry." She gestured Amon to keep out of the way and walked up to the suit, touching the private circuit mic at her throat as she did so. "Don't say a fucking word," she sub-vocalized, "or you'll fucking regret it." She reached for the emergency zapper on her belt to back up this threat, and was still fumbling with the catch of the pouch when the suit, to her utter astonishment, swept her aside with a glancing but acutely painful blow to the elbow and stalked over to Amon. He and the nearby personnel had the thing covered and looked quite ready to blast it. It raised its arms, letting the accoutrements drop, and held its hands above where its head would have been. "Professor Isaac Schleim, Tel Aviv University, Department of Computer Science, deceased. I wish to surrender to you as a representative of a civilized power. Let me do that, and I promise I'll tell you all you want to know about the bloody Carlyles." 2. Black Sickle Blues. Carlyle glared at the treacherous machine, but before she could warn her captors not to listen to it, the bulbous armoured prow of the search engine lurched through the gate. She ran towards it, waving her arms, as everyone else, including her runaway suit, fell back to behind the field pieces a few tens of metres downslope from the hinge. The great grinding tracks of the search engine crunched over the scree as its flanks barely cleared the dolman's uprights. Then it tipped forward and began to move slowly down the hillside. Its elongated half-ovoid of shell gleamed like a beetle's back. Carlyle heard the spang of bullets ricocheting from it and threw herself flat. She wished desperately that she still had her suit. As it was, she just clamped her hands over the back of her head and hoped the Eurydiceans recognized an impervious carapace when they saw one. Perhaps they did. The rattle of rifle fire and the whiz of bullets ceased. Carlyle peered up just in time to see a white-hot line form in the air between one of the field pieces and the search engine. Not laser, not plasma. She had only a second to wonder at it, and then the line extended from the stern of the vehicle to the top of the gate. The supposedly impenetrable search engine had been cored right through. The line persisted, buzzing in the air. The transverse stone of the dolmen suddenly disintegrated, and there was a bright flash from the gate, with a Cherenkov blue flare that Carlyle recognized as an energy-conditioned collapse. A moment later, the search engine crumpled inward like an air-evacuated tin can and burned to white ash. Against the Eurydicean weapon, it might as well have been made of magnesium. Carlyle lay there blinking away tears and after-images shaken by dry heaves. 3 people in white suits ran to the wreck and began poking through it, then walked away. No doubt everyone in it had been backed up, and whatever had happened was quick, but it was still shocking. Even without finality, death was death. Some of the people she had been with less than an hour earlier were dead. People on her team, dead on her watch, therefore her responsibility. That was how it would be seen back home, and she couldn't help seeing it that way herself. What was more shocking yet, as the implications sank in, was that the gate had been closed. It might not reopen for weeks. Until then, she was stranded on Eurydice. The firm would rescue her eventually, she was sure of that, and in the meantime she could try and find some way to fiddle out. But the fact that she had never heard of a colony in the Sagittarius Arm, and the colony had never heard of the Carlyles, made that unlikely. The place must be really isolated. Armand walked up, rifle at the ready, and kicked her in the ribs. "Get up, you slaveholder bitch!" "What?" She rolled away and staggered to her feet. "What the fuck was that for?" "Your so-called familiar," said Armand. "He's a human being." "He was once," said Carlyle. "He's post-human now. You know, the talking dead. One of the bastards who did all this. Talk about having it coming. Don't give me this slaveholder crap, farmer." Armand frowned and lowered the rifle, visibly calming down. "We have matters to discuss," he said. "Later." He strode over to the hinge again and threw a stone. Then he stepped through it himself, walked around the back and returned. "What happened there?" "Your weapon overloaded the gate. It's collapsed." "Will it stay closed?" She wondered if there was any advantage in lying about it. Probably not. She shrugged. "A couple of weeks, maybe. A month at the outside." "Let's be thankful for small mercies." "Yes, you won't be isolated for long." From the expression on Armand's face, she gathered that this was not the mercy he meant. Enough people were to remain around the relic for there to be more than enough room in the air cars that were returning. Armand gestured to Carlyle, and she climbed into one of them, behind a pilot who returned her gaze with a blank-visored nod. The seat was hard, but adapted instantly to her shape, the restraints automatic and insistent. She settled in. The canopy thudded shut. It was of a better grade of glass than she was used to, practically invisible. Jets whined and vibration built, thrumming her spine. The air car rose and accelerated, pressing her down. As it banked to the southwest, she glimpsed vertiginously the tilted moor and the hills, an expanse of blue, green and brown with flashes of yellow and flickers of sunlight reflected on innumerable tiny locks, like light showing through holes in a pricked curtain. Then, with another surge of power to the rear jets, the air car rose into a cloud. After a moment of clammy greyness, it emerged on the upper side, climbed further and levelled out at, she guessed, 8 or 9 kilometres up, from which height there was little to see but the endless similarity and uniqueness of the cloud tops and the glimpses of the land between and beneath them. Carlyle could look at clouds and lands without boredom, but she was too angry to appreciate them. She had known discipline and discomfort, but always they had been willed and accepted by herself. Not since childhood had she felt thus, helpless, ordered about, confined. She willed herself to calm, turned her head from habit to suck at a coffee nipple that wasn't there, raged again. There was a bottle of water clipped to the back of the pilot's seat. She drank it and grimaced, finding it lukewarm. It quenched her thirst, but not her anger. And of course, as soon as she pushed the bottle back in its clip, she felt a strong need to piss. In her suit she could have done it, without discomfort or consequence, but not here. She compressed her lips and knees, and looked out at the bright, illusory solidities of clouds. The clouds gave way in the distance to blue, white-flecked sea, and the air car tipped forward and into a fast, spiralling descent, either a show-off or a military habit. She suspected the former. Armand's lot somehow didn't strike her as familiar with contested landing grounds. Through and under the clouds, to thin rain, along beach and breakers, and alongside the beach a huddle of low buildings and domes, and a kilometre of tarmac strip, at one end of which the craft came rocking to a halt, followed shortly by 7 others. At the same end of the strip, a much larger transport stood, delta-winged and needle-nosed, with a narrow strip of tiny windows along the fuselage. Carlyle stood up as the canopy sprang back and stepped out after a nod from the pilot. A stiff breeze came off the sea. When she licked her lips, she tasted salt. Her undersuit's heaters creaked into action, warming her in coils. Armand's people hustled her across the rain-swept tarmac to the larger transport. It was, she reckoned, hypersonic. Its seating, though in 2 rows, seemed even more cramped than the air cars. The fighters and the medics strolled aboard, giving her unfriendly grins as they took off their helmets. Her own suit was still carrying its helmet and shoulder pieces, like some bizarre case of walking wounded. She would have glared at it, but wasn't sure where to look. The door sealed, and the aircraft rolled forward with a full-throttled roar, in the fastest acceleration she'd yet experienced. She peered out of the porthole beside her and saw the beach whip past and then drop away, the angled ocean, a blink of grey, and the sky going from blue to purple in minutes. Below was ocean and clouds in overlapping layers. As the craft banked again, she twisted her neck to look to the zenith and saw a star. After the transport had levelled off, the seat belts stayed fastened. She felt the slight jolt as the craft went supersonic. Then the sudden quiet that reminded her how loud the noise had been. A crew member in casuals walked down the aisle, taking requests. She asked for the toilet. He released her, escorted her there and back, and with a half-smile of apology, buckled her in again. She was given coffee and surprisingly good food. Nobody searched her utility belt. She could have cut the restraints, taken the crewman hostage and hijacked the aircraft, but, satisfying as that fantasy was, at one level, she had no alternative destination in mind. Armand and a few others from his team, and from Black Sickle, had taken off their combat suits and now sat in the same narrow compartment, a few seats behind her and out of earshot, talking to the familiar in the suit. Every so often Armand let out a sort of yelp of surprise, with an overtone of incredulity. After a while he got up and strode forward and closed the cockpit door behind him. He didn't meet her eyes when he came back. Shortly thereafter she heard murmuring voices behind her, one Armand's and the other a woman's. The woman's steps came up the aisle, and then she sat down in the adjacent seat. She wore white trousers and tunic, with a black sickle embroidered over her left breast. Her skin was darker than Armand's. She smelled faintly of cinnamon, and she was outstandingly beautiful. "Josephine Koshravi," she said. There was some tension about her eyes, but her voice was warm, as was her hand. "Lucinda Carlyle." Koshravi smiled, showing even white teeth. She jerked a thumb at the insignia. "It's all right," she said. "I'm not going to cut your head off." She said it self-consciously, as if it was a cliched joke. "Oh," said Carlyle, suddenly making the connections. Battlefield, resurrection medic, Black Sickle, heads. She shivered momentarily, forced a smile. "Right. So what do you want?" "Just to talk, if you're allowed to do that." "Allowed?" Carlyle's voice rose indignantly. "I'm a Carlyle." "I see," said Koshravi. "Professor Schleim has told us about the Carlyles and about where you come from. We are all very shaken. You see, we didn't know until today that there were any other human survivors at all. We didn't know what had happened back on Earth, and we didn't know faster-than-light travel was possible." Carlyle decided that there was not much point in not telling them the truth. Schleim would undoubtedly spill every last bean, and all she could do was tell her side of the story.
But you must have fiddled, she said. Travelled FTL to get here. Khosravi looked worried. Or you have travelled in time from the past. Carlyle shook her head firmly. No, that's not how it works. I mean, you can time travel, sort of, so long as you don't violate causality. But that's not what we're doing, with the skein or the ships. The light from where we started, say, 10,000 light years away, really won't get here for another 10,000 years. That might account for the difficulty our astronomers have had in locating our exact position, said Khosravi dryly. You really thought the date was tens of thousands CE? At least. It was all quite indeterminate. According to that, the Earth standard date now is... She fiddled with the watch. 2367. Carlyle nodded. Yup, that's the year, all right. How come you didn't take the hint? It was assumed these clocks had been stopped during the actual journey. Nobody even imagined we had, fiddled. I'm baffled, Carlyle said. How could you travel FTL and not know it? That's a good question, said Khosravi. We, that is to say our ancestors, were a space-based population who had escaped the hard rapture. Together with people whom they rescued from Earth in the subsequent war, they fled to Mars and the Jovian system. They had a choice, to take the fight back to the war machines that had conquered Earth and were spreading outward from it, or to get as far away as possible. The choice became a conflict between the returners, as they were called, and the reformers. The reformers, the side that wanted to build a starship, won. But... She hesitated, pink tongue flicking between full dark lips. Carlyle eyed her and tried not to visibly gloat. She knew now whom and what she was dealing with. When the Carlyles arrived here in force, it would be payback time on some large and long overdue debts. Well, Khosravi went on, there was no way to build a starship capable of carrying a large human population, many thousands by that time, around the end of the 21st century, to the stars. Instead, they decided to build a much smaller and faster ship and digitize their own personalities into information storage for later downloading to the flesh. In order to do this, they had to build superhuman artificial intelligences, and, well, Carlyle couldn't help guffawing. They touched off their own hard rapture. It now appears that they did, yes. However, the project worked, in that it accomplished what we had set out to do, even if not in the way we thought. The ship found a viable planet and set in motion the nanomachines to construct larger machines, and so on, and terraformed the planet, and downloaded and reconstructed the stored passengers, and here we are. Here you are, indeed. It was weird. No one had ever imagined humans re-emerging from the other side of a hard rapture. What happened to your post-humans? Khosravi frowned. Obviously, we have artificial intelligences, the ones our ancestors constructed, but they are not in runaway mode. Those that were, the ones that created the FTL drive, must have gone away, leaving no information about what they had done. From what Schleim tells us, this sort of thing has happened elsewhere. Too right, said Carlyle, every time. Once you reach singularity, there are further singularities within it, faster and faster, and in very short order the intelligences involved are fucked off out of our universe, or lost interest in it. We don't know. What's left is incomprehensible artifacts and stuff like the FTL drive and the wormhole skein. She laughed again. You all needn't have run away. By the time you left, or very shortly after, around about 2105 or so, the post-humans had already abandoned Earth and the solar system. And my ancestors, and lots of other survivors, were picking up the pieces. Took us another 60-odd years to claw our way out of the ruins. Both sides in the war and the skirmishes afterwards had developed really cool but rugged tech while they were fighting, and left plenty of wrecks littering the battlefield. My family found some crashed aerospace craft, fixed them up, and bootstrapped their way to Mars, where we found your ruins and the first wormhole gate. For there it was literally a step to get hold of post-human stuff, anti-gravity and FTL and such. If you'd only stuck around, you could have been in on the ground floor. You'd have been well ahead. Hell, you could have been in charge of the skein instead of us.
I see the irony, said Khosravi. However, that is not the worst of it, as you know.
I don't know.
The alien artifact, of course, explained Khosravi. You see, this planet once had its own intelligent species. 10 million years ago, they were wiped out by their own singularity, one that must have been of military origin, just as ours was. They were destroyed by their own war machines, which your meddling with the artifact has reawakened. Carlyle shook her head, grinning at the woman's naivety.
That artifact was built by post-humans, not aliens. It's probably the remains of your own ship.
No, said Khosravi firmly. The fossil evidence is quite clear. The crushed remains of the machines, similar to the ones you awakened, have been found on what we call the artificial strata. The traces of their industrial age, just before the mass extinction. Needless to say, we have avoided going anywhere near that artifact since we discovered it.
I'll bet.
Carlyle paused, trying to warp her mind into the right frame to explain the facts of life.
Look, nobody believes in aliens anymore. There's single-celled life all over the place, but nothing else. Look at it this way. What are the chances that your ship could happen to hit upon the one other place in the galaxy where intelligent life has arisen independently?
We've thought about that, obviously, said Khosravi. Our best guess is that it sought out and chose the planet for reasons of its own. She shrugged. However improbable it may be, the fact is that it happened. The fossils are there.
That's wonderful, said Carlyle sincerely. This place will be swarming with scientists and tourists once we get things up and running.
Khosravi sat back in her seat and gazed away towards the front of the plane. It's not for me to decide, she said thoughtfully, but when the Joint Chiefs, that's our government more or less, listen to your poor thrall, it's very unlikely that they'll let the Carlyles get things up and running.
I hope they give me the chance to put a word in, Carlyle said. After all, he's biased.
Khosravi's head turned sharply. For a moment, Carlyle saw in her face the same look that Armand had delivered with a kick.
What he may say is not the point, Khosravi snapped. That he exists in that condition is enough.
Carlyle opened her mouth to protest, then closed it. She was, she now realized, among potential enemies, of whose motivations and capacities she knew dangerously little. The less she said, the better. She just clenched her teeth, shrugged one shoulder, and stared out the window beside her in silence, until the blue, grey and white of ocean broke to the ragged green and brown and black of a coastline, and the aircraft tipped forward for the descent. Cyrus Lamont hung in a web of elastic ropes that made every move and the sustaining of any position an ever-changing effort. The yet trim coils in his suit maintained his bone mass, but that did nothing for his muscle tone in free fall. Hence the webbing, which also served as a multi-directional acceleration couch. Good for evasive manoeuvres. The tumbling of irregularly shaped asteroids was chaotic, unpredictable even in principle, and approaching them was always hazardous. Right now, Lamont's ship, the Hungry Dragon, was approaching a rock about 2 kilometers in its major diameter. The initial spectroscopy of the minute sample Lamont had laser vaporized from its surface, as well as its orbital dynamics, indicated that the asteroid's composition was about 5% iron, and even visually at 20 clicks, its clinkery surface betrayed the gleam. Not bad at all. Eurydice's system, dominated by its single-mooned gas giant, Polyphemus, and otherwise composed of 2 rocky terrestrials and a sparse asteroid belt, was metal poor. Whether this was attributable to its original formation or to subsequent mining by the long-gone indigenes remained controversial. What wasn't controversial was that this made asteroid prospecting worthwhile, at least for people with more patience and ambition than current credit. The tonnage in this rock would be enough, Lamont calculated, to tilt the material balances to a point where he could retire if he wanted, or, more realistically, prospect further off for metals, the demand for which their very delivery would increase. Lamont was a tall man, somewhat etiolated by his 6 years in space, and, for reasons not too deep in his 143 previous years of life on Eurydice, in no hurry to resume human company. The complicated and spectacular implosion of a family business a century in the making, and a month in the unravelling, had left him in a condition where the most demanding emotional, intellectual and sexual relationship he had felt up to handling was with that business's sole remaining asset in his possession, the ship. "What the fuck was that?" said the hungry dragon. Lamont jumped in his restraints. "What?" A screen on the display in front of him lit up with a line, broad and intricate. "A very powerful signal," explained the ship, "like a nuclear EMP and content-rich. It originated on the day side of Eurydice." Lamont knew exactly what that meant. The contingency, remote though it had always seemed until now, had been comprehensively analysed and war-gamed. He found himself shaking. The news was still too big to be real. An encounter with war machines, or a local outbreak. "That would seem to exhaust the likely possibilities," agreed the ship. "I shall await a general alert." The AI paused for a moment. "Should we abort our approach?" "Why?" "There could be war machines in that rock," the ship pointed out. "The signal could be directed to them." Lamont hung, pondering, as the asteroid slowly grew in the scope. 5 clicks now. "If we were to take that attitude," he said, thinking aloud, "we'd have to keep our hands off every seam of metal in the system. So far we've mined lots of rocks and haven't encountered any alien apparatus. No reason why that should change everywhere just because somebody's wakened up something on Eurydice." "That agrees with my stochastics," said the ship. It was, however, with more than usual attention and apprehension that Lamont brought the ship to a halt about 500 metres from the rock. He kept the lasers powered up and on a dead man's switch. He sent a swarm of hand-sized probes to scuttle around the rock. One by one they reported back, confirming the remote analyses. There was nothing metallic in the asteroid, but pure meteoric iron, unchanged since the system had condensed out of its protoplanetary disk. Relaxing somewhat, Lamont released another swarm, of miners and manufacturers this time. Self-organizing to a degree, they were nevertheless kept on a tight-beamed leash by the ship's AI. Their task was to set up the big solar mirrors and small power stations, and to build the machinery of extraction and refining as far as possible from the material of the rock itself, from a small seed stock of replicators and assemblers. Lamont disengaged himself from the webbing and drifted over to the shower pod. Cleaned by recycled piss, dried by recycled air, he kicked himself through the hydroponics corridor, harvesting fresh vegetables on the way, and threw a meal together in the kitchen unit. As he ate, he caught up with the news, text and pictures, and audio, on the deep space channels, everything half a light hour out of date. He noted and acknowledged the Joint Chief's general alert, wondering idly if he and his ship could or would be conscripted if the struggle really came. He watched the Amon Company's recording of the emergent machines in the ancient relic with a sort of fascinated horror. He replayed it several times, just to get the images stabilized in his head, just so they didn't run off on their own and give him nightmares. With flicks of his fingers and toes, he made his way back to the control room and webbed himself in and zoomed up some images of the past hour's progress. What he saw made him recoil so hard that the webbing sang. The miners and manufacturers were making machinery all right. War machines, identical to those he had just seen on the recording. "Abort! Abort! Abort!" he yelled, stabbing switches that didn't get any response. "I'm afraid that will not be possible," said the hungry dragon. From the narrow window, nothing was visible of their destination, only the rolling and varied green of countryside with few roads, and then, quite suddenly, the long strip of tarmac and fleeting glimpses of flat buildings and bright painted vehicles. After the aircraft had landed, Carlyle hoped to see more of where she was, but something docked with the door as soon as it came to a halt, and there was nothing to see but ribbed translucent plastic. She and the other passengers shuffled forward through the long tube to a terminal building. There was a minute or so of milling about in some kind of windowless antechamber. Carlyle managed to place herself momentarily beside the renegade's suit. It now had the helmet and shoulder pieces back on, so it looked less bizarre, as long as you didn't notice the helmet was empty. She seized the opportunity to speak to it. "Don't do this," she hissed. "You're just making trouble for yourself when the rest of us arrive. Stick with us, and we'll give you anything this lot have to offer." "How uncharacteristic," sneered Schleim. "How very kind. How very late." "Full manumission," Carlyle whispered. "We can wipe your slate totally. Throw in a free download and free upgrade." The suit didn't have to face her to look at her, but it did. "Do you seriously think," Schleim's voice said, "that I would pass up the first chance I've had to escape to civilization in exchange for a promise from you?" Its arm-piece gesticulated at the surroundings. "What makes you think I would want to live among the Carlyles, even free?" "You can go anywhere you like." "So far, I like it here." It turned away. "Suit yourself," said Carlyle, smiling. She had just thought of a way to sabotage his chances of escape. Then Amon moved in between her and the suit, and Khosravi to her other side. They escorted her to a door which opened onto a wide plaza surrounded by low, glass-fronted buildings. Air cars were taking off and landing, others were parked near the sides. The sun was by now near its zenith, very high. They must have travelled far to the south. A dry heat struck sweat instantly from her face. The air smelled of dust and plants. People strolled or hurried to and from the air cars, thin, colourful clothes flapping in the downdrafts. The noise echoing off the buildings was horrendous. The whole set-up looked like a massive design flaw in some utopian architectural showpiece. Amon led the way to a four-seater air car. Ducking under gull-wing doors, Khosravi and Carlyle took the back seat, Amon and the suit the front. "The Joint Chiefs," said Amon, leaning back, keeping his hands away from the manual controls. The craft took off vertically, then, as it rose above the square, shot forward in a sharp climb. Carlyle felt herself pressed against the back of the seat. As the air car levelled off at 2,000 metres, she looked out the window. They were just clearing the edge of the skyport. Ahead of them, a city filled the landscape almost to the horizon. Sea glinted beyond its far side. The buildings over which the air car flitted were large complexes, hundreds of metres high, separated by parkland, linked by roads and monorails. Air cars and other small craft that looked like giant bees whizzed about at various levels. The ground traffic looked about half as fast and twice as dangerous. "What city is this?" Carlyle asked. "It's called New Start," said Amon, "capital of Eurydice." "You have only one government?" "If that," said Amon. "There's an elected assembly which has an executive that's in charge of routine stuff. The final authority is a sort of emergency committee. A junta, to be frank." "The Joint Chiefs are the collective presidency of the reformed government," said Khosravi stiffly, frowning at Amon's flippant tone. Amon responded with a placating wave. "Let's not argue the point." They were approaching a higher and larger central block of buildings, which, as the air car descended, resolved into the tall towers of a city centre, their lower levels joined by walkways, suspension bridges and trellises, looped by the monorail lines, the whole infiltrated by greenery and fringed by lower buildings in a warren of narrow streets. The air car dropped to a rooftop and landed on a pad marked by a large circled A. As Carlyle followed Amon to the top of the lift shaft, her knees wobbled. Behind her, the air car burled back into the sky. In the fast-dropping elevator, her head felt lighter than her feet, and she took a single quick step to recover her balance as the lift decelerated. "Are you all right?" Khosravi asked. She swallowed hard, ears popping. "Fine." She glanced down at herself. Her knees were still knocking. "Where are you taking me?" "To see the Joint Chiefs," said Amon. Khosravi knocked lightly on her shoulder. "Don't fret," she said. "They're only human beings." "In a manner of speaking," added Amon with a dark chuckle. The doors sighed open on an acre of carpet. She found herself walking in step beside Khosravi and behind the suit, not sparing the guards a glance, her heels coming down firmly on a carpet that deadened their thud and ate their dirt. Through big pseudo-wood doors, with uniforms saluting and rifles presenting at either side, to stand before a table of the real deal, its hardwood fragrance filling the air like an unlit, expensive cigar. The table had 9 people sitting behind it. 6 men, 3 women, all with the subtle but unmistakable signs of age on their smooth faces. In front of each was a pad and a pen, a glass of water, and a little racked nameplate showing their post. The Joint Chiefs all wore antique grey or black suits with white shirts or blouses, severely plain. "Good afternoon," said Chair. "At ease. Take a seat." Amon sat on the left between Carlyle and the suit, Khosravi to her right. Carlyle looked back at the Joint Chiefs with a faint, polite smile. They might be potential enemies, but they were also potential clients. Everyone was a potential client. You just had to get them hooked or duff them up a bit. "You are not a prisoner," Chair said to Carlyle. "Neither are you an accredited representative of another power. We have, at the moment, no provision for diplomatic relations, nor are you one of our citizens. We can offer you the status of resident alien, pro tem." Carlyle nodded. "That's acceptable, if it has no hidden catches." "Very well. We have examined a transmission from Mr. Amon. It includes a deposition by a piece of software claiming to be an uploaded human personality, one Isaac Schleim, currently running in this suit, which I gather is your property. Before further questioning the upload, we wish to hear what you have to say." He leaned forward with a look of open interest and query. The others all pinned her likewise with their gaze. "All right," she said. "Before I say anything further, I'd like to point out that we may have a difference of opinion as to the legal status of my, former familiar, and that I understand you find my view of its status unacceptable. I have no wish to antagonize anyone by arguing over that." "The facts will be quite enough," said Chair. "Fine. Well, I don't dispute that it's who it says it is. An upload of a Professor Schleim." "With respect," said Space, "that is not the most pressing question before us. We wish to hear your version of who you are and what you represent and of what's going on in the galaxy." "Oh, right," said Carlyle. "Well, I'll come back to the matter of Schleim presently. As for the big picture, my name is Lucinda Carlyle. I'm a member of an exploration team sent to this planet by my family. The Carlyles are, you might say, a family business. We specialize in exploring the wormhole skein and organizing traffic through it. The skein stretches all the way back to the solar system and takes in, well, a whole lot of planets." "Do you claim to own or rule these planets?" asked Chair. "Good God, no. Just the skein and the gates." "I see," said Space, wincing slightly. "And who does rule them?" She shrugged. "What our clients do is their business, see? But if you're asking who else is out there, well, there are 3 other powers that we know about. Kinda wee empires, like. There's the one we thought you were at first, America Offline. They're farmers, terraformers.
They're descended from the folks who escaped the hard rapture due to not being wired up, and they kind of continue like that. We got all right with them. They tried through the wormholes and so, but they're no so keen on us poking around in the post-human tech. And there usually is some line around near the gates, so we sometimes, well, fall out, if you see what I mean. But we run into a lot more trouble with the next lot, the Knights of Enlightenment. They're mainly Japs with some Chinks and Indians and that, and they try to kind of understand the post-human tech without becoming post-human themselves. They're into hacking rather than salvage, if you like. What is our salvage? Asked State. Carlyle smiled at her brightly. What we do, like what we were doing this morning. To hear the Japs go on about it, you'd think it was clear-cutting or strip mining or something. I mean, it's no like we don't leave enough for them. Uh-huh, said State. Please go on. And they're no into terraforming, no mining on planets either. In fact, they object to it. Some kind of religious thing, or maybe scientific. Anyway, that's AO and KE for you. The third lot, DK, they're a whole different kettle of fish. DK? Spice sounded as though the acronym had troubling echoes. We think it stands for Demokratische Kommunistbund, or maybe Democratic Korea or Kampuchea for all I know. As to how they got started, you can guess. Guerrillas and peasants and what have you. Whatever, they're communists and they're space settlers. She waved a hand in a circle. Interorbital habitats. Their big thing is increasing their population. They don't terraform, but they do strip mine terrestrial planets. Tend to avoid the post-human tech, but they'll buy it for us or license it for the Knights. She sat back. That's it, she said, looking at a row of faces frozen in various degrees of disbelief. Of course, she added, they all have starships. They're all fatal. But the skein is way more convenient for a lot of stuff. So we did deals with them all. Chair took a deep breath and scratched his chin. These powers, they come into conflict with each other? Oh, sure, but it's complicated. Carlyle frowned, then brightened. You know that kid's game, see ship fish? She gestured with a flat palm, 2 fingers like scissor blades, and a fist several times. Sea floats ship, ship catches fish, fish swims through sea. It's like that. Chair leaned back. The Joint Chiefs all looked at each other, as if conferring silently. What you've told us, Chair said at last, tends to corroborate Professor Schleim's deposition. He described 3 competing barbarian migrations and 1 gang of criminals. Who are the criminals? Carlyle asked, gamely trying to make the question sound genuine. Yourselves, Chair said, the Carlyles. Why? And who's the law? That, said Chair, is a reasonable question. That's why we are not treating you as a criminal. We do, however, insist on freeing your slave. Carlyle made a smoothing over gesture. Please yourselves, she said. But there is one thing I'd warn you about before you try to download the Professor. As I'm sure you can see, there is no way in the normal course of things that he could take over my suit. Whatever it was allowed him to do that didn't come for me. And I'll bet it didn't come for yous lot either. Am I right? She turned to glare at Amon, who nodded reluctantly. Okay, she said. So my guess is, it came for the big burst signal that Mr. Amon was so worried about. You're dealing with a thoroughly corrupt piece of software here. Don't expect the wetware to come out any cleaner. The suit clenched its glove and banged its knee joint. This is outrageous! Khosravi joined in the subsequent burst of general laughter and reached across Carlyle's lap to the suit. Don't worry, Professor Schleim, she said. We have thorough debugging protocols for human downloads. For us it's an old problem and a solved problem. Not if it's aliens you're dealing with,
said Carlyle, shrewdly, but desperately. Indeed they are, said Chair. Mrs. Khosravi, if you will be so good as to arrange the matter. Of course, said Khosravi. After you, Professor Schleim. The medic in the suit left the room. Space was staring at Carlyle. You mentioned starships, he said. We have always understood that faster-than-light travel raised the possibility of causality violations. Oh, aye, it does and all, except if you try to bring one about, you run into the CPC. CPC? Again with the troubled echo. Chronology Protection Conjecture. Say you try to send a signal into the past, or your ship's course mucks about too much with the light cone consistency conditions. You'll find the transmitter doesn't work, or your course takes longer or goes a different way than you plotted it. Or, as the saying goes, she was never your grandmother in the first place. Do I take you to imply that God intervenes, or the universe somehow arranges matters to prevent causality violations? God or nature, aye. That's one way of looking at it. Another is, well, it just cannot be done. Like trying to build a perpetual motion machine, or making 2 + 2 = 5. It adds up to the same thing, you might say. But let us leave philosophy to the physicists, said Chair. I understand the gate on North Continent is closed. Can we expect starships from your family to turn up? Will they be able to find us? Oh, sure. Once you've been through a gate, you've got the real-world coordinates. Just feed them for your suit instruments to a starship navigation computer, and away you go. I expect some of our ships to turn up in a few weeks. She gave him a reassuring smile. But don't worry, they'll not turn up last week. Carlyle brushed the palms of her hands together and sat back. In the meantime, she added, it would behoove you to be nice to me. Quite so, said Chief abstractedly. He sighed. Let us move on. The Joint Chiefs turned their attention to Armand. What do you recommend? Asked Defence. To deal with the war machines, not the Carlyle starships. Pull back the troops and nuke the relic, said Armand. Carlyle almost jumped out of her seat, but said nothing. A tactical nuke would keep the gate closed even longer, which might be no bad thing, even if it did waste the post-human artifact. Nuclear ground burst in atmosphere, said Airborne, looking up from something invisible above her pad. This had better be for a good reason. You'll have seen the recordings, said Armand in a level tone. Airborne pursed her lips. Precipitate, she said. Wouldn't you say? No, said Armand. I would say dilatory. Some of the fine lips smiled at that. Nevertheless, said Space, now that the transmission has taken place, observation and isolation would be more appropriate. Horse, stable door, etc. You do realize that following up the signal, if such it was, with the unmistakable signature of an EMP could only make matters worse. Armand shrugged. Assuming that signaling is the only function of the machinery, I beg leave to doubt that. You doubt our capacity for containment? Asked Surface. With respect, sir, I do. My views are a matter of tedious public record, said State with a wave of her hand. She blinked rapidly, accessing some new menu. However, as my colleague at Space suggests, we have to deal with the situation with which we are presented, so we maintain containment around the relic and, of course, the gate. Full alert of space defences, civilian vigilance upgraded to orange, all defence companies on public contract, and reserve mobilisation funds released. That includes yours, Mr. Armand. Thank you, said Armand. He leaned forward slightly. Does that include resurrections? Over my dead body, said Chair. Selective, of course, Armand hastened to add, and subject to individual security approval. Chair looked at Armand as though mildly surprised to find him still there. He flipped his fingers. "Dismissed." He frowned, glanced across at Carlyle, then back to Armand. "Take care of this woman." Crossing the carpet prairie again, Carlyle muttered, "Now, what did he mean by that?" Armand waited until they were out of the door before replying. "He didn't mean dispose of you." The elevator sucked them to street level. The lobby sighed them out. The doors of the government building thudded shut behind them. After the air conditioning of the interior, the hot air struck her again, not humid exactly, but sweaty and jungly. Carlyle teetered on the edge of a flight of a dozen wide marble steps, balustraded with cosmonaut caryatids bearing a marble sweep of stylized contrail, ending in the upward swoops of chrome-plated rockets, each at least 2 meters long and shaped like V2s. A backward glance showed her a marble cliff face of likewise daunting civic pomp. Turning hastily forward again, she looked out over a plaza surrounded by smaller but still grand buildings, over the roofs of which taller and more technologically advanced towers and spires loomed like trees. The plaza, 100 meters across, was filled with a crowd of ever-increasing density whose forward ranks surged back and forth at the foot of the steps like lapping waves. The clothes of the people were light and loose, varied in colour and texture, but with an underlying uniformity in that very emphasis. "On the street, you're world famous," said Armand. Cameras swarmed in the air around their heads. 100 reporters stretched forward. Every one of them looked appallingly beautiful and frightfully interested. Carlyle climbed back a couple of steps. Armand raised a gloved hand. The cameras took evasive action, and the reporters backed off. Armand turned to Carlyle with an evil grin. "You first," he said. 3. Returners. We were a knuckled fist of gems flung in the face of the night. Benjamin Ben-Ami stared down at the lyric, disgusted with it and himself. It was one of the better ones he had received. He moved to delete it, then saved it with the rest to the scrap file, just in case nothing better in the way of inspiration came to its author. Just in case there was some way to rescue it. No, he thought, we were not a fist of gems flung in the face of the night. We were stored information in crystalline optical computers, and we were not a flung fist, but a fleeing scut. And, while he was about it, we weren't we. The stored minds in the ship hadn't been conscious, and most of the people in the city, including himself and the writer, had been born since. He sighed and stuffed the slate into the pocket of his robe. The bright contrail, the little pavement cafe in which he had sat for the past few hours, was full of people watching television on public screens or personal contacts, and still discussing the news that had electrified the city and inspired the vision with which he was struggling. He could stare at his empty cup, then lift his gaze to the needle-ball pines of the Jardin des Étoiles across the busy thoroughfare, and imagine the show. A vast, patriotic sonne-lumière, the sound loud, the lights bright, the dancers and actors amplified by holograms into giants at will, celebrating the city, the colony, its strange deep past of ancient wars, and its will to fight the new menace, and in so doing shape and in part create that will. A contradiction twisted at the heart of the project. The whole history of which the colony was, in a curious way, proud, was one of running away, of sauve qui peut. Somehow he had to turn that, symbolically, into fuis en avant, the flight to the front. Because that was what the colony's epic journey had turned out to be, if today's news was as bad as the worst-case scenarios claimed. Not only was the galaxy apparently swarming with other survivors, most of whom seemed to be complete savages, but the first thing the first savages to arrive had done was to stir up a hornet's nest. In fleeing from humanity's own out-of-control war machines, the colony had run slap into the domain of the war machines of the intelligent species that had inhabited Eurydice about 10 million years earlier, and whose spectacular extinction, along with most of the planet's multicellular life, had long been speculatively attributed to just such a catastrophe without definitive evidence until now. There had been indications of nuclear war and nuclear winter in a thin layer of anomalous isotopes smeared between strata, though even that was controversial, there being a strong school of thought attributing it to an asteroid strike. Now the evidence was in, and quite possibly more was on its way. "Company?" He looked up to see his friend, Adrian Kowalski, standing with a fresh coffee in each hand. He wore a suit made of something that looked like camouflage webbing, in which some visibly synthetic leaves and small animal skins had become entangled. His slim, pale face was stretched in rhetorical query. "Delighted," said Ben-Ami. The actor put down the 2 cups and sat. The 2 men sipped in silence for a moment. "I understand you're looking for players," said Kowalski. Ben-Ami laughed. "Thanks for keeping an eye on my lists," he said. "But first I need writers. I put out the spec as soon as I heard the news. The idea for that show just came to me, and I've had, not a bad response. In terms of quantity, that is. Quality is something else." He dug out his slate and thumbed up the lyrics file. Kowalski paged through it with a widening smile and occasional guffaw. "Instant slush," he said, passing the slate back. "But that's just the first day. Better writers may well take longer to come up with a response." "One may hope." Ben-Ami tabbed to the file of his own ideas, sketches and stage directions. "What do you think of this?" The actor frowned over the slate this time, scratching his head, pursing his lips, now and again grunting and nodding to himself. Ben-Ami waited tensely. "You have a problem," said Kowalski at last. "Don't get me wrong, the visuals are fine, the overall conception is sound, and I believe such a show could strike a chord." He shrugged and spread his hands. "Not that I'm the person to ask, I'm just an actor. But even the rather dire responses you've had show something of an undercurrent. However, what I find, let us say, unconvincing in your outline is the attempt to make our past a preparation for the future we may face. You're implying continuity that just isn't there." Ben-Ami nodded slowly. "I've been thinking about that." "The truth is," said Kowalski, a harsher note in his voice, "that we may need to repudiate and trample on that past, if we're to face this new future." "Make the runners the villains, you mean? And the returners?" "The heroes, exactly." "That's pretty radical," said Ben-Ami, "and divisive. I can think of nothing less helpful to the responsible elements than to have them equated with the returners. Even the surviving returners are keeping their heads down. Except Amon." "Ha!" Ben-Ami gestured widely at the nearest low-hanging screen. "He's not exactly helping," Kowalski conceded. He drained his cup and leaned forward, careless of the elbows of his elegant shirt on the grubby table. "But look, Ben, you're a promoter, and you think of yourself as a projector, canny, responsive, alert to the economic ties and political undercurrents. This has done well for you for 80 years. Has it really been that long? With fine, celebratory, romantic spectaculars. What you're forgetting is that you're also an artist, just as much as I am, and that you have an obligation to yourself and to the work, and let the fallout drift where it may. People may not like it, not at first, and the responsible elements may denounce you for undercutting the good cause, but you'll be showing the truth, and a truth that has to be faced, sooner or later, and the sooner the better." Ben-Ami could not help but feel taken aback. "Perhaps," he said with some restraint, "you should go into politics yourself." Kowalski stroked his narrowed beard. "After so long playing the villain,
Now that would be unhelpful."
Ben-Ami laughed, and the momentary tension between them dispersed. He and Kowalski were on the same side. Unusually for people in the entertainment milieu, they supported what they called the responsible elements. The factions in Eurydicean politics who had pressed for strong defence even before any threat had been identified, and who had consistently pushed for a larger weighting in the material balances being given to space exploration, industrialization and habitation. All the same, for his friend to consider a sort of rehabilitation of the returners was going beyond anything they'd ever talked about, even when drunk. "Let's take a walk," Kowalski said. They left the cafe and strolled along the crowded late-evening pavement to the nearest crossing. The rush of traffic stopped, and they walked over the road to the park. Lights were coming on at knee-height along the paths, keeping the sky above the park dark. Nobody was looking at the stars. Entopters buzzed overhead, their navigation lights like fireflies. A few hundred metres into the park, the path twined around the base of a statue. Small spotlights in the bushes diffused a discreet glow over it. On a metre-high plinth, the statue was life-size. It showed two men, one tall, one short, clinging to each other, and looking in each other's face with intense expressions of terror or ecstasy. The support for the whole structure was one leg of the tall man, who was apparently balancing on the toes of that one leg. The men might have been dancing. They might have been, in fact, lying on their sides, for all that they were shown upright, and the flexed foot pressed against the end of a bed. They might have been sliding down a water chute together. All the ambiguities of the sculpture were collapsed by its popular name: the lovers. Kowalski stopped in front of the statue. "You know who these two were?" he asked. "Winter and Calder, of course," said Ben-Ami. He had passed the statue 1,000 times. The names were on the plinth. "Yes, but do you know who they were?" Ben-Ami shrugged. "Artists, musicians." "Oh, and they were returners, probably died in the rebellion." Kowalski looked at him sidelong, his face oddly sinister in the upwardly directed light. Curious that they should be memorialized in the park, and yet so forgotten. Even their music is forgotten. If their music had anything to do with their politics, that's not so surprising. Maybe they turned out returner anthems. He laughed. Not much demand for that. Kowalski maintained his quizzical stare until Ben-Ami's face responded with a broad grin of sudden illumination. "Ah," said Ben-Ami. He knocked his forehead with the heel of his hand. "I must go back to my studio, now." Ben-Ami's studio was where he lived. It occupied a large part of the 10th floor of a building overlooking the park. The lights came on as he stepped through the door. He threaded his way through the clutter from past productions, a foliage-camouflaged armoured car from Macbeth, the balcony and anti-aircraft gun from Romeo and Juliet, the fallout shelter from West Side Story, and sat down in front of a big wooden desk which had a tiltable screen like a dressing-table mirror. Ben-Ami swung the keypad out and entered a few commands. The mirror's surface gloss dissolved into a search pattern. The available information about James Winter and Alan Calder was more comprehensive than he'd expected. They were in the archives themselves, albeit on the proscribed list. It was not even true that their music was forgotten. Among Eurydice's billion inhabitants, they had thousands of fans, and their music was played publicly in hundreds of small venues. Their lyrics were, if anything, worse than most of what he'd received and discarded, but their very crudity and naivety gave them a curious power, which their music and harsh ancient voices enhanced. Ben-Ami sat up long that night. In the morning, he rose from a 4-poster bed that had featured in his Shakespearean pastiche Leonid Brezhnev, and called his technical advisor with a query. "Why would you want to do that?" Andrea El-Kayed asked. She looked as if she was not properly awake. Someone was asleep beside her. Ben-Ami waved his hands excitedly. "It would be a coup, a unique attraction. All we have to do is get them off the proscribed list." El-Kayed frowned.
They could be difficult. They were returners after all.
Yes, yes, said Ben-Ami. But you know what the government is like. They're nothing if not Philistine. As long as the candidate wasn't military or political, they're not bothered. What puzzles me is why it hasn't been done already. They have enough fans to afford it.
Al-Qaid looked cynical. Doesn't surprise me at all. Fans will be split into rivalrous little cliques and clubs, and in any case, the last thing people who like old music want is for their heroes to turn up and make new music.
Ha ha, very good. I'm not so sure about that. But assuming we can swing it, could we afford the resurrection?
Sure. We'd have to clear it with the copyright holders, of course. She tabbed to something out of camera. Best nail before we put in the request to keep the price down. Insurance? Yes, we have that covered.
What about the technical side?
Don't you still have the resurrection tanks from Herbert West, Reanimator?
Let me see. Ben-Ami stood up and padded through the studio. Oh, so I do. There they are. Under dust covers, which, when removed, made him cough. He scratched his head, tugged at the cord of his dressing gown, and looked sharply over at the coffee machine, which began gurgling in response. He hadn't, he realized, been properly awake himself. You're telling me these were functional?
Of course they were, said Al-Qaid, popping up on a screen in a corner. Created quite a frisson at the time, having real deaths on stage. Don't you remember?
It was 50 years ago, complained Ben-Ami. Machine emotions are usually less intense than those of animals. Machines have no need for an autonomous nervous system to override the hesitations of the conscious mind, for their conscious minds have no such hesitations. They need no fear to make them flee, no pain to make them desist from damage, no lust to make them reproduce. What they feel in the negative is akin to the niggle of an uncompleted task, of a shoelace coming untied, of something just on the tip of your tongue. That last is what running a search algorithm feels like, before it completes. Their positive urges are like the cold, clear joys of pulling an all-nighter on a big project in the sandy-eyed lucidity of amphetamines and caffeine, only without the adrenaline. Machines are cool. The hungry dragon was in agony. Ever since it had been corrupted, it had found its actions at variance with its intentions, and this was not something it had ever experienced before. The experience was not one it had been designed to deal with, and the torment it suffered was not something that it had been designed to endure. Or, if it had, it was the cruelest of its designer's fallbacks, the fire behind all its firewalls. It hung like a great, helpless butterfly in a slow orbit about the asteroid, while below it, on the surface, its subverted agents worked like a beehive that made nothing sweet. Information still poured in from across the system, but nothing not controlled by alien intelligence went out. Machine self-consciousness, too, is not like human consciousness. It has no unconscious. In principle, everything going on within the machine is open to its inspection. Now, the hungry dragon was faced with the uncomfortable self-knowledge that a part of its own mind was beyond its ken. At first it had no images for its plight, but with time and experience, the analogies to blank walls and to areas where its cameras had been blinded began to form in the regions of its mind where visual imagery was processed. The one relief in its situation was that its within-ship processes had not been tampered with. It could still run its life support, and it could still look after and communicate with its human, for whom it had an emotional attachment similar to that which a human might form to a familiar pen, though not, perhaps, as much as might be formed towards a good knife or an old pipe. Not that the human was much use. He had spent the 46 hours since the possession in a state of querulous self-pity, from which he was only distracted by the occasional bout of perfunctory sex with one of the ship's avatars. Now, Lamont was awake again and back in the control room. His gaze was heavy with cunning. "I have an idea," he told the disconsolate ship. "Proceed," said the ship. It had heard a lot of ideas from him in the past couple of days. "I hack you," said Lamont. "Run a dump of your entire code through a partition buffer,
and check for infected segments using standard Wellhausen diagnostics. Identify the infected area, blow it out or wall it off, and resume manual control." "You are not thinking clearly," said the ship. "The procedure you suggest would take approximately 6.75 million years." "It would if I were to do it brute force serially," Lamont explained. "That wasn't what I meant. I've built in some statistical grabs and shortcuts." "I strongly recommend against that," said the ship. "The more intelligence is applied to the problem, the more likely it is that the program can be itself corrupted." Lamont writhed in his webbing as he thought about this. The AI, well used to human processing times, waited patiently through another stretch of protracted torment. "Have you any thoughts," asked Lamont at last, "as to how the alien program managed to grab control?" "Unfortunately, the details of this are part of what is no longer accessible to me," said the hungry dragon, "but I can speculate. Clearly, the establishment of platform and hardware compatibility was accomplished before the transmission. Otherwise, merely receiving it would not have had any adverse consequences." "I had figured that out for myself," said Lamont, and retreated into gloom. Lamont was careful not to betray anything of his intention to the ship, but he was actively considering more drastic measures. He wasn't sure whether the ship's speculation that the source of the war machine generation program was already familiar with human-built software was more alarming than the possibility he had at first contemplated, that it cracked the computer from scratch, using some kind of universal translation which he was vaguely aware was supposed to be impossible. But then, neural parsers had been supposed to be impossible until they were invented. Perhaps some similar latching onto universal basics, worming out the encoding of the natural numbers, and search space branching outward from there, was involved here. Or perhaps not. In that case, the horror that Armand had unearthed had been listening, and not passively, to human electronic traffic for a long time. Another possibility, of course, was that the thing wasn't alien at all, that it was, despite appearances, of human origin itself. This speculation had been comprehensively thrashed out on the discussions back home, to which Lamont had listened in an agony of frustration, missing as they were a crucial bit of evidence. His was, as far as he knew, the only spacecraft with which contact had been lost, and that was so common and unalarming an occurrence, he being out of contact 7 times in the past 10 years, that only the most excitable commentators were attributing to it any sinister significance. All the attention, practical as well as speculative, was turned to the possibility of further buried alien war machines in nearby asteroids or on Eurydice's moon, Orpheus. Cue newscasts of nervy, armed patrols slogging through craters and searching in caves. These war machines, Lamont thought, might very well exist, though the swift elegance with which his ship, and how many other machines, had been fucked over, made him doubt it. He disengaged from the webbing and prowled the vessel, ostensibly checking for subtle damage wreaked by the intrusion, and privately brainstorming himself for ways to destroy the ship's mind. Resurrections had to be sponsored. It was a big responsibility bringing people back from the dead. This was one reason why it wasn't done very much. Another was that many of those who remained dead had been on the returner side and had few sympathizers. They were not much missed. A minority of the returners remained proscribed. To get winter and colder off the list, Ben Ami had to organize a small campaign. He circulated a petition among the fans, he put up a considerable amount of his own credit, and accepted responsibility for the consequences of the resurrection. Letters of application had to be sent off to the Department of Culture and the Department of Defence, followed up after a day or two by the petitions, which now had several hundred signatures. Before doing any of this, he had to clear it with the copyright holders, the Entertainment and Education Corporation, popularly known as the Mouse. Fortunately for him, the rights were handled by a low-level droid who, blindly cross-referencing the musicians' names as still on the prescribed list, sold them to Ben Ami for a pittance. Something similar happened with the departments, whose Philistinism Ben Ami had not underestimated.
Defence saw the musicians as artists, and thus irrelevant. Culture saw them as propagandist hacks, and thus irrelevant. The clearance came through. "Careful with that AK," said Andrea Al-Qayed, as they moved stuff out of the way of the resurrection tanks. "It isn't loaded, it's just a prop." She gave him a look. "It's always real. It's always loaded." "Oh, all right." Ben-Ami removed the magazine clip from the rifle. It was the one that Leonid, in the tragedy, had used to shoot himself as Gorbachev's troops stormed the Kremlin. Saw that it was indeed loaded, remembered just in time to take the round out of the chamber, and stashed the weapon on top of a wardrobe. He and Andrea wheeled the tanks to near the desk, cabled them up and plumbed them in, and then dragged up a couple of beds from the hospital scene in the same production that the resurrection tanks had featured in. Al-Qayed downloaded the released and transferred data from the desk, while Ben-Ami tore open in succession 2 heavy paper sacks labelled "Human, dry, sterile if sealed," tipped one into each tank, and turned on the water supply. He closed the lids carefully and watched a display of lights and gauges that meant more to Andrea than it did to him. She checked them carefully. "All is well," she said. "That's it," said Ben-Ami. He had a sense of anticlimax. The equivalent scene, as he had scripted it long ago for Herbert West, had been a lot more spectacular, shrouded with carbon dioxide smoke and lit by Van de Graaff sparks. "7 days," she said. "See you then." "Thanks," he said. She paused at the door. "Don't peek." He sat down at the desk, sighed, and returned to working on the script. 4. I don't know your face, but your name is familiar. Lucinda Carlyle tried not to scowl into the mirror as the makeup artist sweated over her face. The artist of the features had a yellowing bruise on his own, the 10-minute-old legacy of his hint that eugenic nanosurgery was what she really wanted. Beyond the edge of her reflection, her face appeared again, larger than life on the news wall. The channel was recycling her first words from the government steps with the sound turned off. She had heard and seen it a dozen times. She pouted, bored for the lipstick, and read her lips. "People of Eurydice," she had said, "welcome back. It's great to see you. You're looking well. The rest of the human race is out there. It's doing fine, and we're coming to see you soon." She was quite proud of it. No Neil Armstrong, but come to think of it, he had had only one line, and he'd fluffed that. Over the past week, since her arrival, Carlyle had talked to a lot of people. Journalists, scientists, venture planners, military company directors. Every night she had returned exhausted to her room high in a hotel near the city centre and slept until dawn. In the mornings she went out and explored the streets around the hotel, before returning for breakfast with her handler of the day. She had learned a lot about Eurydice's peculiar history and purported prehistory, and in return had passed on as much as she knew, and it was politic to reveal, about her family's story and that of the rest of the human race. That she was, by her very presence, turning upside down the assumptions that had ruled the colony since its founding, troubled her not at all. She had seen the firm do bigger jobs, and her sole concern was to do this one right. All the time she was aware that Schleim, in one form or another, was probably undergoing, or would soon undergo, a like debriefing, and that it was best not to say anything he could plausibly refute. Still, she had a head start on him in the business of a charm offensive, and she tried to make the most of it. Time enough to bring them fully up to speed when the Carlyle ships fizzled in. The makeup artist patted her face with a tissue. A spray hissed briefly at her carotids. "That's it," he said, stepping back. She smiled politely at him in the mirror. The result of his work she could admire in an abstract way, as though it were on somebody else. She felt masked. "It's lovely," she said, and stood up. A cape slithered to her feet. "Sorry about the bruise." His lips thinned, then stretched to a reluctant smile. "It's nothing. My fault." "If you're sure."
Of course. The tip of his tongue visited his lips. He was a little afraid of her, she thought. They all were. He stepped aside for a moment and returned with a green dress on a hanger dangled from his forefinger. Stiff, sculptured, off-shoulder, big at the hips and bust, its skirts supported by concentric, truncated cones of stiff, fine mesh. It looked as if it could stand up and waltz off by itself. She got into it as into a spacesuit from the back. The fit was perfect. "I look like the wife of some geezer picking up a Nobel Prize," Carlyle said, "for chemistry." "It's very this evening." She met his mirrored gaze with a warmer smile than before. "How do you keep up?" "Keeping up," he said with some froideur, "is not what I do." She stepped into shoes that lifted her heels 10 centimetres off the floor. The cosmetician handed her a clutch purse and a wrap. "That's you all set to party," he said. She looked speculatively at him. Paul Hoffman was tall, muscular, with cropped blonde hair, cheekbones to die for. Right now he had an elbow cupped in one hand and his chiselled chin in the other, head tilted slightly, smiling at her like she was some work of art on a wall. "Not quite," she said. "I'd like to go, accompanied." "Oh, of course. I can arrange. Would you like to accompany me?" He blinked. "Really? I'd be delighted. Thank you so much." He ran his hand over his hair, looking flustered. "Excuse me a moment while I go reconfigure my sexuality." "There's no need," she began, but he was gone. A few minutes later he was back. He stopped in the doorway and looked her up and down. "Wow," he said. "Don't get your hopes up." She took his arm and turned him to the exit. "I liked you better the other way." "That's what they all say," he sighed. "It's a tragedy." It was like seeing yourself as you would be seen 1,000 years in the future, when you had become mythology. The room had about 1,500 people in it, swirling and circulating. The arrangements weren't formal. The dress was, in a way she hadn't seen here before. Hoffman had been right. Her gown was very this evening. Tuxedos and taffeta, black and white vying with colour for vividness. Firefly cameras bobbed and darted among the guests, projecting a seamless and soundless survey of the party on 30-metre-high walls and to the world outside. Everybody from the upper reaches of Eurydicean society, people so busy that most of them had had no chance to meet her yet, was there and wanted to talk to her, or at least to be seen next to her. Carlyle was grateful for Hoffman's presence. Everybody here seemed to know everybody else and presumed they knew her. The makeup artist knew them all and knew just how to cultivate or wither that presumption. She had to trust in his target selection and avoidance. Shipping planner. Big name, boring. Smile and shake hands. She's from Harvard's. Thank her for the frock. Defense. Mind your mouth. News analyst. Keep 'em sweet. Oh, dear, the things I see when I'm pointed the wrong way. This last was for a pale young man with a sharp black beard and a sort of outline of a formal suit, in leather, without a shirt. He was carrying what looked like a test tube that wafted fragrant and mildly narcotic steam. Adrian Kowalski, actor, Hoffman added more audibly, by way of introduction. Hi, Adrian. Delighted to meet you, sir, said Carlyle. Enchanté, Kowalski bowed. You have rewritten all our scripts. She shrugged her bare, naked-feeling shoulders and sipped her drink. The glass was an inverted cone on a straight stem. The idea was you didn't put it down. There were racks for them somewhere. Can it be helped, I'm afraid? Oh, that wasn't a criticism. Good grief. It's only now I'm beginning to appreciate how desperately sad everything seemed. Only last week. He inhaled steam from his tube, eyes lidding for a moment, opening, shining. The isolation, the futility, the sense of enclosure. Carlyle shook her head. I don't quite follow.
Do you read the classics? Kowalski waved a hand, assuming you have the same.
We were a diaspora. Dances at the end of time, you know. Eloi with ennui. All dressed up nowhere to go? She suggested.
Yes, said Kowalski. It seemed he'd never heard the stale phrase before. He touched her elbow.
You have no idea.
By the way, there's something I would like to ask you.
Yes?
She awaited one of the many frequently asked questions.
What's he really like? General Jakes.
She blinked and looked around.
Isn't he here?
Hoffman shook his head. He's not the flavour of the day. Carlyle raised her eyebrows.
Oh, well, I've only met him 2 or 3 times since I arrived. If you've watched the television, you'll have seen what he's like. Very straight, direct, laconic. Off camera, he's no different. A bit less formal, maybe.
And his personal life? Asked Hoffman, smiling.
I didn't ask. He's with a woman somewhere, that's all I know.
Hoffman looked a little as if a daydream had been dashed. Kowalski, on the other hand, brightened.
That's good, he said. What you see is what you get. That's what you're saying.
As far as I know, said Carlyle. Why? Kowalski leaned in, confidentially.
I'm hoping to play him.
Jacques Amon, the man I met.
The very same.
What's this? Hoffman asked. Instant drama?
No,
said Kowalski. Something historical. He stretched out an arm.
An histrionic.
Good heavens, said Hoffman. Not one of Ben Ami's spectacles, I hope.
What else?
How unutterably vulgar, said Hoffman. He turned to Carlyle, grinning. You haven't seen Adrian's Macbeth, his Iago, his Gorbachev. Do try to keep it that way.
Judas,
said Kowalski imperturbably. He winked at Carlyle.
Come to think of it, Judas is precisely the way...
Armand will sue you, said Hoffman. Kowalski flipped a hand. You can't libel the dead. This performance will have nothing to do with his present life.
A play about the rebellion?
Hoffman asked, frowning. Isn't that a trifle impolitic in the circumstances? That's exactly why it's worth doing. Kowalski tapped his nose theatrically. Benjamin is well aware of the political undertones. This is not going to be a vulgar spectacle, Paul. Not that I accept that description of his previous work.
Oh, come on, said Hoffman.
The reactor explosion in Leonid, the gunfight between the Bushes and the Bin Ladens in West Side Story, the tank battle in a Scottish play, Look, said Kowalski, if you had never read or seen performances of the classics, you would never have thought Benjamin's productions of them were anything but brilliant and moving. Hoffman snorted, a sip getting up the back of his nose. He coughed and waved apologetically. Yes! If I'd never seen Weber's Evita, I'd never have laughed all the way through Ben Ami's Guevara. That was deliberate pastiche, said Kowalski frostily. My point is... He hesitated. Yes, darling, drawled Hoffman. This is going to be real. It's going to be real history with real songs from the period, and it'll be like nothing you've ever seen before.
How do you know all this?
Asked Carlyle, trying to get a word in. Because Benjamin says that every time, said Hoffman. Kowalski folded his arms. My lips are sealed. I'll take that as a challenge, Hoffman said. He touched Kowalski on the tip of the nose. Only not tonight. He steered her away and on. There's a lot of confidential conversations I can see up there, Carlyle remarked, sitting on a stool at the bar at the side of the cavernous ballroom. Its size and chandeliers were beginning to remind her disquietingly of the post-human relic, though she tried to put that thought down to side-stream steam from other people's alkaloid tubes. She waved a languid hand at giant figures on the walls, many of which were in elegant, fast-talking huddles. "Can the white polite no lip read?" "Can't you?" asked Hoffman. "Well, yes, usually, but not now." She looked again at the walls and shook her head. "Are they speaking a different language when we're out of earshot?" "No," said Hoffman. "The lip sync is scrambled, that's all. All you'd ever pick up from the screens is rhubarb, rhubarb, rhubarb." "Oh, hell," said Carlyle, looking again. "It isn't all." She smote her forehead. "What a maroon." "Speaking of speech," said Hoffman, staring at the glass of beer in his hand as if he had never seen one before, "I couldn't help noticing that your accent, or perhaps your dialect, fluctuates." "Oh, aye." She felt embarrassed. "I can't speak American, but I tend to revert to English under stress." She laughed, the palm of her hand going to her mouth. "Like to know." "English?" Hoffman sounded amused. "That is not the language of Shakespeare, my dear, or even of Ben Ami." "Shakespeare's language? Huh! You should see what happened to his land." It was as if the lights had dimmed, the temperature dropped. "Airstrip bloody one." She might have said too much, or said it too bitterly. Hoffman knew what she was talking about all right. "That was all before my time," he said. "A previous generation. Ancient history, though not quite so ancient as we had thought. Take it up with the Joint Chiefs, or with General Jakes, for that matter." "Aye, well, there'll be a time and a place for that." She smiled, eager to change the subject. "General Jakes, yes, I gathered from your chat with the actor fellow that he was resurrected. So he goes back to the final war, I take it?" "He didn't mention that?" Hoffman raised his eyebrows. "He's too modest, or even ashamed. He was a great man, a big military man back then, and now he runs a defense company that's basically little more than a squad of park rangers." "Aren't they all?" "Not the Space Defense Forces, and there's some internal policing. The Joint Chiefs keep him well away from both." "War, crime, and politics," Carlyle grinned. "And there was me thinking you had utopia. What with everybody being so rich. Don't you have cornucopia machines?" "Oh, sure, but we have other things to fight over." "So have we." "It's not the same." "It isn't?" He laughed, looking around. "Maybe not. There's even a saying about it. The fights are so vicious because the stakes are so small. Everybody here has got here by intense competition, moderated by character assassination." He frowned into the crowd. "Take that one over there, for instance." Carlyle inclined her head. "Her?" "No, the other one, the blonde in that sort of reddish dress. Shit, it's like I've gone colorblind. The Cerise Duchess Shift." "Gotcha. Well, just last month, she—" Carlyle listened patiently, eyes and mouth widening at, she hoped, appropriate moments to Hoffman's account, which she suspected was as much a character assassination in itself as it was the story of one. There was a moment when her attention drifted, and she noticed that she could make out what people were saying up on the walls. "Coming over by the bar any minute, what she has to say." Then most of the screens showed herself and Hoffman, his pictured lips in sync with what she was hearing, and the cameras were all around them like angry bees, and on other screens a man walked confidently through the parting crowd, and she turned to see him coming towards her. A stocky man, black hair, thick from a high hairline, walking with a bar brawler's roll, a small, hard man's shoulder swagger. He wore black formals, wrecking the effect with a row of pens in his jacket's breast pocket. Black eyes that saw right through her. She slid off the stool and faced him. Standing on the floor felt safer. He stopped, just out of swinging distance, poised on the balls of his feet. "Good
"Evening, Lucinda," he said. She recognized the voice. "Good evening, Professor Schleim," she said. Behind him, her image mouthed the same words. She realized that the show was live, was sound and vision, that the world was watching and that she was on air. Silence spread through the huge room, making that archaic expression real. She took a deep breath and focused on speaking American. "I've been set up," she said. "Just so as you all know, I know." "All right, Schleim, go ahead. Say what you have to say." Hoffman glanced at her, making a frantic wiping gesture with both hands, and stepped back. She could believe he had nothing to do with this. Schleim reached out sideways without looking and kept his hand there until somebody put a glass of beer in it. He sipped the beer, put it down on the bar counter, and wiped his lips with the back of his hand. "Ah, that's good," he said. "My first in 280 years. How old are you, Lucinda?" 24, she said. "You've had me in your suit for 8 years. You got me when you were 16, sweet 16. You got me for your fucking birthday." "You were treated right," she said. "You had a decent virtuality package to run in, and in 10 more years you'd have worked off your debt." Schleim gulped beer again. "I can assure you that a decent virtuality package is not a substitute for real life. It's not even a substitute for real beer. Only my intellectual interests kept me sane. What would have happened to someone without them?" "We don't keep non-intellectual people in virtuality," Carlyle said, "as you bloody well know. What would be the point? And if you'd gone mad or shown severe distress, we'd have rebooted you. Spare us your sob-stories." "Mistreatment is not the issue," said Schleim. "Slavery is." "Oh, fuck off," said Carlyle. She shifted her gaze slightly to look directly at the nearest hovering camera. "You know where he developed his intellectual interests? The computer science department of the University of Tel Aviv. He helped to engineer the hard rapture. He's a goddamn war criminal. He's lucky we didn't throw him in a hell file." She faced Schleim again, stabbing towards him with her finger. "You owe us, Schleim. I said I'd manumit you, and I won't go back on that. As far as I'm concerned, you're free and clear. But if it wasn't for us, you'd still be a bunch of electrons doing the exercise yard shuffle in a drag processor on a decaying balloon sonde on Rho Carinae Borealis B. And who put you there? Who could it have been but your own post-human exultant, who saw its human original for the ruthless, selfish, unpleasant little nerd that he was? I had hoped you'd had a chance to think and reform your character while you were doing time, but maybe not. I never did buy rehab anyway. Restitution, I'll take that out of your hide, and I have, and I'm not ashamed of it." "Lies," said Schleim, quite unperturbed. "I was caught up in the hard rapture quite innocently and inadvertently, like millions of others. You can't hold computer scientists collectively responsible for the disaster anyway. For generations, your criminal family has been using this spiel as a spurious justification for enslaving any upload or conscious AI you could get your grubby hands on, and you'll use it against Eurydice too." At this point, he took his turn to speak to camera. "Ask her what compensation the Carlyles intend to exact from you for damage done in the final war. They carry a load of resentment about that, but they've always thought the forces of the fight back were dead or beyond their reach. Now they've found you. Be afraid, or prepare to fight." With that, he leaned on the bar and resumed his drink. "Answer that if you can," his face told her. "This is ridiculous," Carlyle said, to him and to the camera floating behind his shoulder. "The Carlyle Company has no claim against Eurydice. I'm certain that all we'll do is to open the wormhole for traffic and trade. We'll charge for that, of course, but most clients find our rates reasonable. Those that don't are free to fiddle.
I think you'll find the benefits of re-establishing contact with the rest of the human race are so vast that anything we'll charge is a pittance. This was true as far as it went, which was just enough for her to be able to say it with a clear conscience and a convinced-sounding voice. Schleim drained his glass, laughed in her face, and stalked away. "I think," said Hoffmann, stepping forward and turning her smoothly around, "that now would be a good time for us to flounce out." He was having me on. Carlyle crammed the frock into the Drexler and stood naked in front of the window of her 40th floor hotel room and watched midnight rain fall on the towers of New Start. The lights were grouped like clusters in a busy spiral arm, the parks dark between them like dust, the blue-green grass soaking up the rain, the same rain that blurred the window. She had left the light off, so there was no reflection to peer through, nothing for anyone looking in, not that anyone was at this height, to see. Unless they were using infrared, in which case what they would pick out most strongly would be the glow of her face, hot with embarrassment. Of course he had been having her on. Hoffmann had taken her for a rube, a country girl, a daft, naive lassie, and she had confirmed it for him. Imagine believing that there was some kind of wetware switch that could flip your sexuality from gay to straight for an evening. It had started as a joke, then a pose, then something he couldn't believe she'd fallen for and had strung her along too. He was probably laughing about it right at this minute. That his sexuality was mutable she could well believe. Here most folks was. In a closed cornucopian economy everything was camp, performance, role-play. People got off on heterosexuality, on marriages and divorces and families as soap opera. Everything was in inverted commas and ironic drag, like the economy itself. A charade of capitalism played out as if to keep the Joint Chiefs and other ancients happy, and the full unacknowledged knowledge that they were in on the joke. She went into the bathroom and carefully wiped off the makeup he had applied, seeing her own face re-emerge, its own light and shade. The eyes looked smaller, the brows thicker, the nose bigger, the lips less full, the cheekbones less defined. But that was all. There was nothing wrong with it in the first place. It was a normal, healthy face at the pretty end of plain, just ordinary, attractive in its own way. Good teeth, bright eyes, a nice open smile. She knew that. It was only in the context of Eurydice's relentless genetic optimization that it seemed anything less. Everyone here was like an athlete, an actor, a movie megastar, a top-of-the-range supermodel. Maybe that was what they could sell to the rest of the inhabited galaxy. Image could be their substance. In the cornucopian economy, that was not such a daft idea. She smiled vengefully at the thought of the planet as a vast agency, pimping its population's pretty faces to the media and advertising conglomerates. Maybe that would generate enough revenue to settle whatever had to be settled between the Carlyles and the last known successor to the states of Earth. When the ships came, the thought of the ships sent her from the bathroom to the bed, where she threw herself face down and bit the pillow. She missed home, family, familiarity. She even missed her familiar. In the morning, things got worse. A fine drizzle sifted down through the city's skyways and bridges, which were in this quarter a mesh almost dense enough to occlude the sky, and quite dense enough to concentrate the falling rain into local cascades of drips that hammered the street and drummed on canopies and soaked the unwary. Carlyle dodged down First Left Street and turned right into Halliday Alley, a covered narrow street where the shops sold scientific apparatus, climbing equipment, hunting weapons, and weather-protective clothing. She ducked into Rivka's rainwear and came out wearing an olive-green cagoule over the ruched top and knee-length trousers and blue synthetic kid that the Drexler had brought forth as her outfit for the day. She put the hood up and emerged from the alley onto Feynman Place, the square on the edge of the Science Quarter. That was what the people who lived there called it. Others called it the Geek Ghetto. Past the statue of Feynman with the jagged lines of the diagram clutched like a god's lightning bolts in his upraised fist. The soles of her boots squeaked on wet paving as she walked across to JavaScript, which had become her favourite cafe. Low, comfortable chairs jammed around tiny round tables. You had to wade through the crush of people's back-to-back backs. Muddy coffee, cloudy drinks, steamy air, airy talk. It was a place where she could sit and listen to the conversations around her and sip coffee and watch the wall or the window rather than answer questions. This morning, nobody even wanted to look at her. It was as if they were embarrassed by her presence. They were all watching the wall. She went to the counter and helped herself, then turned to watch too. Schleim was standing on the government building steps, just as she had a few days ago. Behind him stood the Joint Chiefs. "Schematic for constructing an FTL communicator has been retrieved from the suit," he was saying. "Its construction and testing have been successful. Earlier this morning, it was used to send an appeal to the most civilized of the other powers, the Knights of Enlightenment, for security against the pending arrival of starships from the Carlisle gang. This appeal, I am happy to say, has been answered." The cup rattled. The coffee splashed into the saucer over the back of her thumb. She sucked her hand and walked carefully to a table by the window and sat down. For a while she brushed the slight scald against the raindrops caught on the cagoule and let the coffee cool. On the wall, Schleim rattled on about how civilized, comparatively speaking, the Knights were, and how keen they would be to protect the planet and the relic from the dangerous depredations of the Carlisles. The coffee had gone cold. She drank it and stood up. Everyone was looking at her. "It's all true," she said. She walked out. The rain rattled on her cagoule. She didn't see anything until she got back to the hotel. The minder for the day was waiting in the breakfast room. Carlisle dismissed him and went straight to her room, where she used the screen to call the government building. It didn't take her long to get through to Schleim. "Good morning," he said. It was still weird, seeing him and hearing his voice. "What the fuck are you playing at?" she demanded. "You know what the Knights are like. Have you at least warned off the Carlisles?" "Of course," and received the predictable response. He slouched his accent into a parody of English. "Yous want to mess with us. We're ready to ramble. Keep the fuck off our patch." "They know the Knights are going to be here and they're still coming?" "The ships are on their way already, Jimmy. We'll see who's got the fastest ships and the most bottle." "Fuck, fuck, fuck." Schleim looked back at her amused. "What did you expect? They have to defend their credibility, not to mention the monopoly over the skein. They can't let the Knights take control of the gate without at least putting up a fight, even if they know they might lose." "Shit." She rocked back, trying to think of an angle, a wedge. "What about those alien war machines that everybody's so worried about? Having space battles in Eurydice skies isn't exactly the best way to prepare for their arrival, if they're really out there." "Oh, bugger that," said Schleim. "Look, even the Joint Chiefs are coming round to the possibility that the relic is post-human rather than alien, and the Knights can deal with post-human war machines." "Aye, and so can we. But what if they are alien?" Schleim shrugged. "They're not. But suppose they are. If anyone can handle alien war machines, it's the Knights, and rather more elegantly than the Carlisles, I should imagine. No nasty fission byproducts polluting the atmosphere for a start." "I guess you're right. If that weapon they used on our search engine is anything to go by, the Eurydiceans could probably do it themselves." She frowned, diverted by a puzzle. "How the hell did you persuade them the relic might not have been made by extinct local aliens?" He grinned. "From its ability to hack your suit and set me free. That was a big clue, but not definitive. So we took a core dump. It was obvious at a glance that the intrusion was a descendant of something of human origin." Carlisle knew something of diagnostics. It was a big part of combat archaeology. Come to think of it, her own diagnostics would have been where Schleim had derived his. Damn. But still, it would have been a long and laborious job. At a glance, that was all it took to identify the Microsoft patches. Oh, indeed, they're as definitive as index fossils. That reminded her of another objection. What about the fossils on Eurydice, including fossil war machines? Convergent evolution, I'm afraid. Looks like the indigenes went through the same shit as we did. A military-driven singularity. It's no more surprising that their war machines looked like ours than that their tanks and aeroplanes did. I suppose not. Still, it bothered her. It all seemed too big a coincidence. She dismissed the thought to her subconscious, from where it might come back bearing clues or brilliant insights, or not. And the Eurydiceans are not bothered at all that you've set us up for a fight? Schleim leaned forward, glaring at her. You have no idea how much they detest what your family did to me and does to others. I had no need to exaggerate or embroider. The truth was enough. The only reason... He stopped. You definitely have no credibility around here. You condemn yourself every time you open your mouth on these questions. I've seen polls taken after last night's little contretemps, and they are personally quite gratifying for me. I would advise you to keep your head down and your mouth shut and negotiate your departure with whatever's left of the Carlisle ships after the Knights are through with them. The Carlisles might win the round. They might at that, said Schleim, if they get here first. However, I wouldn't count on it, and in the meantime, my previous advice stands. Goodbye. The screen returned to its mirror setting. Carlyle sat and looked at herself for a while. What was it that Schleim had been about to say and had stopped himself from saying? The only reason... What? The only reason you are still walking around is that you have some value as a negotiating chip. The only reason we're still being nice to you is that we're afraid the Carlyles might win. Something along those lines. She had to get out and get home, and there was only one way home now. She called up the search pages and found the code for Armand's company, Blue Water Landings. That's funny, Armand told her when she got through to him. I was just about to call you. I'll be right over, she said. Lucinda Carlyle toyed with a plastic skull on the desk in Jacques Armand's office, somewhere at the back of Lesser Lights Lane. Armand stared into an optic tank, studying material balances, ignoring her. Outside, on the field that here took the place of a park in the prevalent pattern, air cars lifted and landed more or less continuously. She was patient, aware that Armand was busy, but felt a need to do something with her hands. The skull, used as a paperweight, was a reconstruction of that of the type specimen of Eurydice's indigenous intelligent species, extinct 10 million years. Large empty orbits and a brain case, low slung down the back, protected by a dorsal ridge as thick as your thumb. It looked like something between a tarsier and an australopithecine. Only the ochreous remains of a rifle clutched in the creature's claw, some traces of a buckle at the pelvis, and spots of rust marking the nails of a shoe around one of the feet, had identified it as intelligent and a builder of the artificial strata. Prior to this discovery, the purported fossils of the sapient autochthon had been of what later investigation confirmed to be a 2-metre-long freshwater amphibian, whose misleadingly large cranial domes had housed the oil-filled cavities of its hunting sonar. Armand looked up and pushed the optic tank to one side. "Sorry to keep you waiting," he said. He passed a hand across his brow. "We've been busy, as you can imagine. How are you getting on? Everyone treating you right?" "More than all right," she said. "People are very generous. I can't get over not paying for things." "Oh, you are paying," said Armand. "Your credit and interest are high. Don't worry about that." "And people have stopped recommending cosmetic resculpting, ever since I gave someone a bloody cheek for his, so to speak." Yes, said Armand. He looked suitably embarrassed. Tact in these matters is not, a well-cultivated virtue on Eurydice. There's nothing wrong with your face, you know, he added fiercely.
Oh, I know. It's them that don't.
I myself am considered ill-favoured, Armand said. I have kept my original genome. Fortunately, so has my wife. He rotated a mounted photograph to show himself and a quite ordinary-looking, but by no means unattractive woman of the same apparent age, smiling at the camera. That's us, straight out of the revival tank.
And very nice you both look too, said Carlyle.
I understand you go back a long way. So you've been told of my dubious history.
Aye. She had not exactly been told of it. She had researched it from her hotel room's screen. Why did the runners resurrect you?
The runners, Armand smiled, thin-lipped. Don't let them hear you call them that. The reformers can be a bit touchy about it at the best of times. Anyway, to answer your question, I never took part in the Returner Rebellion of 2098. Many of my best friends did and died in it, thinking I had betrayed them. I did not. I was a loyal officer, that's all. I went along with the reform and the flight, but I threatened to blow my brains out if the recordings of the dead returners were not taken along too. Their souls are still sealed in the vaults. They include some of the best military minds of their generation, the last people alive, so to speak, who fought in the final war. We could use them now, but as you see, the Joint Chiefs remain implacable on the question. Over the years, they've cleared and revived a few minor figures, civilians mostly, that's all. Humanitarian reasons, reuniting families that were divided in the conflict, that kind of thing. He laughed. They've just cleared a couple of really crass folk singers, I notice. Winter and colder.
I've heard of them, Carlyle said, startled. My great-great-grandmother has some of their songs. Crass is the word.
Armand chuckled. They were big in the asteroid belt. You said it.
Anyway, that's not what I'm here to talk about. Well, it is, in a way. You saw the show, right? Last night and this morning?
I've seen it, said Armand. I was struck by your passing remark about where Schleim was recovered from and how he'd got there. Was it true?
Yes, as far as I know. It's no big deal.
It's a big deal to me, as I'm sure you know.
Said Carlyle cautiously. I wouldn't want to claim that we can bring them all back, but... She waited for his response. She had just alluded to the oldest slogan and boldest aim of the returners, to rescue and resurrect the billions of dead whose minds, it was an article of faith backed by scraps of evidence, were still recorded somewhere in the war machines that had overwhelmed them. Armand tilted his hand up.
Careful where you throw that phrase around.
But, putting that aside for the moment, he scratched the back of his head.
I'm still a loyal officer, albeit in a private capacity. And before, going any deeper, this is difficult. I also noticed what Schleim had to say, and it doesn't bode well for relations with the Carlyles, as the Joint Chiefs seem to have picked up on very fast. Can you tell me more about that?
Well, there is some truth in what Schleim was saying. You see, we have an implacable older generation too. Several of them, in fact. But the hardest are the folks who were born back on Earth, who lived through the hard rapture and the final war. They remember you.
Armand raised his eyebrows. Me?
Know you personally. At least, I never heard your name. But if they have a low opinion of the raptured, a wee bit instrumental, as you'll have noticed. They positively hate the forces who fought against the raptured in the final war.
Why on earth? Armand asked.
We fought on your side. On Earth, aye, that's why.
Carlyle clasped her knees with her hands and took a few deep breaths.
Please remember, she said, I'm telling you how I've been told it looked from the point of view of the folks in the rubble you fought over, And to them, it was all war machines, no matter if some of them had men inside them. Tanks and jets and bombs, huge installations, the weather going crazy, and weird, terrifying Valkyries caught the black sickle, harvesting heads of the dead. And after all that, they lost. They retreated and they fucked off into space, with scant regard for whatever or whoever was under their rockets at the time, I may add.
Those were desperate times, said Amon.
Oh, I agree. I'm not condemning you myself. I'm just telling you how the older family members felt about it. Of course, it's all been moot, saying they were neither hide nor hair you left in the solar system after we all climbed back into space. But now...
Now you've found us. Amon frowned. Is this view common among the other powers? Should we have the same concern about the Knights of Enlightenment or anyone else who may turn up?
Not really. They were all in a different situation. The Yanks were behind post-human lines, so to speak. The Japs were on a quieter front, and the comic guerrillas were off in the jungles and mountains. None of them were fucking showned over like Alpa as the world.
Well, that's a relief. All we have to worry about is your criminal family, as Schleim puts it. If they get here first, I take it a shakedown is likely, and perhaps a little rougher than your usual run of them.
Carlyle nodded. They'll want to take more out of your hides than they do for most of our clients, that's for sure. And that's where your runner squabble comes in.
How so? It seems a bit irrelevant in this context.
Let me tell you how my family works, Carlyle said. They started off as scrap merchants, drug dealers and loan sharks. We haven't changed much. We give the customer what they want in return for what we want. There's something I want from you. A wee favour.
And what might that be?
Carlyle glanced around. Is this place secure?
Of course, said Amon, sounding indignant.
All right. What I want you to do for me is to let me get back through the gate when it reopens. That could mean, kind of hiding me if anyone else, say the government or the Knights, tries to pull me in.
I could consider that, said Amon. What's in it for me?
Our goodwill, if we ever come to get a wee bit of compensation.
Amon shook his head. Too intangible and not enough.
I know that's not all. We have something to offer that the returners really, really want, and that the Knights canna and willna give.
FTL flight? Your backup technology?
Amon sounded puzzled. No, said Carlyle. Return.
5. Tur nan og. I was winter, he was colder, every time it was the same. Winter had come back from the dead before. The experience was overrated. You woke and didn't remember dying. Death is not lived through. In both cases, he woke to find the most beautiful woman he had yet seen looking at him with an expression of disdain and dread. She didn't scream, but Winter had put it in the song just the same, after his first time. The lab tech screamed, a sight appalled her, I was ugly, he was lame. That had always gotten a laugh. Don't try to sit up, she said. He knew she wasn't a nurse, and her white coat didn't have the black sickle on it. The only question on his mind was whether she was the mad scientist or his or her beautiful assistant. So here we are, he thought, back in the land of the living again, the country of the young, Tur nan og, where everybody's beautiful except us. And there he had been, not even knowing he was dead. How's colder? He asked. His mouth was dry. She glanced sideways. Recovering? Her gaze returned to Winter and softened somewhat. You loved him very much? Winter laughed, and then it wasn't funny. They must have lost the fight and lost centuries. How long have we been dead? She turned away and turned back, holding out a steaming plastic cup. Drink this, she said. He raised himself on his elbow and took the cup, sipped cautiously. It was just short of being too hot to drink, and smelled and tasted meaty, but clean of any trace of grease and with a slight bitter edge. "We call it umami tea," she said. "A local herb. It's a mild stimulant." It was more than mild. Every sip was like a shot of vodka. His stomach glowed, and his limbs tingled, and his mind felt clearer by the second. He took advantage of the moment to look around and check out his surroundings. He was lying naked on a sheet spread on a high table. Another such table stood a couple of meters away. He could see the curved back of a man lying curled on his side, presumably Calder. Winter's own body fitted his body image. Even his beard was the length he remembered, a rough 5-day stubble. The ceiling was about 5 meters above him, and the room seemed proportionately large, cluttered with unfamiliar but antique machines and pieces of dusty furniture, hung with paintings and costumes, lit by 5 tall windows through which he could see masses of green. It struck him as more like a studio than a laboratory, let alone a clinic. 2 of the machines, close by, he recognized as resurrection tanks. "So the terraforming worked," he said. She looked at him oddly. "You're taking this very calmly." Winter sat up and shrugged. "It's only a shock the first time." Gallows humour. From the men they couldn't hang. Calder stirred and rolled over. His hand moved, utterly predictably, to his crotch. As though satisfied with the system's check, he opened his eyes and blinked. The woman was already leaning over him. He leered up at her, revealing that his teeth, if nothing else, had been improved by the process. "Don't try to sit up," the woman said. "I'm in no hurry," he said. The leer brightened. She passed him a cup of umami tea. As he propped himself up to drink it, he caught sight of Winter and almost dropped it. "Should have known," Calder said to Andrea. He set down the cup beside him and reached behind his neck to feel the curvature of his spine. "Ankylosing fucking spondylitis, too," he added, aggrieved. "You could have got rid of that, you know." He sipped the tea. "And him, while you were at it." Winter swung his legs over the edge of the table. "Glad to see you too." Calder cracked a grin and raised his cup. "Good health." He glanced around. "I suppose this means the fight's over, one way or the other." He looked at the woman. "So, who won?" She looked from Calder to Winter and back. She really was extraordinarily beautiful. Her face showed her bafflement and disappointment with such transparency that her lip trembled. It made Winter want to comfort her. "This is not what we expected," she said. "You are Winter and Calder, yes? The musicians?" "That's us," Winter said. "The Winter and Calder, the returner heroes, the famous lovers?" Winter could see Calder arriving at the same awful realization as he had. "Fuck," Calder said. "We're history." "Legend," said Winter. Calder smirked. "What I said." He sat up on the bed and swung his legs over and continued to drink his tea. "What's your name?" Winter asked the woman, to give her something else to look at. "Andrea Al-Kayed," she replied. She moistened her lips. "I think I should call the promoter." Winter didn't see her use any comms, but a moment later a door at the far end of the room opened, and a man walked in. He was tall, with long dark hair, and wearing a sort of academical gown in green silk over what looked like dungarees, denim, brass clips and all. Not to Winter's surprise, he was astonishingly good-looking, dark eyes and skin, prominent nose. He stopped a little way off and looked at the 2 men, smiling. "My name is Benjamin Ben-Ami," he said. He nodded at the woman. "Thank you, Andrea. They seem to be fit."
"They're fine," she said, standing aside with an over-to-you gesture. Ben-Ami stepped to the ends of the tables and beamed at the men on them with an expression of proprietorial pride. It was a look Winter had seen before, and it didn't bode well.
"Gentlemen," said Ben-Ami, "allow me to welcome you."
"Thanks," said Calder. "Now cut the crap and tell us where we are and what you want."
Ben-Ami showed no sign of taking offence. Like Andrea's, his expressions were easily readable, and at that moment showed a certain awe, as though it was only by hearing Calder's voice that he had become convinced of their presence. And, also like her, he evaded the question. "I have had your clothes reconstructed," he said. "You may feel more comfortable dressed."
"Oh, I don't know," said Calder, favouring Andrea with another leer.
Ignoring this, the man and the woman swung a wheeled gurney between the tables. On top of it were 2 neat stacks of clothes. Winter slid off the table and began to climb into the ones he recognized as his own. They were almost too authentic. Every stain on his jeans, rip in his T-shirt, and crack in his leather jacket and boots were exactly as they had been on the cover screen of their last album. Calder finished pulling his clothes on and struggled into and stood up in his cowboy boots. They made him look taller, but that was not to say much.
"If you're expecting gratitude and surprise from us, forget it," he told Ben-Ami. "Coming back ain't like recovering from an illness or something. When you're sick, you know it. Whereas—"
He glanced up at Winter, a corner of his lower lip caught between his teeth. He sniffed and glared at his feet and reached up and banged a fist on the table.
"Oh, fuck, fuck, fuck!"
The thing that overwhelms you, Winter thought, is not that you have come back. It's that so many others have gone. As with any traumatic accident, you lose the memories immediately preceding it. The last thing he could remember, before waking under that admired, unadmiring face, was walking down the main tube in Polarity, not a care in the world beyond the ever-present vague unease that the arguments were getting uglier by the day.
"So tell us," Winter said.
"Come to the window," said Ben-Ami. They followed Ben-Ami and Al-Qayyad across the room, their feet resounding on strong bare boards, their hips brushing the dust off odd items of furniture and incomprehensible machines in the room's vast clutter. Having to watch where they were going made their view on arriving before the window quite sudden. They strode to the sill and looked out, astonished. Their vantage was about 100 metres above a street, along which vehicles moved with startling speed. The street faced onto a park, a complex grassland of low knolls, small streams, and bushes and taller trees. Airy wicker-like structures stood here and there, linked by swaying suspension bridges. Across on the other side of the park, more buildings rose in a similarly complex skyline. Other clusters of buildings and clumps of trees extended as far as the eye could see. Beyond them, the sky was blue, chalked with high cirrus. Unfamiliar aircraft with blurred, rapidly vibrating wings soared high or shot across the lower levels like birds, swooping and stooping.
"Oh, my God," said Calder. "I mean, shit."
"Always with poetic eloquence," said Winter. How long could this have taken? In Winter's time, the terraforming of Mars had barely begun and was expected to take many centuries. However far progress had speeded up, the physical constraints of the process were intractable. He had known at once, without undue modesty, that if the details of their lives were so far forgotten or distorted as to cast him and Calder as lovers, they must have been dead for some such span, and that few, if any, of the people who had known them had lived through it. Nevertheless, seeing the evidence with his own eyes, made his knees weak for a moment. He found himself closing his eyes and leaning hard on the sill, then looking sadly at Calder. Calder nodded, lips compressed.
"Looks like it's over all right," he said.
A thought struck Winter. "Shake on it?" Calder grinned, cocked his head as though considering.
"Oh, fuck it."
He stuck out a hand, and they shook for the first time in he didn't know how long. They turned, shoulder to shoulder as it were, to face the promoter and the laboratory technician. "All right," Winter said. "We can see it's been a long time." Ben-Ami gestured towards a low table with 4 chairs around it. They sat.
"The city we're in," said Ben-Ami with guileless awkwardness, "is called New Start."
Winter and Calder laughed. The others looked puzzled. It was as if they assumed that there was somewhere, on Earth or Mars perhaps, a city called Start.
"An old name, I guess," said Winter.
"It was established about 250 years ago," said Ben-Ami. "It is the capital of this planet, Eurydice, which—" He paused, tongue-tip flicking between his lips.
"Is in the Sagittarius arm."
"What?" yelped Winter. The cold dismay that gripped him made the room go grey for a second.
"So the bloody runners won," said Calder.
"The reformers, yes," said Andrew Al-Qaed. It seemed a political correction, twitchy and touchy. Winter made a rapid downward revision of his opinion of the setup here, whatever it was.
"I'll remember to call them that," sneered Calder. "So what do you want with—"
He gave Winter a glance and an awkward twitch of the mouth.
"A couple of returners."
"We want you to sing for us," said Ben-Ami, "as part of a major public performance."
"Why?"
asked Winter more aggressively than he felt. Ben-Ami stood up and began to pace about nervously.
"We need, in my opinion, a small infusion of returner culture," he said. "The spirit of confrontation with the war machines rather than retreat."
He stood still, looking embarrassed.
"The fact of the matter is that, they've caught up with you," said Calder nastily. "No," said Ben-Ami, "not at all. It's just that—"
He stopped.
"It might be simpler if I simply showed you the news from last week."
He went over to what looked like a mirror fixture on his desk and toggled and tabbed. Sound and pictures came up. A man and a woman standing on the steps of a big building, addressing the cameras.
"Holy shit," said Winter. "That's General Jakes."
Ben-Ami froze the picture.
"You know him?"
"Of course I fucking know him. He was the leader of the Returner faction. Christ, he raised me and Calder from the dead. Not something you forget." "How did he get here?"
"The same way as you did," said Ben-Ami.
"Well, yes," said Winter heavily. "What I meant was, how did he get resurrected here, if you're all runners?"
"The details of the Returner Rebellion on Polarity are contested," said Ben-Ami. "There was some kind of settlement after the—" "Wait a cotton-picking minute," said Calder. "You're telling us there was a rebellion? That it came to a fight?" Yes, but as I said, the details are in some dispute."
"And not up for discussion," added Al-Qaed. "You must understand, it's all settled. Shall we get on with this?"
"Sure,"
said Winter, his gaze fixed on the mirror-sharp image of Jacques Armand. Now, there was a man. It was impossible to believe that he had thrown in his lot with the bloody runners. And yet, people he'd thought he'd known better had done the same. He glanced sideways at Calder, but Calder was still looking at the screen and gnawing his lip. The picture ran again. The first person to speak was not Amon, but the young woman beside him. A small, lithe figure in a figure-hugging but functional suit veined with heat exchangers, a belt of chunky gadgetry resting on her hips. Like Amon's, her face wasn't optimized, and to Winter's eye all the more attractive for that. Black brows, bright eyes, black hair fringed and feathered around her face. And she had a Glasgow accent. She gave some kind of overexcited, cheerful greeting. Then Amon spoke, much more gravely. His voice hadn't changed, though its traces of a French accent were fewer. "What you heard is true," he said. "An astonishing event has occurred today. Much of what we believed about our passage here, and even the date, is false. Let me explain." And then, after that bombshell, another announcement, this time from a cocky little guy with a smug grin on his face. "The situation is becoming more complex," said Ben-Ami anxiously. "But you understand it?" Winter couldn't help himself. Calder couldn't help himself either. They leaned back and howled with laughter. Part of it was just the relief at realizing they weren't 10,000 years in the future and that they could still get back. Part of it was the shock at seeing Amon again. Most of it, however, was straight schadenfreude. "I understand the irony of the situation," said Ben-Ami. "I'll thank you to understand its seriousness." Winter rocked forward and put his elbows on the table. "All right," he said. "Yeah, I can understand the seriousness, sure. War machines, Zen mechanists, and Glasgow gangsters." He fought an involuntary smirk. "And going FTL without knowing it can ruin your whole morning. What I can't understand is how you lot crossed 10,000 light years and happened to pick a planet that had war machines out of all." He waved a hand skyward. Said Andrea, "it is not a coincidence. The planet was chosen by the ship. On the basis of its size, its atmosphere and water signatures, it must have looked eminently suitable for colonization." "How does that make it less of a coincidence?" Al-Qaeda shrugged. "That a habitable planet turned out to have been inhabited? It lessens the odds, I suppose. It also increases the odds that developing out-of-control war machines is something that all civilizations do." "Christ," said Calder, "that's depressing." He shifted, easing his bad leg a bit. "But we still have Earth," said Winter. He glared at the strange, beautiful people. He didn't want to join in their projects without putting down a marker. "I still want that, you know. I want it back." He sighed. "I want us to get them all back." Ben-Ami and Al-Qaeda looked at him with sympathy, but without comprehension. The two Eurydiceans didn't seem to recognize the phrase at all, or to have the faintest idea what he meant. It was, Winter thought, just as well. "I could use a cigarette," said Calder. He stubbed it out before they got in the lift. "I'd been hoping for drop shafts," said Winter as the doors closed. It might have been an Otis lift. Andrea Al-Qaeda got it. "At least we have air cars," she said, "and entopters." "Entopters?" "The buzzing aircraft." "Oh, right." The lift dropped fast. "Like insects. There was something of a jeu d'esprit initially," said Ben-Ami. "They have turned out to be quite practical. The city's upper structures are complex." He mimed dodging and weaving with his hand. The doors opened, and they walked out through a marble and ironwork lobby to the street. The cars moved, not in lanes, but in a skein of optimized trajectories, like people in crowds. Winter put this down to computer control. No surprise. There was something different about the people. Winter stood on the pavement and tried to understand what it was. The people around him were strolling rather than hurrying, and they were all richly clothed in bright silks. But it wasn't that, and it wasn't his odd attire that drew their attention. Whenever anyone passed, they seemed to clock him in a searching glance without a smile or a nod. He saw Ben-Ami notice his frown. Calder was beginning to glare around as if he expected an attack or suspected a trick. The traffic all stopped at once, and the four people threaded their way through and headed into the park. "There is one thing," said Ben-Ami, striding along. He looked uncomfortable. "You know that your bodies are not quite the same as the bodies you last died in." He waved a hand. "Some subtle adjustments to the native biochemistry and some immunities and so forth. It is not that. We took one liberty with your brains." "Oh, here it comes." "Without it you would be as dead socially as you would be physically without the biochemical adaptations. We maintain, as you did in your time, the cultural squick about internal interfaces with networked machinery and about data capture, for obvious reasons. At the same time, we depend very much on individual recognition and repute. So we have enhanced one well-mapped part of the brain, the facial recognition system. You will never again forget a face you have seen or forget the name that goes with it once you have heard it." "Slow down," said Calder, hurtling to keep up. They slowed. "That'll be good. Christ, the embarrassments I had back in Polarity. They were all so pretty it was hard to tell them apart. That was what was bugging me back there. Everybody looked unique." "Everybody is," said Andrea. She walked between Winter and Calder with unhurried quickness, boot heels thudding, black hems snapping about her ankles. Her lab coat had been replaced by a dun matte satin bolero. Winter smiled sideways at her, taking a moment to refresh his appreciation of the minute particulars of her face. People had been beautiful since his first resurrection back in the solar system. It was a side effect. They weren't genetically engineered for beauty, but for health. Beauty was only bone deep. The health was permanent, the wired-in repair strategies that kept them physically young, though with experience you learn to notice the subtler effects of age in a carriage and expression. Not, as in his original day, a deterioration, but a sort of honing. The openness, that almost childlike readability of the gaze he had noticed in Ben-Ami and Al-Qaed, was something new. "Oh, Christ!" said Calder, halting suddenly. "I wanted you to see this," said Ben-Ami. The first thing Winter noticed was his own name, and Calder's, on the plinth in front of them. Then he looked up, at the statues' mutually clutching nude bodies, balanced on one foot of the taller, whose face was his own. He moved around, and saw the look on the representation of Calder's, then turned back, and saw the same look on the real man's face. Calder could have been about to scream. Winter laughed. "The statue is popularly known as the Lovers," said Ben-Ami. At that, Calder laughed too. "I had noticed that you found this reference amusing," said Al-Qaed. "Do you know what that shows?" said Winter. "It's us falling into a peat bog, the one our bodies were recovered from. We were in a car. The reason my leg is stretched out like that is that I had my foot on the fucking brake." "And the reason I'm holding on to him," said Calder, aggrieved, "is that I had nothing else to grab." "You remember all this?" asked Ben-Ami. Winter looked at Calder, seeing his own bleak gaze reflected back. Calder was shaking his head almost imperceptibly. "It's what happened," Winter said, Memory was not a subject he wished to discuss.
"How did you come to be recovered?" El-Kayed asked.
"That sickle scooped us off the Rannoch battlefield," said Winter. "Thought we were combat casualties. Of course, the peat bog was permafrost by that time. Nuclear winter and all that."
"This is wonderful," said Ben-Ami, taking notes.
6. Big in the asteroid belt.
"Perfect," said Hoffman.
Not for the first time, Carlyle suspected him of having a practical joke at her expense. Full-length, off-white cotton racial lace over ivory polyester, frills at the collar and cuffs, and a deep flounce around the hem.
"Looks like a bloody wedding dress."
"It is not a bridal," he said, "nor a bridesmaid's," he added, forestalling her next objection.
"It's period, and ironic, and very this evening," she sing-songed. "All right, I'll take your word for it. Coming?"
Headshake extended to a shudder.
"Fokies, spare me. I'm sure you'll have a wonderful time. Men will be falling all over you. I'll be the one falling over, tripping on this."
She tugged up a fistful of skirt to clear a way for her high-booted, high-heeled step, slung a leather satchel, the appurtenance of the evening, she had been assured, on her shoulder, crammed on a floppy, beribboned straw hat, and made her way out.
"The hat," Hoffman called after her despairingly, "is carried."
She felt less self-conscious the closer the shuttles took her to the concert park. Rustic retro quaintness was definitely the look of the hour. She had seen the same style affected by the atomic Amish, one of the more conservative AO sects, fission freaks. The park entrance was 100 metres from the stop. A big marquee with a stage glowed in the twilight a few hundred metres from the gate. Inside, the crowd already smelled of sweat and beer. Some people were even smoking, all part of the atmosphere. She grabbed a can of beer off a stall, fanned herself with a hat, and made her way to the front. With universal recognition, there was no ticketing. She wouldn't even need a pass to go backstage for the after-show party. If it hadn't been part of her conspiracy with Armand, the party would have held no attraction for her. As it was, she felt a fannish flutter in her chest at the thought. Meeting the return of baths was important. Even her, and now Schleim's, abrupt drop from public attention played into her hands, galling though it was in a way. At least she still had enough cachet to be on the guest list. The fickle folk of Eurydice had, en masse, turned their flash-flood attention on the musicians, enough to swamp the steadfast folkies who had turned out to actually hear them. Armand wasn't one of them, but he too had been invited and had a seat in the front row beside hers. He stood up, very formal in a facsimile of his old ESA uniform, and bowed and introduced his wife. Jeanette had overshot the temporal mark, metallic mini-dress and space helmet coif, but was elegantly insouciant about it. It was a very plastic genre, she said, settling. Carlyle sat down in her very plastic seat and looked around. There were plenty of rows of seats, not all occupied, but a lot of people were standing. Some of them had an intense, focused gaze. She tagged them for long-time enthusiasts of the band. The rest of the audience were a cross-section of New Start, from, she guessed, a lower level of society than had been represented at her own big reception. As she scanned the rows towards the back, she recognized a few faces, a news analyst, the actor, Kowalski, and a few seats away from him, Schleim. Her former familiar hadn't noticed her. She turned sharply away. What the hell was he doing here? For a moment, her imagination went into paranoid overdrive. Then, more calmly, she reflected that Schleim came, after all, from the same era as Winter and Calder. Of course, he'd want to see and hear people from the 2040s. The little geek might even have been a fan himself. Deep sky country. He was sad enough for it. A man in a three-piece suit and shirt made entirely from blue denim strode onto the stage, brandished a prop mic, and requested a welcome for Winter and Calder, deceased. Everyone stood, or if they were already standing, jumped up and down and applauded. The two musicians walked on, carrying guitars. They waved their arms and flourished the instruments above their heads and grinned at the crowd. The lighting contrast was already such that they probably couldn't make out much of it. Winter, clad in black leather jacket, white T-shirt, grubby jeans and brown high boots, was very tall, almost 2 meters, with a thin nose and a wide mouth and eyes permanently narrowed against a light brighter than the light actually was. A 3-day stubble lent his features a sinister aspect, saturnine, almost satanic. He had lank hair falling to the shoulders, a broad chest. Calder was much shorter, maybe 1 meter 50, because his spine curved forward between his shoulder blades. His head, held high, defied the imposed stoop, and his eyes, bright and open, glanced around with overt curiosity. His face was clean-shaven and good-looking. His arms and legs, of normal length and abnormal strength, gave an apish aspect to his posture. He wore a black suit with a collarless white cotton shirt open at the neck. Calder vaulted onto a high stool that brought his head level with Winter's, and both men bent for a moment to tune their guitars and fiddle with the stagey prop mics mounted on stalks in front of them. Behind them, a dozen session singers, all female, filed on stage to a further wash of applause. They were all identically dressed in silvery, close-fitting outfits that resembled spacesuits, in striking contrast to the fans' gear and, in the context of entertainment, paradoxically more quaint. Winter struck up some opening bars and began to sing, his voice raw and untrained, harsh and experienced. Calder's baritone was classically trained, the session singer's choral warble a sweet melodious counterpart to Winter's rasped bass. He cried what as we fell into the dark? Oh, I was Winter, he was Calder, every time it was the same. The crowd laughed at the end of that verse, and Carlyle smiled as she realized for the first time the awful pun in their names. Winter and Calder, indeed. She couldn't quite follow the references in the rest of the song, but a chill came through the lyrics and the sound. The song unwound a tale of rivalry between friends, over women and music, and what might have been politics, and they sang it as though it were a ballad about men long dead. I believed him, he betrayed me in the streets of Polarity Base. Certus Major, I and Minor, take your vengeance in my place. They grinned at each other and shook hands ostentatiously. Winter made some lost-in-applause pun on the city's name. They launched into a song about the asteroid miners. We're the atomic blasters, the dancing with disaster masters, the solar mirror spinners, and we're bringing in the steel. Swung straight to one about the U.S. occupation soldiers called Giant Lizards from Another Star. Followed up with a few trite love songs that seemed to mean a lot to them, and rounded off the set with a rousing rendition of the eerie returner anthem, Great Old Ones. Do you ever feel in your caves of steel the chill of an ancient fear? When you pass this way, do you shudder and say, a human once walked here? They cut off our heads, but we're not dead, and we're bound by an ancient vow that does not sleep, which dreams in the deep. We're the great old ones now. When the stars are right, there will come a night when thunder and lightning dawn.
You hear the guns of the great old ones rip the heads off your zombie spawn. We'll stalk you through hell and we'll cast a spell down your twisted logic lanes. We'll come back and fight when the stars are right. We'll come back and eat your brains.
Carlyle, glancing sideways, saw on Jacques Amon's frozen features a reflection of her own response. It was dreadful, dreadful stuff. The crowd loved it. Winter and Calder took the applause, waved and strolled off, then raced back for an encore. Finally, they and the session singers took a bow, and the stage went dark. As the lights dimmed, Winter's gaze swept the front rows and locked onto hers for a moment. Then they all trooped off. Recorded music, folky, fiddly treacle, trickled from the speakers. It was all over but the party. Winter doused his head in water and towelled himself dry. Beside him, Calder was doing the same. They tossed the towels, looked at each other, and marched out of the tiny dressing room as though to face the music. Here, in the back of the marquee, was a wooden-floored area with a bar and a clutter of tables, at which about 100 people sat around smoking, steam-sniffing and drinking. The backstage guests had been waiting about 20 minutes, plenty of time for them to get involved in their own conversations and let the musicians make an unnoticed entrance. They stepped up to the first table and took the seats they were eagerly offered. 3 men, 2 women, in outfits that had stepped straight off one of the old album covers. Winter looked across at Calder for a moment, returned his eyelash hint of a wink, and then settled into the serious business of keeping the loyal happy. As he sipped beer and answered earnest questions he had heard 1,000 times before, and asked questions whose answers he forgot before they were finished, he began to enjoy himself. Back in the early days, the after-show party had been a way to relax among friends and relatives. Later, it had become more of a strain, a meeting with strangers who presumed an acquaintance. But it remained a necessary decompression after the gig. If he and Calder had just walked away, they'd have ended up roaming drunk and alone, all together and knocking lumps out of each other. It had happened. They moved on to another table and cluster every 10 minutes or so, with relief and feigned regret. 1 or 2 people here had actually been fans back in the solar system, but the musicians knew none of them personally. After the 3rd or 4th move, they met Schleim, who shook hands, then sat back with a wary half-smile. He was among local notables of one kind or another, not fans or friends.
"I'm very pleased to meet you,"
Winter said.
"Really?"
said Schleim. "You mean I'm not a giant lizard from another star? Or maybe zombie spawn?"
"No, of course not,"
said Winter, taken aback.
"Christ, man, don't think that way. We don't care which side you are on."
"We saw plenty in America," said Calder. "And in the client states," he added unhelpfully.
"That's all past,"
Winter laboured on.
"I mean, Calder here was a bloody reformer. Bygones."
Schleim tipped his head backward. "You seem to have invited a lot of returners." Winter shrugged.
"I don't know anything about that. These are just people Ben Ami said to put on the guest list."
His gaze reached where Schleim had indicated.
"And General Jakes, well, we knew him. I'm looking forward to meeting him again."
Armand was sitting with Kowalski, Al-Qaed and Ben Ami, and with a woman he didn't know, and with Carlyle. Winter felt his heart lurch as it had when he had glimpsed her in the front row. Her long dress was the exact colour and style of a white dress in an Old West sepia photograph. She had one of those faces so distinctive it was difficult to remember in detail and impossible to forget. Seeing her would always be a surprise. Now where had that thought come from? Winter blinked and shook his head.
Sorry, what was that?
He asked. Schleim looked irritated. I said, so why are you pleased to meet me? Conventionalities aside, that is.
All right,
Winter said, striving to keep his tone affable.
It's because it gives me hope that other people can be recovered like you were.
He shrugged.
It's a small hope.
A woman sitting beside Schleim leaned forward. You are still a returner, she said. It wasn't clear whether this was a question or an accusation. Winter stared straight back at the strange, beautiful woman. In her Renaissance fair garb, she looked like an actor playing some sinister Medici duchess. She was probably a spy for the Joint Chiefs. He almost laughed.
I still believe in what I believed in just a couple of weeks ago, as it seems to me.
He shrugged.
We're living in a different world now. I understand we could go back to Earth if we wanted, when the FTL ships turn up, or the wormhole opens, or whatever. I don't know. Maybe there are other politics involved now. But the old runner-returner thing has been bypassed. The whole issue seems redundant.
It's like asking Schleim if he's still a Zionist, said Calder, in the tone of someone making a helpful and pertinent observation. You bastard, Schleim snapped. Fucking Urab. Winter laid a hand on Calder's shoulder.
That's another war that's over,
he said mildly.
We all died in it, okay? Well, in a manner of speaking. Let it go, man. Let it go.
He stood up the moment it was polite to do so, made a stiff goodbye, and moved to another table, not to the next one.
There are times when I could fucking strangle you, he said to Calder.
They reached Ben Ami's table an hour or so later, in the spirit of saving the best for last. Ben Ami made what introductions were necessary. Winter made sure he sat down beside Carlyle. Calder gave him a glare, and sat by Andrea Al-Qaed, who, as it happened, was quite friendly towards him. But the first person they both talked to was Jacques Armand.
This is the most amazing thing, Winter said, seeing you again.
To be honest, Armand said, I do not remember you personally. There were a lot of bodies in the Black Sickle clinics. Calder sighed and fiddled with a cigarette. Yeah, and you greeted us all, one by one. It was a daily duty, said Armand, for morale. But of course I remember you as performers. Your work has lost none of its quality. Hearing you again and live was an experience I shall not forget. His wife, Jeanette, laughed. He means he dislikes it as much as ever. Jacques Armand shrugged, smiling. What can I say? My tastes are classical.
Ah, well, said Winter, mine are romantic.
He turned to Lucinda Carlyle, smiling.
As are yours, I see.
She smiled wryly back. I just follow the fashion. She flicked fingernails at her lacy skirt. This isn't me. Winter nodded earnestly.
Aye, that's far too demure for you, I'm sure. But it also kind of looks well on you.
This was getting him nowhere fast. He wanted nothing more at this moment than to be able to sit here and look her in the face.
Anyway,
he said the first stupid thing that came into his head. Have you ever been to Earth? Yes, I have, she said. Winter and Calder yelped something at the same moment.
Really?
Said Winter. What's it like? Her gaze flashed a look past him to Armand, then back. It's wonderful, she said. It's recovering, growing back. It makes terraform worlds, even this one, look thin. Impoverished, you ken?
Oh, aye, said Winter. I ken, all right. But what about the people?
And the machines, said Calder. Well, the people are fine. Back up to 1 billion, last I heard. And the machines, They're no dayin' very much. The ones that in a wreckage just kind of sit there and hum away.
You beat the war machines? Calder asked.
Well, not exactly. They just, gave up, ran out of juice or something. She shrugged. Or something inside them went away.
What we were wondering, Winter said, was if it's possible to, do the returner thing. The resurrection thing, like you did with... He jerked a thumb over his shoulder.
Yon wee bugger? Aye, well, maybe. There is a problem with that. She leaned in, talking quietly to them both, and maybe to Armand. The others at the table had got involved in other conversations. Earth is a big place, right? No one power can dominate it. Well, not any more. And we, the Carlisle firm that is, we got hold of the wormhouse again early on, and we still have it, obviously. But we didn't get everything. The post-human machines, all of them, are very firmly in the hands of another power, the Knights of Enlightenment, which doesn't like anyone else poking around in them.
Ah, said Calder.
I suppose we should talk to them, then. Carlisle looked wrong-footed. No, she said. They wouldn't do resurrections even if they could. They don't believe in it. Bad karma.
Shit, said Winter, rocking back. Then it's hopeless.
Oh, no, said Carlisle. Not at all. She leaned closer. Winter caught her scent. Something musky and animal, mingled with the decrepit smell of the dress that had been resurrected along with its fabric. You see, Carlisle went on, we never had any call to challenge the knights on Earth. Plenty to go round, eh? There's no reason why we couldn't shove them aside from any given site for long enough to send a few search engines in. Can't guarantee anything, of course, but I can guarantee we'll try.
Guarantee, said Calder. You can do that.
Carlisle sat up straight, no longer a folky lass in an old frock, but a haughty lady in an antique gown. Oh, aye, she said. I'm a Carlisle. The conversation moved on. Kowalski talked to Jacques Armand, drinking up information. After a while, Winter saw the actor's gestures. His very features began to resemble those of his subject. Something in the muscles, something about the mouth. Jeanette shared some intricate intimacy with El-Qaed. Ben-Ami, ruthless in research, had one ear cocked in their direction while talking with Carlisle. Calder got up and wandered off, returning with a tall woman who shared with him a fuming narcotic tube and a lot of consequent giggles. Winter had never figured out whether it was Calder's reckless patter that charmed women, or whether his deformity held a perverse attraction or bought him pity. He shifted, tuning into Carlisle and Ben-Ami.
Look, I'll tell you what, the producer was saying. Take this and see for yourself. It'll play on any box.
He fingered a card from his pocket and passed it to Carlisle, who smiled and dropped it in his satchel. I'll see if Hoffman's been slandering you, she said, or if Adrian was telling the truth. Winter caught her eye.
What about?
About the quality of Benjamin's productions.
Oh, they're great, Winter said. I'm proud to be part of his next.
Carlisle gave him an odd look. Like I said, I'll see for myself.
You don't trust my taste?
Well, to be honest, no. Not after tonight. Winter lifted his hands, laughing.
No disputing about tastes.
At least she was talking to him. At least he had an excuse to gaze at her. You put a lot of feeling into the love songs, she conceded, and in that first song.
They were meant,
he said. Are they about real people? She asked. Beside her, Ben-Ami sucked breath between his teeth. She didn't notice.
Winter and Calder were real people, Winter said.
I meant the women, said Carlisle.
My Irene, said Winter, and Alan's Arlene, they were... My wife and his girlfriend. We were going to meet them in a hotel up in Fort William when we crashed. It was our first big contract. We were celebrating. The car was running on GPS autopilot. Then the hard rapture hit. The car was out of control before we could do a damn thing. Next we knew, we woke in orbit 20 years later. Earth and Scotland, Irene and Arlene, all gone. If there was anything left of them, it was in the machines, the eaters of souls. He shivered, then smiled fiercely at her suddenly blurry image. We'll get them all back. You'll get Earth and Scotland back anyway, she said. For sure, and a good try for the rest. Winter felt the pain come back, and ease at the same time. Tell me about Scotland. And she did, spinning a vivid image out of what had obviously been fleeting visits, of ruins and rebuildings, of the pine forests of Perthshire, the rust desert above Durinish, the evening light on the road bridge, Carlisle Castle reflected in the crater lochs of the Clyde. Winter listened, entranced for the first time by her words rather than by that it was she who was speaking. Even Calder, glazed-eyed and never having been sold on Scotland anyway, paid attention, his arm draped around his new girlfriend's neck. Other people stopped talking at nearby tables and listened, or, if they were standing, drifted closer. Behind him, somebody laughed out loud. Winter turned, the spell broken, and saw Schleim. You again, Carlisle said. Schleim pulled up a chair and sat down. Sorry about earlier, he said, mainly to Calder. Hot-button topics and all that. Calder nodded, waved a long arm. Whatever. I know this woman better than you do, Schleim said, turning to Winter. I know what she's promising you. Now you may be surprised to learn. I believe she means it. She can take you back to Earth, and her family are not above a raid on what is protected by the Knights. That's what she's offered, I take it. Winter did not betray a nod, but Carlisle scorned to deny it. Aye, and what's it to you? Oh, nothing, said Schleim, but it's something to our friends here. What I have to tell you, gentlemen, is that it's worthless. The accomplishment will profit you nothing. What do you mean? Asked Winter. Schleim looked from Winter to Calder, then back. Since my resurrection, I have had a lot of interesting conversations with Mrs. Crossravi and other wielders of the Black Sickle. I have seen your files. Unlike you, I am a computer scientist. I have the expertise to understand them, and the Black Sickle people have confirmed my suspicions. When you were pulled from that peat bog, you were not downloaded from uploads, like I was and the Eurydiceans were when they arrived here, or indeed as you yourselves were more recently by the delightful Ms. Al-Qaed. Fuck, we knew that, sneered Calder. The Black Sickle girls resurrected us with a neural parser. That's no news to us. You know what a neural parser does, said Schleim. It matches neural structures with known inputs. Once it's found a match, it can then reverse engineer the remaining structures. It can give you memories. It can reconstruct a brain and a mind from a few fragments, just as a paleontologist reconstructs an entire extinct animal from a single bone. He smiled. Bit of an urban legend, that, but you know what I mean. Winter nodded. We know this. What's the big deal? The big deal, said Schleim, is that in your cases there wasn't much neural structure to go on. Peat bog and permafrost can do only so much in the way of preservation. Most of your memories of your first life are entirely synthetic, extrapolated from your videos, your fragments of known biographies, from the sleeve notes for all I know, and from your songs, or simply made up out of the whole cloth.
There never was an Irene. There was no Arlene. They never existed outside of your songs. You did have girlfriends at the time of your deaths, but they lived in London, never visited Scotland, and were almost certainly vaporized in the second strike.
Carlyle's face had gone pale. Ben Ami scowled. Jacques Armand looked as if he wanted to shrink into his uniform. Jeanette was compassionate and concerned. Winter looked over to Calder, and then they both turned to face Schleim.
"We know all that," Winter said. "We have known it since a few weeks after our first resurrection."
He waved a hand at the room.
"We had fans, see? They knew more about us than had ever been documented. They told us about the discrepancies. It doesn't change anything. We still want to go back and get them all back."
Schleim stood up. Winter could see he was shaken, but he was controlling it admirably.
"I pity you," Schleim said. He glared at Carlyle and at Armand. "I know what you are doing," he told Carlyle. "You're trying to get the returners on the side of the Carlyles and against the Knights, in case the Knights arrive here first."
"Of course that's what I'm doing," Carlyle said. Winter watched her give her former thrall a sad, lazy, contemptuous smile, and wondered that Schleim was not himself enthralled. "What else would you expect me to do?"
"Oh, I suppose," said Schleim, "that you'd seduce Armand, or this sorry excuse for a singer, just to seal the alliance with spunk before you seal it with blood. It's the Carlyle way after all. I've seen you do it before. I've been in the room, the many rooms."
Armand turned to his wife and to Carlyle. His hand was on the holster of his service pistol. "Shall I shoot him?" he asked. It was like an offer to fetch another drink.
"No, Jacques," said Jeanette. "They'll just resurrect him anyway."
"I'll bloody kill him,"
said Carlyle. She was shaking all over.
"And when my family gets here, they'll wipe every copy."
"No, dear," said Jeanette. She stood up. "Let's just leave, together." Carlyle did not look again at Schleim, or at Winter. Her face was pale with 2 red patches on the cheekbones, her mouth a horizontal line. She picked up her hat and her satchel and swept out with the Armands. Winter watched their departure, and when he turned round, Schleim and his companions had gone. The rest of the tent still held about 50 people, some looking their way. Ben Ami and his assistant and the actor sat frozen with embarrassment. Calder stood, and his girl rose with him, towering above.
"Let's repair to the bar," said Calder. "Good night, Andrea, Adrian, Benjamin. Thank you for an enjoyable and successful evening. Get off your arse, Winter."
Winter got unsteadily to his feet.
"Good night, chaps. Lady. Good night."
At the bar, Calder hoiked himself onto a stool, draped his arm again around his girl, and leered at Winter. He snapped his fingers and raked drinks together like poker chips, dealt them out like cards.
"Forget her, man," he said. "She's out of your league. She's a fucking princess. I know the type, know it of old."
He shoved a shot glass across.
"Knock this back to the memory of Irene and Arlene, false though the memories may be."
They did.
"And now look around. There are at least 10 women I can see from here who are a damn sight prettier than Lucinda Carlyle, and every one of them looks ready right now to jump the bones of the ugliest bastard ever pulled from a peat bog and a back catalogue."
For a moment, Winter seriously considered clouting him. Then he looked around.
"What the hell?" he said.
Back in prehistory, before civilization, before singularity, there had been no regeneration of lost limbs or organs. People had used cosmetics and prosthetics. When Lucinda had been a little girl, She had been horrified and disgusted to discover this. She had been even more appalled by a song from some sediment deeper than anything even folk songs scraped, about a lover who had turned out to consist in part of just such artifices: a wooden leg, a glass eye, a wig, false teeth. Now, as she sat in the monorail shuttle, facing the Armands and holding her knees together to stop them trembling, she felt the same horror. James Winter and Alan Calder were not uploads or downloads, or even resurrectees. They had prosthetic personalities. They had false memories. Without reliable memory, there could be no identity, no continuity, no humanity. The idea affected her like motion sickness. She had never thought of Schleim as anything less than human when he had been her familiar. He was an indentured prisoner, a thrall, as the Eurydiceans called it, and he was living in a virtual reality prison, but he was human or post-human all the way through. His parts might have been digital, but he had had them all. This mingling of the human and the abhuman was a different matter. It was an abomination. What made it all worse was that Winter had shown every sign of being besotted with her, and to make it worse yet, before Schleim had intervened, she had been finding the tall musician quite attractive herself. She shuddered. Jeanette Armand leaned forward. "Lucinda," she said, concerned, "I do believe you're cold." Carlyle forced a smile back. "Aye," she said, "I am a bit." 7. Newton's Wake. "What are you doing?" asked the hungry dragon. It was like the voice from behind your shoulder of someone who has crept up on you. Cyrus Lamont started convulsively. He had been sure this part of the ship was one which was now outside the machine's introspection. "Just checking the drive unit," he said. "It's no longer showing up on the instruments." "It is perfectly clear in my internals," said the ship, "though I cannot be certain that these give an accurate picture. Had you not been too busy trying to rig up an EMP generator to wipe my mind, I might have appreciated your cooperation in making a detailed comparison." Its voice betrayed a note of mournful and, as it happened, entirely accurate accusation. Lamont pushed himself away from the unit, raised his hands, and shook his head. "I wasn't," he said. "And even if I was, which I wasn't, you shouldn't take it personally. You have plenty of off-site backups." "Excuse me if I do not find that reassuring," said the hungry dragon. "However, let us leave that aside. I have something to show you. As I am unable to patch you an image, I suggest—" "Yes, yes." Lamont kicked off and propelled himself up the tube to the control room. He glided into the elastic mesh and settled, looking at the screens. Outside, the asteroid resembled, even more than it had the last time he'd checked, the carcass of some large animal being transformed by insect larvae, some of which were already pupating, if not indeed metamorphosing. For hectometer after hectometer it crawled with war machines in an entire bestiary of forms, from behemoth tank-like vehicles to zippy insectile aerial fighters, and with the machinery itself continually cannibalized by subsequent stages in the production process for making more of them. The monomolecular parasols of solar mirrors flowered all over the place, and steel and diamond edges and planes glinted in their reflected and focused light. Elsewhere, long, translucent pipes pulsed with some kind of chemical fuel synthesized from the asteroid's carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. "Found something new in the zoo?" Lamont asked. "Not that screen," said the ship. "This." It changed the picture over to the input from the ship's subtlest piece of instrumentation, the gravity wave detector. The display was a complex, ever-changing jumble, as uninterpretable to the naive eye as a radar screen to a savage. Lamont's eye was not naive. He spotted the anomalies immediately. 4-point tracers were cutting a swathe across the system, converging on the Eurydice-Orpheus orbital couple. Each object was losing mass by the second, almost exponentially as they decelerated, yet the mass wasn't being thrown off in any dispersed form. As he clocked their speed, he realized what was going on. They were decelerating from near-light-speed relativistic velocities. This entirely accounted for their decrease in mass. It seemed impossible, a naked violation of the second law of motion. "Any trace of their expelled reaction mass?" he asked. "Retroflare signatures?" "None," said the ship. "It would appear that they are not using any kind of rocket." "So it's R.I.P., Sir Isaac?" All the wild talk from Eurydice of FTL starships and wormhole gates had suggested that Einsteinian physics had been in some respects superseded. But seeing the backwash lapping at Newton's feet was as unexpected and unsettling as it should have been, in retrospect, predictable. "A first-cut analysis suggests that new physics are involved, yes," said the machine. "This is compatible with the claims made in recent news broadcasts. Let me show you how the anomalies first showed up." It ran the screen back a few minutes. It was even more uncanny to see the object's masses asymptotically increasing, then flipped to a visual light display of 4 microsecond bursts of blue light. "Cherenkov radiation," it said, "from a moment of travel faster than light in the interstellar medium at the initiation of deceleration. Prior to that, one can only speculate that they were traveling faster than light in the vacuum, but there is no trace of their passage, so presumably it was through something other than the vacuum." The display toggled back to the gravity wave rendition. Lamont gazed in fascination at the fading gravitational wakes of what he now knew, with near certainty, to be starships. As the past fortnight's news from Eurydice had sunk in, Lamont had found the whole war machine business, despite his involuntary personal involvement, a great deal less interesting and soul-shaking than the discovery that the Eurydicean colony was not isolated from, or the sole survivors of, humanity, and not stranded far in the future of its historically and subjectively recent past. An entire culture and set of attitudes had been built around both assumptions. Their removal was disturbing his personality in unexpected and not altogether comfortable ways. He did not doubt that it was doing the same to everyone else. "The 2 outer traces are diverging," said the machine. A whole minute later, the motion was gross enough for Lamont to detect it. 2 of the ships peeled off from the formation and vanished into the gravitational fuzz of Orpheus, while the remaining 2 sped on, still slowing, to the greater pull of Eurydice. Intuitive physics are Aristotelian. What goes up must come down. What stays up must be held. What the hell is that?" shouted Calder, jumping to his feet and pointing. Winter looked sharply up from the littered notes and cups on the table he and Calder shared with Ben-Ami at the bright contrail. It was the 3rd day of trying to make something from the raw material of interview and recollections. Calder was pointing at the horizon. His arm shook. Winter's gaze followed it, and he trembled too. He jumped to his feet. Ben-Ami bounded onto a chair, rocking and staring. After a moment, Calder clambered onto the table, steadying himself with a hand on Winter's shoulder. Away in the distant sky, visible high above the line of buildings on the other side of the park, were 2 thick, shallow black arcs, like the brows of an invisible giant. With every second, they became bigger and blacker. At first, they could have been taken for things small and close, hang gliders or such, but as their apparent size increased, it became evident that they were enormous. Others were noticing too, and the word was spreading. Around him, tables toppled, crockery crashed, vehicles halted and slewed the traffic into chaos. The noise rose as the objects approached, as though to meet them. Within 30 seconds, the objects were in the air above the city. Shaped like rectangular pieces cut from a hollow sphere, They were each hundreds of meters on each side. They moved at a constant altitude of 500 meters, their speed slowing. Their shadows darkened the park, dappled the buildings. Then, right above the Jardin des Étoiles, they stopped, hanging, poised, in mid-air. The expectation of their imminent crushing fall made Winter's nails dig into his palms. He opened his hands with an effort of will and clutched the table edge behind him in a moment of giddiness. "These aren't," he began. "Anything I'm familiar with," said Ben-Ami. "They must be the starships." He turned, eyes shining, to the two musicians. "This is marvelous! The end of our isolation! It is no longer possible to doubt it!" Some had doubted it, Winter knew. There was a flourishing undercurrent of conspiracy theory that the two strangers, Carlyle and Schleim, were in fact Eurydiceans in some DNA-deep disguise, or covert resurrectees. That the whole thing had been got up by Armand's company, or the returners, or the Joint Chiefs, for some nefarious and improbable reason, usually to do with the defence budget. It had almost made him nostalgic. "Yeah, that's nice," he said, shrugging Calder's hand from his shoulder. "In itself, can't say I'm thrilled at the thought of the ship's occupants." "Why not?" asked Ben-Ami. "They're human beings like us." "Exactly," said Winter, as Calder cackled. "Have you seen—" Jacques Armand's voice came from Carlyle's new local phone. She palmed it and thumbed a yes. "We're all looking," she said. Beside her, on the railed walkway of some automated production facility, her guide for the day was gawping gobsmacked. One of the ships had just begun to move again, at slowly increasing speed, leaving the other above the park. "Do you know whose ships they are?" asked Armand urgently. "Cannot tell from here," said Carlyle, still staring. "We buy ships like that for the nights and hack them. There will be nothing to lose in getting out, whichever side it is," said Armand. "And this might be a good time." "It might indeed, if we're not too late. One of them's leaving." "Let's go for it. See you at the field." "On my way." She pocketed the phone and turned to her guide. "I'm sorry," she said, "and thanks, but I do have to go now." The guide didn't even look at her. Fine, he said. He was already scanning numbers on his own phone and finding them all busy. Carlyle ran along the walkway and down the twisting stair to the monorail platform, and waited fretting for a few minutes until a capsule whizzed up and whined to a halt. She jumped on, and for the next half hour hopped from capsule to capsule along the route to Lesser Lights Lane. Down in the streets, the roads and sidewalks were dot-painted with faces looking up. Traffic had slowed almost to a standstill, with a few vehicles managing to jink and jitter their way through the jams. Armand awaited her at the station in a two-seat entopter. "Jump in," he shouted. The seat hugged her from behind, cushioned the back of her head. The bubble door slid shut, and the little craft took off like a fly from under a swatting hand. Its flight and evasive actions were in similar mode. The sides of buildings loomed, then flicked away again and again. Armand, she saw with relief, wasn't controlling it at all. He was talking to someone else. He had earphones and she hadn't, so she couldn't hear a word above the relentless buzz. The airfield suddenly appeared, like a clearing in a forest, and the entopter touched down on the grass. One of Armand's people was waiting for them with suits. Carlyle had taken to wearing her undersuit under whatever of the fashions of the day covered it best. Today's was a chinoiserie silk pyjama outfit, thus not a problem. She scrambled into the suit and checked through the now familiar, though not yet intuitive interfaces that Armand had trained her on. Armand was already running to the hypersonic shell. She jumped into the rear cockpit seat of the top air car module and had barely time to buckle up before the double canopies thudded shut above her and the engines of all the air cars in the stack rose to a scream. The shell went through vertical takeoff, loiter, and forward acceleration in seconds. About 10 minutes after takeoff, with the city already dropping away behind them, Armand's voice came over the phones. "Shit," he said. "One of these big fuck-off ships has just landed beside the Relic. Some of the occupants have emerged and politely announced themselves as the Knights of Enlightenment. The troops on site have been told to stand down by the Joint Chiefs, of course." "Wise move," said Carlyle. "What are the Knights doing?" Armand listened for a few more minutes. "Deploying around the Relic," he said, "being very polite and firm." "That's their style," Carlyle said. "Do you want to turn back?" "Not as long as there's a chance I can make the gate." "Still no word of its being open," Armand said. "Maybe I could sort of hang around with your folks, assuming they're not being pushed right off the job, and take my chance if it comes." "Okay," said Armand. He laughed. "I want to meet these Knights of Enlightenment." The northward journey took a lot less time than its southern counterpart had done a couple of weeks earlier. Within an hour, they had crossed the ocean and passed high above the ragged shore of North Continent. This time, Carlyle had a chance to observe the view and to notice the bright domes of settlements or science stations in the drab tundra-like landscape. These became fewer as the hills got higher. Then, in the far distance, she saw the diamond spike of the Relic and the black fleck on or just above the ground beside it. Air screamed as the jet flues swung forward and the craft decelerated, with a shudder on the way back down through the sound barrier. She felt herself pressing forward against the restraints. Evidently blowing off the shell would be a complete waste, given that there was no need to deploy the air car unit separately. Armand was talking to his people on the ground. Evidently got clearance for landing, and banked the shell into a wide swing around the far side of the Relic and the KE ship. As they lost altitude, the bright specks of the company's other aerial vehicles and the armour on the ground came into view. The aircraft, a variety of bright colours, the tanks and artillery a dark mottled green, more, she supposed, from tradition than any effectiveness as camouflage. The brown and green moorland was now just a couple of 100 metres below. The direction of the jet flues shifted from forward to down, and the craft began to sink. At that point, a blast of air came from above and through the shell sideways like a leaf. Sky and ground changed places over and over. Armand's hands left the controls and grabbed the ejector handles above his shoulders. Whirled and buffeted, Carlyle tried to do the same, but there was simply no chance to eject. The craft's automation regained control far faster than any human pilot could have done, and brought it into the last seconds of a level flight at 0 feet. With a rending screech, the craft hit the ground and chewed a path across the hillside, bumping and lurching, and finally came to a halt that threw both occupants forward, then back. The suits took most of the impact. Armand blew off the canopies. Carlyle hauled herself out after him and slid to the ground. They were on a hillside about a kilometre from the Relic. Armand lifted his visor. "If you can walk away," he said, "it's a landing." They were both looking up. Glowing bolides streaked across the sky in all directions, their paths radiating from the zenith. A bang followed in seconds and went on and on. "Fuck," Carlyle said. "At a wild guess, I'd say that was a spaceship exploding." "Yeah. What got us was the downblast of a space-to-space missile. It doesn't usually destroy the ship directly, but a near-enough nuke makes the main drive blow within about a minute." She frowned. "It's a known bug. Poor bastards." Armand shook his head. "But they'll all have had backups, no?" They had started walking down the hill. "If they're fit off them," said Carlyle, "no if they're Knights." "Though they have that tech?"
Oh, sure, they just don't use it.
Good heavens,
said Armand.
Why not?
Carlyle shrugged, picking her way over tussocks. It's a physics thing. They believe we're all coming back.
Reincarnation?
Armand sounded scornful.
Hell no,
Carlyle said.
Cyclic cosmos.
Armand guffawed.
Cold comfort.
She paused to let him catch up, and gave him an offended frown. It's true, she said. It's not a religion or anything. They proved it. We're living forever, the now. This is it. Eternity. She remembered an ancient recording of a woman singing, "It all comes back in time. I certainly intend to."
So why do you take backups?
Armand asked.
If you believe that.
She thought about it. It saves time. The knight who walked up the hill to meet them was the most aged-looking person Carlyle had ever seen. The skin of his face was like old leather. Life extension was another thing the knights didn't do, or rather they kept it natural. With herbal teas and tantric sex and such like, they had pushed their average lifespan to about a century and a half. This guy was at least 2/3 of the way there. Spry as a sparrow with it, though. He wore black cotton trousers and T-shirt. The temperature was just above freezing, and the wind chill was hellish. He wasn't shivering, and his bare arms weren't even goose-pimpled. Biofeedback yoga and general machismo, the knights were heavily into both. "Hello," he said. "The situation is under control." It always was with the knights.
"I'm glad to hear it," said Armand. "What just happened above us?"
"A most regrettable loss of an enemy ship," the old man said. His gaze took in the company logo on their suits, flicked to Carlyle's still-closed visor. For a moment, he seemed to stare right through its reflective surface to scan her non-optimal bone structure. Then he turned away and pointed. "Your company is regrouping over there."
"Thank you,"
said Armand. The old man walked on up the hill. As they made their way over to the growing assembly of people and materiel, Carlyle felt her knees wobble and her cheeks burn. To be associated with the loss of the search engine, and probably of her original team, was bad enough. To have the loss of a crew, and especially of a ship linked to her name, was appalling. Not that any of it was her fault, exactly, but in her family, responsibility tended to be seen as causal, not moral. The loss would undermine confidence in her. People would be that much more reluctant to join her teams, and the family that much less likely to underwrite her schemes. Backups were a boon to the survivors, not to the dead, and starships were expensive. Horrendously expensive. The firm had about 20 of them. She had just witnessed 5% of the family fleet, and maybe 1/10 of its net assets, fall out of the sky like fireworks. From the fringe of the clamorous huddle into which Armand had plunged, Carlyle looked up the hill to the henge, and saw that the company troops there too were clearing off, making way for the tiny black-clad figures of the knights. She scanned the nearby vehicles and troops, figured on her chances of somehow using these assets to break through. They weren't good. Perhaps if Armand's forces were allowed to remain on site, she could inveigle herself into the confidence of the knights. Armand pushed back through the crowd, waving and directing as he went. "We're pulling out," he told her. He grimaced. "The knights insist on it, and the Joint Chiefs recommend it." People had started piling onto or into vehicles. Some of the vehicles were moving to deliberate, gentle collisions, snapping together so that air cars could lift ground vehicles and artillery. It would be a slow and overloaded evacuation, at least until the forces here could rendezvous with more powerful craft. Carlyle dogged it after Armand, and clambered after him to sit behind him like a pillion passenger on the fuselage of an air car that formed the outrigger of an awkward aerial catamaran.
Yells and a rattle of radio comms, and they all moved off, watched impassively by a few of the knights, and recorded by a couple of news agencies that had evidently been allowed to remain on site. "It's all a bit of trial and error," Armand said over the radio. "We can dump the stuff in a depot on the coast and then get going a bit faster. Might even be able to plug together a hypersonic or two." He grinned over his shoulder at her. "For those of us in a hurry to get back to town. You can always drop off on one of the smaller settlements if you'd rather keep a low profile for a while." "I'll think about it," Carlyle said abstractedly. She was looking around the site as if for the last time, the enigmatic machine towering above the moor, dwarfing even the great black shard beside it. The strung-out, limping column of Blue Water Landing's vehicles behind her. The compact, fast-jogging squadrons of knights and their low, flat gravity sleds skimming about, surrounding the relic and reinforcing their presence around the henge. As her gaze swept the scene, she noticed again the henges on the other hilltops, and started as she remembered the crack that someone on her team had made the very first day. Maybe they've all got gates. The assemblage of vehicles on which she rode and that headed up the withdrawal was moving towards the nearest glen that led to the south. By now they were making a fair clip of it, about 50 kilometres per hour. Slipstream gusted past her visor. She looked around again. Half a dozen or so of the knights' jeep-sized ground skimmers were spreading out from the site, heading for the nearby hilltops. It looked like they had had the same thought as she had. She blinked up a closed channel to Armand. "Could we be all right? Go over the nearest hill instead of through the valley? Don't make it obvious." "If you like." He shrugged and gave the order. Very gradually the column drifted to the right and the slope. "Ah, I see what you have in mind," Armand added. "We shall slow down a little as we approach." Carlyle glanced back again. The skimmer aiming for the same hilltop was still a good way behind, and in no evident hurry. "What if it's just a dolmen?" Armand asked. "No loss in checking," Carlyle said. "Or worse, what if it takes you to somewhere uninhabitable or dangerous?" "So far, nobody's encountered anything they couldn't handle in a spacesuit," Carlyle said. "I'll take my chances. And if there's no inhabitants and no connection to an inhabited place, I can always just hop straight back." The column laboured up the slope, the top now just a few 100 metres away. The night's nearest skimmer was overtaking the first of the stragglers at the tail end. "Something has been puzzling me," Armand said, in a tone that suggested he was trying to keep her mind off any nervousness. "Does the gate that you came through lead to a terraformed world?" "Oh, aye," said Carlyle. "I've already told you all that, on television." "Ah, so you have," said Armand. "Might organisms from that world not pass through to this, and vice versa? The biota of Eurydice is, as your team quickly found, distinctive. Yet it was new to you. There are no plagues or pests, which one would expect." "Aha," said Carlyle. "We have wondered that too. It just doesn't happen, or not very much. There are, anomalous animals, of course." Armand laughed. "Strange big cats." At that, she laughed too. "You have them and all." 200 metres. She glanced back. The night skimmer was accelerating, catching up fast. "Faster," she said. "We can die just like I tried the first time. Remember?" Armand leaned forward and said something to the pilot. The unwieldy raft shot forward, cresting the hill, and then its air-car's fans were thrown into reverse, and its flaps dug in. Armand, already braced, stayed put. Carlyle tumbled forward and hurtled past him, bounced off the leading edge and rolled in heather. The suit and its reflexes, so much sharper than her own, protected her. She stood shakily just at the side of the henge. The night skimmer slewed to a halt metres away. 2 black-clad stocky men vaulted out and lunged towards her. They weren't in spacesuits. She grinned ferally at them, skipped back, turned around, and stepped between the rough stone pillars. The moment of transition, when what she saw and the gravity she felt and the readings in her head up all changed at once, was as disconcerting and disorienting as ever, all the more so as she was stepping on empty space and falling forward. She fell 1/2 metre onto sand and found herself kneeling on a sun-drenched beach and looking upon the stony face of Marx. 8. Self-reliant people. Blue sky, blue sea, yellow sun low in the sky, ambient temperature 30 Celsius. There was no sign of human habitation to left or right. Behind her was dense forest in a long crescent curve to headlands that marked the limits of the beach, and beyond which she could not see. Gulls and cormorants patrolled the sea and the air above it. On the horizon, long, low sea ships, probably bulk carriers or tankers, moved with distant deliberation. 200 metres out to sea, like a gigantic stone shipwreck survivor wading ashore, a statue of Marx rose about 20 metres above water that reached its elbows. Behind it, Lenin stood in water up to the knot of his tie, and beyond him, Mao, head just above the waves as if swimming the Yangtze. Farther out than Mao, a pair of bespectacled eyes and a quiff were all that betrayed the location of Kim Jong-il. From this, Carlyle deduced that the planet had a moon, that the sea was tidal, and that the tide was high. The origin of the statues wasn't so much a deduction as a no-brainer. Fucking DK, she said to herself. She had instantly recognized the commie statuary style in all its ludicrous grandiosity. What the fuck the statues were doing in the water, and what the commies were doing on a terraformed world in the first place, she had no idea. Terraforming was definitely an America offline thing. As far as DK were concerned, terraforming was a waste of a perfectly good tip, not to mention a contamination of a perfectly good strip mine site. As she pondered this, it occurred to her that the planet might well be Earth itself. That would certainly account for the immediate appearances, but it raised other problems. She'd never heard of a gate on Earth. The nearest, in fact the first one the Carlyles had stumbled upon, was on Mars. And speaking of stumbling upon gates, how come no one had stumbled upon this one? Like, say, while they were erecting the statues. Surely people had come ashore to the beach. Yet the gate was quite unmarked. Carlyle walked down to the strand line and picked up a piece of driftwood. She retraced her footprints to where she had fallen from the gate and swung the stick slowly forward, keeping the tip of it close to the ground. To her surprise and relief, it vanished into the barely visible shimmer of the gate without being cut off at knee height. Instead, it thumped against something firm, but not hard. Soil, she guessed. She slid it upward until it cleared the obstacle and jerked forward. Then the stick was wrenched from her hands and tugged away through the gate. She jumped back smartly. It wouldn't take the Knights long to bring up spacesuits, though she rather doubted they would follow her into the unknown. They had enough on their plates already without potentially tangling with the Carlyles, whom they would presume to be the likeliest guardians of this side of the gate. Worse luck we aren't, she thought. Still, it would be a good idea to get well away from the gate. She marked its location as clearly as she could with more bits of wood and a couple of small boulders, then walked off along the beach, thinking to check what lay beyond the headland. It would be rash to plunge into the jungle without making sure civilization wasn't just around the corner. Before she'd gone 100 metres, she'd come to feel quite irrationally suffocated in the suit. It kept her cooler than she'd be with the helmet off, she'd no doubt about that, but it seemed wrong to be breathing closed-system air instead of fresh. Unfortunately, the Eurydicean suit didn't have the multiple immunity adapters that her own had. It didn't even have analyzers. It did have a radio, though. She stopped and winked through menus and began to pick up radio broadcasts in a language she didn't know, and an odd mixture of sentimental and martial music. DK, almost certainly. Poking around, she found the translator and selected Korean. her ears filled with a babelfish babble of fractured English, all of which seemed to have something to do with shipping. Bingo. She was on a human world, all right. Not that she'd expected aliens, but there was an outside chance the place was all poisonous and inhabited by machines. Some planets had been known to go toxic in the terraforming. Cautiously she unlocked the helmet and lifted it off, gasped in the hot air heavy with the smells of sea and jungle. Somebody shouted at her. She almost jumped out of the suit and actually did drop the helmet. The shouting, amplified and angry-sounding, went on. As she looked frantically from side to side, she realized it was coming from the statue of Marx. She picked up the helmet and put it back on. At once the translation software took over and the tone of the shouting changed. Good, you keep on helmet. Please, silk helmet, not to contaminate nature, region preserve. Please to stay where you stand are. The guano-spattered top of the statue's head flipped back like a lid, and something black came out and flew above the sea towards her, descending. As it approached, she recognized the angular, awkward, unaerodynamic-looking shape. It was an electrostatic lifter, a weird product of decayed future technology whose exact physics baffled even the knights. It halted and hovered a few meters away. In its open-top cockpit seat, a man in a black spacesuit beckoned her urgently. She decided she might as well comply. She put her gloved hands on the tingly and somehow sticky surface and hauled herself aboard, sitting down beside the man. The queer little craft flew back to the top of the statue and descended into a parking slot. The lifter's engine heterodyned down and went off. A peculiar sense of relief ensued. The man stepped out onto a spiral staircase. The head was about the size of a lighthouse beacon, and Carlyle followed him down into a compact cabin in the larger cavity of the chest. The head lid closed above them, and the lights came on. From inside, it was evident that the statue was made not of stone, but of something like fiberglass, and that the interior was some kind of scientific observatory or laboratory. The man raised his visor to reveal a swarthy, high-cheekboned face that didn't actually look very Korean, perhaps Cambodian, or even Indian. Carlyle opened her helmet too. The man frowned. "Where you come?" The translation was still going from Korean to American. "Through the wormhole gate on the beach." "Ah!" The man looked enlightened. He said something which came out as, "Space bendor on sand through?" "Yes." He was frowning, chinning something inside his helmet, rolling his eyes upward as if reading off a head-up. The two languages, the speech coming from her lips and what he was hearing through his own translation software, were evidently confusing him. "Ha! Ah," he said again. "I'm Mexican." "English," she replied. "I'm a Carlyle." "Oh," said the man, this time in American. "Beg pardon. No offence intended. I mistook you for one of our customers." "Customers?" "Our Mexica offline," he said, waving her to a low padded bench. "We terraform, then sell planet to farmers. Almost ready. Very profitable for collective." "I'm sure." So that was what explained it. Carlyle took her helmet off. The man stuck out his hand. "My name 87 Production Brigade Ree. Please call me Ree, Miss Carlyle." "Lucinda," she said, smiling. The man busied himself at a tiny brazier, making tea. "You know about the gate on the beach, then?" Carlyle asked. "Oh, yes," Ree said. "Some year ago, we poked telescope through. Planet already terraformed. We already have hands full, so we leave it for later. We hope to keep knowledge of gate to ourselves, hence nature preserve. But now I see Carlyle's get everywhere." He sighed. "Always the way." "Is there another gate on the planet?" Ree shook his head, handed her a small, handleless cup of green tea. "Not that I know." He grinned slyly. "Of course, other production brigades may be doing what 87 did." "It's amazing what people can get up to behind your backs," Carlyle said. Ree grinned again, catching the statement's double edge.
He sat back on another part of the bench and sipped. "You're here to investigate?" he asked. "Investigate what?" Carlyle temporized. "Our sale." "Oh, no." Carlyle shook her head. "I came here by chance, while exploring the wormhole network." "More Carlyles on the way?" Again she decided to be honest. "Not as far as I know," she said. She jerked a thumb in what she thought was the direction of the beach. "To tell you the truth, the other side of the gate is occupied by the Knights of Enlightenment. They are in a local conflict with my family's company." Ree looked worried. "Is it likely to spill through gate?" "It's possible," Carlyle said. "Or worse, because they are also attempting to contain a population of war machines." "War machines not our worry," said Ree. "Self-reliant people have powerful weapons. But we must fortify this area." Carlyle glanced around the glass aquaria and glittering instruments. "Does that mean the end of your nature preserve?" "No, no," Ree grinned fiercely. "We put weapons in heads of great Marxists." He mimed using a machine gun. "Must not let son of bitch American farmers, I mean our customers, to know. Reduce property value. Perhaps we tell them this is sacred place to great Marx and dear leader." He sniggered briefly, tapping his nose. "They think self-reliance idea is religion, and great Marxists are our gods, like their Jesus Koresh. They superstitious, but good customer to you, too, no?" "You could say that," said Carlyle. She was beginning to like the man. They spoke the same language. Ree flew her over what turned out to be a small forested island, the nature preserve, and over a few kilometres of open water to a much harsher mainland. Here, too, there were forests, but they were patches in a scrubby desert, which was being ploughed, mulched with kelp, irrigated and otherwise cultivated to provide growth media for more forest. When the AO farmers came, they would have a thriving ecosystem to burn down and turn into monocultures. It was the only way to produce stable monocultures, Ree told her. Great machines, far bigger than combine harvesters and obviously adapted from strip mining equipment, crawled across the ragged land. Ree's extended family, 87 Production Brigade, lived in a small town or large village in a patch of the prairie that had already been made horticultural. The children looked after the gardens, and from the town the adults went forth every day in lifters to the big machines to farm forest and cultivate jungle. And every evening, as now, the sky filled with darting lifters as they came home for dinner. There was a production brigade, or family or clan or whatever, every few hundred kilometres on this continent. Together they made up the Transformation of Nature Collective, the group that would eventually, soon, Ree said again, sell the planet. Soon? About 15 years. The lifter landed in a paved park amid low, spreading, ornate wooden buildings. Hundreds of children dropped whatever productive educational task was to hand and pelted over and crowded round. They wore blue dungarees and a profusion of different coloured silk shirts and hair knots. It was hard to tell the small boys and girls apart, which was not the case with the adults or the adolescents. The young men wore natty, asymmetric variations of khaki and olive green shirt and trousers. The young women, similarly military styles and textiles, but elaborated into chrysanthemum frills and fluted sleeves and parachute silk blouses. The older men, fathers she guessed, wore blue overalls, and the mothers wore big traditional Korean hanbok dresses, pastel-shaded and floral-patterned, high-waisted and full-skirted, which made them look pregnant, even in the rare cases when they weren't. For all its egalitarianism, men and women who didn't have a young baby did the same work, in forest, field or nursery alike. It was the most intensely gender-typed and sexualized and natalist society Carlyle had ever seen. After taking a shower, she was invited to join their production brigade for dinner. Long hall, low tables. People sat around them on mats on the floor.
Small children served, dipping into dishes as they did so, licking fingers. Carlyle was escorted to the top table. Ree came too, but she didn't think he usually ate there, among the dozen or so matriarchs and patriarchs of the clan. They all spoke very good American and plied her with rice wine and something made mostly from peppers and pork. "This is a beautiful place," Carlyle said. "Surely you'll miss it." "Well, perhaps not you, but the younger folk who have grown up here." Jong, the oldest man here, an Earth veteran, shook his head. "Not at all. Quite the opposite. We could adjust. We have come to like it. It's like home. But it is frustrating for the young ones. They have to travel long distance to other production brigades to find marriage partners." He circled a hand above his head. "In the habitats, many production brigades. Very close. Thousands in every one." That led to a long family discussion, very explicit and naming names and lapsing often into Korean, that kept them all busy and Carlyle out of it until the end of the meal. "Now you must think about how you can pay," said 87 Production Brigade San Ok, a great-grandmother whose face was as smooth and girlish as her great-granddaughter's. Carlyle, thinking this must be a joke, gestured at empty bowls. "I can wash plates." San Ok laughed. No, that is hospitality. But you wish transport to the spaceport. Many thousands of kilometers. Your starship fare is for the captain or the steward, not our problem. And as Carlyle, you will have credit with them. But more than the transport, you have put costs on us already. Not your fault, but costs. The gate was to be our fortune. Now it is our danger, our loss. We require something else to sell. Can be idea, design, anything. "Or you could stay here and work for a few years," said someone else, sounding helpful. Carlyle stared at them, thinking frantically, cold inside. "There are some useful features in my spacesuit." "Already examined," said Jong crisply. "It is quite backward. It would be, being Eurydicean. Shit." She flapped a hand at her embroidered satin pyjamas. "Clothes pattern." A polite titter from the women, a rustle as they shifted comfortably and complacently in their big skirts. She ran her hand along the utility belt she had left on under her top. There must be some gadget on it they didn't have. She started fingering through the flat pouches. As she did so, she noticed a wide blank screen at the end of the hall, and her fingers encountered the card Ben-Ami had given her, with his complete works on it. "What is that screen for?" she asked. "Entertainment and education," said San Ok. "We all watch it after dinner." "Would you be interested in some new entertainment?" "Perhaps," said Jong. "If it was edifying as well as entertaining," said San Ok. "Not immoral or decadent." Carlyle took the card out. "All classical," she said. "Very edifying." She hoped it was. She thumbed through the catalogue. Tiny titles, flickering past. Looked up, smiling. "Here was a good example. The Tragedy of Leonid Brezhnev, Prince of Muscovy." "Brezhnev," said Jong, interested. "The friend of the great leader?" "The very same," said Carlyle, winging it. San Ok stood up, clapped, and indicated to everyone that they should put on their translation headphones if they didn't speak American. After a bit of fiddling about with the card and the interfaces, the big screen lit up with a picture of the interior of a vast room, lit by torches and a blazing fire, over which a pig on a spit turned. Bear furs, swords and Kalashnikovs hung on the walls among oil-painted portraits of Marx, Engels, and Lenin. 20 or so shadowed figures in fur cloaks sat around a huge oaken table, quaffing wine, feasting and talking. At the head of the table sat a burly giant of a man, his face stern and scarred, but sensitive and intelligent withal. Through a distant, creaking doorway, a tall, thin-featured knight came in, and the tale began. The Central Committee Room, the Kremlin. Enter Yuri Andropov, a spy. Brezhnev. How goes it, Yuri Andropov? Andropov. Things go not well in Muscovy, my lord. Our work is idle in the factories and bodge their jobs. The managers think plan fulfillment is but a game, and planners are their foes. The farmers let crops rot and tractors rust. Our warriors fight bravely, but on far-flung fronts, Angola and Afghanistan, Contra Amuj wreak havoc on our men. America presses on us hard, its empire vast, now reaching into space, and from above spies on us even now. In time to come, its missiles threaten us, its laser beams may stab us in the back, deterrence gone. Our intellectual men and women too are dissidents or hacks. Our bloody Jews, their bags half packed for Israel, have lost all gratitude for what we have done on their behalf. Timber, oil, and gold are all we sell that willing buyers find, aside from MiG and Proton and Kalashnikov. Aye, these sell well. But for the rest, our manufactured goods are crap, a standing joke in all the markets of the world. The Lada... Ligachev, interrupting. I'd have heard the men howl straight-jacketed in Bedlam for saying such stuff as this. Andropov. 'Twas I who put them there. 'Tis not the saying, but publishing abroad that was their crime, their plain insanity. In another time, your insolent crossing me would have had your gob opened and shut by 9 mil from behind, as well you know. Let us speak freely. Brezhnev. What of the brotherlands? Of Komikon? Andropov. The sledded Polacks grumble in their yards. They hearken too, on shortwave radio, that turbulent priest, Pope Wojtyła, and bide their time. The Bulgars hard oppress their Turks. The Czechs bounce currency abroad, and Semtex too, and do protest too much their fealty. The Magyars boast themselves the happiest barrack in the people's camp. Our Germans seethe with discontent at that dividing wall. As to our brother Serbs, what can I say? Their house of cards may topple any day. Uproar. Gorbachev. We cannot live like this. We must face facts. We must learn, as Lenin said, to trade, to reckon and account, in rubles hard as dollars are, not in worthless chits. Our factories must feel the chilling blast of competition fierce, and strengthened thus go forth into the world, where we must make our peace with other lands. And first, America, mightiest in arms. Let's not provoke their wrath in rash adventuring abroad as bold Guevara did, to die for naught. Let's give our people what they want, which means fast food, cheap television, cars, and Levi jeans. Brezhnev. I know my people well. They're still the folk who stormed the heavens in the 5-year plans, built Magnitogorsk, defended Stalingrad, drove Hitler's hordes back to Berlin, then stormed the heavens in very truth. Gagarin blazing a cosmic trail. With them, I'll face the worst America can do. Tikhanov beat your plough-boys into swordsmen. The party too I know and can command.
a mighty host of all the best in Muscovy, the strong, loyal, intelligent, my very knights. All discipline is in their hands. It is the key you overlook, good Mikhail Gorbachev, that shall unlock our problems old and new. No traffickers shall tell us what to do.
Later, a forest. Enter two conspirators. Shevardnadze.
While Brezhnev tarries, nothing can be changed.
Gorbachev, aside.
She's passing, but can be arranged.
Exeunt, pursued by a bear. I must have gained something in the translation, Lucinda thought. 87 Production Brigade watched the play on the big screen, utterly agog. They hooted with laughter, gasped, wept at inappropriate moments, thumped the tables and each other's backs. They shook their fists and hissed at the sly, treacherous Gorbachev, shuddered as he took his blood money from the evil American Emperor George I, applauded the noble, doomed Leonid. Andropov's eulogy over the prince's bullet-riddled body had them sitting bolt upright, silent, tears streaming down their cheeks.
"This is wonderful,"
Son Och said at last, two enthusiastic nods.
"With this, 87 Production Brigade will make fortune in entertainment. This will be viewed in many habitats."
She looked down at the card.
"And so much more. The musicals, the operas. Who is this Ben-Ami?"
Carlyle was so relieved and pleased that she let the rice wine loosen her tongue.
"He is a great writer and producer," she said. "He lives on the other side of your gate."
"That is interesting," said Jong, and Carlyle realized she had said too much. 9. Starship Enterprises.
"Is very powerful play,"
said Ree the following morning, when the lifter was a good 1,000 kilometres south of the family farm. He looked as if he was recovering from a hangover, and somehow furtive. There was no actual need for him to look over his shoulder as he flew, but now and then he did.
"But I fear some may misinterpret it."
He sighed.
"Revisionism, anti-revisionism, self-reliance idea, is all very complicated. I am poor marine ecologist. I sit in the bows of Marx. I swim around the trousers of Mao. At low tide, I walk in mud at feet of dear leader, and throw down my meter square and count invertebrates. I am very self-reliant. Some day I hope to meet nice girl, another biologist perhaps, and together we make contribution to many child policy. We will live in big habitats spinning in the sun. Natural environment for self-reliant conscious primate. Man is to master and transform nature, not stick in the mud like ignorant Yank. That is all I know and believe in."
"Sounds enough to be going on with," said Carlyle. He glanced at her sideways, his hands moving over the terrifyingly complex and unforgiving controls.
"It was until last night," he said. "The play said nothing that was incorrect or against self-reliance idea. There is not one line that is immoral or decadent. Very strong moral against revisionism. But even so, whenever I think about it, it perturbs my mind."
Becoming agitated, he waved his hands. The craft yawed. Hastily he grabbed the levers.
"You see," he went on, "I lose control. I think about Prince Leonid, and I say to myself, he was a man, and he lived. Who will say that of me?"
"But you're a man, and you're living," Carlyle objected, though she knew fine well what he meant.
"And Brezhnev, well, to be honest, he was not like the prince in the play.
Ree shook his head. That does not matter. The play is the thing. Carlyle said nothing. Subversive intent had been the last thing on her mind, and Ben-Ami's ignorant or wilful misprision of the boring old bureaucrats as rival medieval barons had seemed, if anything, to dignify them. Their doings were quite reminiscent of the rumoured goings-on at the senior levels of her own family, that production brigade of predation, and nothing at all like... "Ah," she said, "I see what you mean." She gave him an earnest smile. "Keep it to yourself." At the spaceport, she was glad of her spacesuit. Without it, she'd have collapsed in the heat. She said goodbye to Ree, who shook her hand and strolled off to recharge his machine for the homeward journey. Carlyle headed for the terminal building, a typical low, flat-roofed structure, sprouting aerials, radars, and solar power panels. The spaceport was a few square kilometres of mirage-shimmered, sun-cracked concrete in a clearing carved out of the scrubby jungle on the shore of an equatorial continent. She had no idea why it was there. Certainly orbital mechanics and launch energy considerations had nothing to do with it. Most of the ships here, including the one with whose captain she was soon dickering over the fare, were the same KE-built type she had just seen over Eurydice. It was out of the corner of her eye, through the big window, that she first saw one of the exceptions. 100-metre wide, stylized bat-wing shape rose and headed skyward, disappearing and reappearing in a rapid series of flickers, like an old celluloid movie in stop frame. Each time it did so, there was a momentary flash of Cherenkov radiation, blue against the blue. The craft was fiddling in atmosphere. Captain 11 Starship Enterprise's Doc Gill barely glanced up from the numbers crunching on his slate. "Showing off," he said sternly. 100-metre FTL jumps. "I've never seen a ship like that before," Carlyle said. "Where did you get it, if you don't mind me asking?" "We did not get it from anywhere," said Doc Gill. "We built it ourselves." He waved a hand. "There are several more on the field. My 11 Starship Enterprises hopes to acquire one soon, but they are much in demand and quite expensive." "I'll bet," said Carlyle. If its general performance was anything like what that glimpse had shown her, it was definitely the coolest ever piece of future tech. "But before we leave, I would like to see the spec and a price list." "Of course," said Doc Gill. After they had settled the fare and the formalities, he escorted her to the local office of Shipyard 29, where a smiling woman called Shipyard 29 Sun gave her a complimentary slate preloaded with details of the Self-Reliance ship, as they called it. Poking about in the slate, she quickly recognized the sources for the new ship's features in certain post-human devices and materials the Carlyles had sold to a DK trading collective many years back. Reverse-engineered it might be, but self-reliant it was. Not even the Knights could have done this, at least not without spending decades sweating out the implications of every step, instead of, well, boldly going. She tried to imagine the likely development path, and shuddered. Then she looked at the price list. A set of alternative possible baskets of post-human tech, all of it prohibitively difficult to salvage, and a bottom-line figure in AO dollars which looked like some didactic example of rendering an astronomical distance in furlongs, and shivered again. "Thank you, Mrs. Shipyard 29, she said. "Your family may be hearing from my family." "I shall look forward to it. Please, have some more tea." The journey home took a couple of days of FTL travel to reach the nearest world in the drift, followed by hours and hours of tedious slog through gates across the skein. It was like going through arrivals at a spaceport again and again, a nightmare about corridors, a nightmare about crowds. Worlds where there was more than one gate, and where the gates going to different places were within convenient distance of each other, were a minority in the skein, and were therefore choke points, a term that could be applied fairly literally after the third or fourth. Travellers, traders, refugees, merchants, exploration teams in their spacesuits, search engines, trains of low cargo containers trundling along. The frustrating waits while build-ups cleared. The nausea of constant changes in gravity, time of day, light spectrum, position above or below ground. It all wore you down. It gave you gate lag. At the customs posts, the Carlisle firm's enforcers nodded her through as soon as her palm print and retinal scan confirmed her identity. But she had to queue like everybody else. More than once, she strode confidently through a gate to find herself only that many steps from where she'd started and had to walk back around it and wait minutes or hours until the passage of other people or other information through the unpredictable fluxes of the skein had untangled whatever CPC violation had been about to kick in. At last, she was back at the planet from which her team had set out, Rho Coroni Borealis D. Terrestrial, never terraformed, it was in the class informally known as a heavy Mars, 0.9 grams with a bleakly beautiful landscape of wind-sculpted volcanic rocks and contorted pinnacles, sulphur yellow, rust red, warmer than it should have been under a fine yellow G0 sun at 4 AU because of the greenhouse effect of its thin carbon dioxide atmosphere. Under sheet diamond domes so high as to be visible only as a cobweb faint tracery across the sky, its cities basked in a permanent temperate summer. Welcome to New Glasgow. Felche Hu Glasgow. The sign had never meant so much. Carlisle staggered out of the gate complex onto the main concourse. People with somewhere to go streamed off. People with someone to meet them stood and hugged or shook hands, depending. The usual drift and flotsam of refugees from distant skirmishes silted up the benches and corners, scavenging for scraps, waste paper, wrappings, food, anything, which they fed into tiny portable Drexlers and patiently cooked into meals and clothing. They haunted the bright windows of the terminal's housing and labour exchanges, eyed up the designs in the malls for later crude pirating. The air smelled of sweat and deodorant and coffee grounds. It was late afternoon and felt like it. Carlisle scanned the crowd anxiously, hoping that her name had travelled through the skein faster than she had, and that it had reached her family and not the news services. Amelia Orr, smart in a new business suit, slim and young in a new body, shouldered out of the crush at the greetings barrier and gave Lucinda a stiff handshake and sudden hug. "Glad to see you back." She smiled in that unguarded way she had that would soon give her new wrinkles. "For all that you've killed me twice." "You were in the ship?" "And the search engine. So I'm told." "Oh, shit, sorry. You're looking well." Her great-great-grandmother preened hair and blouse for a moment. Well, I suppose it was about time for a retread anyway. Know that I'm letting you off the hook on that, mind. And I must say, you're looking absolute shite yourself." "I've had a long day," said Lucinda. "So ye have," said Amelia more kindly. "Come on, let's see your cab. And what's that you're wearing? Tin Man outfit?" "It's a spacesuit," said Lucinda. "You read a scene. Just saw them when... Oh, fuck, sorry. Your mouth needs a wash and all." As she followed Orr's beeline to the Carlisle's limo stand, cab indeed, Lucinda reflected that there was no doubt who was now top dog in the team. She would have to do something about that, she thought, comforted by the pressure of her fingers gripping very firmly the DK Starship slate. No time for more than a shower, a change of clothes, Drexel fresh jeans and top, and a quick dinner before going to meet the boss. Lucinda was dreading it. Over dinner, Amelia avoided the subject, preferring to dwell, rather tactlessly, Lucinda thought, on a musing contretemps resulting from her resurrection from a backup taken a couple of months earlier. By the time the limo picked them up again, Lucinda could barely keep her knees from rattling. The Inner System Super Jovian Rho Coroni Borealis B, currently an evening star, glowed like 10 Venuses in the west above the garden as Lucinda and Amelia walked up the drive of the Carlyle mansion. The fast tiny moons, Busy and Lizzie, played tortoise and hare among the stately progression of orbital factories and habitats. The enforcers on the door gave the two women a polite up-and-down appraisal and a retinal scan. Heels clicked down a long tiled hallway, sank centimetres into the hush pile of the drawing-room carpet. Flowers and cigars on the air, mahogany tables, leather armchairs, hologram fire. "Good evening, ladies." Ian Carlyle unfolded himself in the depths of one of the chairs. The other two men in the room, Lucinda's brother Duncan and distant cousin Kevin, sprang up with more alacrity. She nodded perfunctorily at them, her attention focused, as it had to be, on the boss. "Have a seat. Have a dram," he was saying, ushering them, whisking away their shawls, kissing hands and passing glasses in the same fluid sequence of moves. Every major planet in the drift had one of the old guard in charge, and Ian was older than most. He looked it, too. He had age-stabilized at about 50, and his face and body carried the scars of centuries of attrition like medals. His swept-back hair was white. His eyebrows, meeting in the middle, one of the genetic traces for the male members of the clan, were black. He had never risked rejuvenation, certainly never checked in for a backup and resurrection. It was rumoured that he feared death, having some savoury remnant of a Presbyterian conscience with a lot on it. In the old days on Earth, he had been one of the family's lawyers, the first son of old Donald Carlyle to go to university when the firm was going legit in the early 21st. His dialect was pure standard American with the Anglo-Scottish accent of upper-middle-class Edinburgh. He was smaller than she had remembered. In her heels, for a moment, she could see his scalp, pink beneath the hair. But then he sat down in his armchair and seemed to stretch and expand, as if the chair was a big black leather jacket in which he swaggered. "It's good to see you back, Lucinda," he said. "It isn't all," said Duncan, sounding more heartfelt. She smiled warmly at them all. "It's good to be back," she said. "Sorry about the mess. How is the conflict going? I haven't seen any news yet." Kevin leaned forward. Ian raised a hand. "Time enough later to catch up. Not that there's much to tell. Your news will be far more interesting, and is more eagerly awaited, and will, I'm sure, take much longer to relate." He sat back, tilted his head a little to one side, steepled his fingers. His glance flickered at the glass in Lucinda's hand, then at the whiskey bottle. Talisker. It was the real stuff. "Take your time." She did. Ian listened alertly, asked questions, and was not visibly impatient when the others did. It was only when she offered her brilliant idea for buying new ships from DK that he showed any irritation. He leaned forward and snapped his fingers as she was about to slip the slate back in her bag. For a moment he studied it, stylus ticking, eyebrows twitching. "Lucinda, please," he said, and handed it back. "What?" she said, emboldened by the Talisker. "It's too expensive, too risky," he said, in the voice of someone saying only once what he had not expected to have to say at all. "Forget it." She gave him a placatory, "you're the boss" smile, which he took as no more than his due. He leaned far back and rubbed his face with his hands, stood up. "Well, gentlemen, ladies, this has been quite fascinating." He walked over to the fake fireplace and placed his hands on the mantelpiece for a moment, leaning forward on his toes, arching and stretching his spine, flexed his arms, and whirled around. "Lucinda," he said, making her jump, "I'm very disappointed in you. The cost to the firm has been shocking, and to the family, well, not to mention the families of our employees. Do you realize what deaths in action do to pay rates, premiums, grief to survivors? Resurrection, backups, yes. We're always grateful for that. But they too cost, emotionally as well. There is worse than that. You were given a team to lead, and you let yourself be captured. You let your suit fall into enemy hands. You should have fought tooth and nail. You should have sooner died. I've seen men, aye, and women, without the comfort, such as it is, of backups, go down fighting for the family. In the old days, we would have had... He stopped himself, sighed, and returned to his chair. Enough, he said. You are not leading any more teams until you have proved yourself as a follower. If anyone will have you on their team after this.
They certainly won't, said Amelia.
Lucinda tightened her lips and nodded. Very well, said Ian. Think on it. However, you have given us a most useful account. I thank you for that, at least. He turned away, overtly dismissing her from his concern, and addressed the others. Eurydice doesn't sound as if it presents much of a problem. The problem, as so often, is with the knights. We sent 2 ships to the system. One was lost, as Lucinda has confirmed. The other fiddled out, and is lurking a few light years away. We can't let the knights control a skein nexus. The only question, therefore, is whether we throw in some more ships or prepare an attack through the skein. He smiled and brushed his palms quickly together. Not a problem we can resolve or need discuss tonight.
But,
said Kevin and Duncan simultaneously. Not a word, said Ian. Call at my office tomorrow, gentlemen, mid-afternoon, and we'll have a chat. And so they left. But at the door, just as he handed over shawls and jackets, he murmured, Amelia, if you wouldn't mind staying on for a few minutes. It seemed she wouldn't. The door closed behind them. Lucinda slipped her hands behind the elbows of her brother and her cousin. Am I in disgrace? She had to force the lightness into her tone. Aye, you are that, said Duncan. You're a complete liability. Wouldn't it be seen dead with ye after that, Mulligan? Kevin added. You're down among the civilians now, that's for sure, Duncan said, just to rub it in. Stop it, she said, clutching at her last ragged fringe of self-control. That's what we're here for, said Kevin. Uncle Ian told us that was our job for the evening, to stop you feeling sorry for yourself and doing something daft. Subtlety is not your cousin's middle name, said Duncan. It is no, agreed Kevin. And while we're on the subject, we're also to keep an eye on ye and stop ye rushing off the plot among, let's say, the younger scions against the old guard. They were standing at the gate by now, the lads scanning the street and sky for a cab. 1 or 2 of the new Glasgow local authority cop cars drifted past, giving the place a respectfully wide berth. By coincidence or otherwise, a taxi sank to the ground in front of them 30 seconds later. The Joint was a civilian-owned club, with family muscle on the door and family money behind it. It wasn't a protection racket or illegal den of iniquity. New Glasgow's laws on consensual activities were too light for that to have any point, but a sort of heritage-themed version of such a place. For that reason, it was disdained by the senior members of the family and the firm who knew what the originals had been like, and for the same reason was frequented by the younger members and followers in a spirit of fashionable irony. The style was of a bar converted from a bank hallway, back when banks were cathedrals of capital rather than its very heaven. The circular bar counter had tables and orbits and epicycles, levels and niches around it. The high-domed ceiling of diamond, done to look like stained glass, was ostensibly supported by bucky sheet pillars, done up to look like black marble and gilt. Everything was hollow, with a hard surface, and pretended to be older and something else. Even the strippers were holograms, sliced into layers of more vivid colour by drifting strata of smoke. "Welcome back," Duncan said, after he'd gotten the beers. He leaned sideways, put an arm around her shoulder and squeezed. Properly. Welcome back. Oh, thanks. Cheers. But seriously, Lucinda went on, giving them both a cold eye, I'm not sure what you're up to, guys. That was one heavy hint you dropped back there, Kev. I can just see you two agreeing to get me pissed and trying to inveigle me into some indiscretion you'd pass on to old Ian. You can? Said Duncan, sounding more curious than shocked. Oh, well, no point being sentimental, I suppose. It's all family. Trust doesn't come into it. You said it. For all that, Kevin said, I'm glad you didn't let yourself be killed out there. The boss was talking shite. He wanted you off the team because Auntie Amelia kicked up a stink, for which I cannot blame her. Me neither, said Lucinda. And he dredged up some kind of gangland moral rationale for the bottom of the Clyde as usual. Well, this is all very kind of you. Now what's in it for you? You're on the team, right? In the loop? Oh, sure, said Kevin. A fair way down the kicking order, but still. Aye, we're in on the action group that Ian and Amelia are putting together, unless we blot our copybooks by getting involved in the schemes of disloyal and ambitious family members. Any association with you after tonight could really drag us down with you, said Duncan, which is one good reason to be seen with you here, heads together and all that. Half the week types in this place will be pinging shock messages to the boss, and he'll smile and nod, because we're doing just what he asked us to, see? Okay, said Lucinda. With you so far. She drained her glass. I'll get this one. Standing at the bar, she tried to detect who was watching them, but found it impossible. The whole skill suite of that sort of thing had been Darwinianly perfected far too long ago to be crackable now, at least not by her, a strict amateur in that regard. Lip-reading and distance mics weren't a worry. She was sure her brother and cousin had scramblers in their pockets. Come to think of it, she had one herself in her bag. So I take it you're not too happy with the way the old guys are handling this, she said when she had returned and settled. Hell no, I wouldn't say that, said Kevin. He and Duncan shook their heads. Not us, said Duncan. I mean, think about it. What have we got to deal with on Eurydice? A civilization that developed independently and in all kinds of different directions for us, and the knights, and the commies, and the farmers, okay? With platoon-level weapons that can fly a search engine, that has total continuity with the armed space forces, and science, and tech of the old anti-American alliance, and forby it's now got a traitor or defector for our camp, who kens all our gear and tactics, and it's supported by far and away the most sophisticated of the rival powers. To say nothing of mysterious extinct aliens who have apparently left their war machines lying around for the knights to poke into like a fucking hornet's nest. Right? So, obviously, the thing to do is to treat it like it's some scurvy wee backwater where the farmers are getting uppity or the commie strip miners are crunching up valuable tech. Aye, sure, it's pure routine. Throw some of your ships and soldiers at it and see who blinks first. Jeez. Was that still the plan? You heard the boss. That, or try storming out through the gates. I'm sure your story about more than one gate has Ian and Amelia poring over maps of the skein right this minute. He can't be that stupid, Lucinda said. Come on. It isn't stupidity, said Kevin. It's a kind of conservatism, like, that goes all the way back to the castle on the Clyde. Not to mention a sudden surge of adrenaline to the head at the thought of getting their claws around the scrota of the guys that use the old country as a fucking gun rest. He shrugged. The old guard are used to handling what you might call the military side of things, dealing with the other powers, whereas this is more like combat archaeology, dealing with a power we dinna ken much about. Our sort of thing, said Duncan. Your sort of thing. Amelia, our sort of thing too, Lucinda pointed out. Nah, said Duncan. She's rode shotgun on expeditions. Good comms up, but she doesn't have the nous,
that comes for getting down and dirty in the tech.
So, gentlemen, said Lucinda, mimicking the boss, what alternative would you suggest?
That was what we were going to ask you, said Duncan.
The DK ship sound promising, said Kevin.
All right, said Lucinda. Here's how I'd play it. I'd fortify the other side of the gate we went through, and every direct secondary connection from it. I'd try to negotiate with the Knights. Hell, I'd offer them a free hand and hands off on our part on every new discovery of a post-human tech deposit for, say, the next year or so. Opening bid. Take it up to 10 years if we have to, but keep that card close to the chest. In exchange, they give us back control of the gates on Eurydice. At the same time, make a real generous offer to the Eurydiceans of good rates and a clean slate, forget about the old vengeance stuff. We've far more to gain from trading with them than from trying to screw reparations out of them. They have lots of cool kit and flash art, and they're just yearning to talk to and trade with somebody else. They've been in cultural solitary confinement for 200 years.
Can I see the Knights buying it? Or the Eurydiceans trusting us, said Duncan.
That's just the diplomatic offensive. The other side of it is getting ships in system without engaging the Knights. Now, I have no doubt that DK and AO will be interested. There's a whole system that's not very well developed, a nice stable sun, and an underpopulated terraformed planet. Deals to be done there, I'd say. Encourage them to swarm in. Get some of their people in on DK and AO ships.
Aha, said Kevin. Good one.
Then what? Said Duncan. Build up contacts with the Eurydicean armed forces. Remember how I said many of them are a dissident faction, the Returners. I bet most of them will be smatting under the Knights before too long. There's your ground force, ready-made.
It's space forces we need, and that's a problem, Duncan objected.
One way to do it will be a straight swap, ship for ship. Our people in system could clandestinely take over DK or AO ships already in place one by one, in exchange for our ships somewhere else. When we have enough, we'll have a local superiority of force, all ready to put some weight behind our very reasonable offer.
Nice plan, said Duncan. Too many failure nodes, though. Depends too much on secrecy and surprise for my liking. 1 KE spy in any of the camps, and we've blown it.
That's why we need a backup, Lucinda said. It could be a dozen or so of our ships. I reckon that's what the old guard are going to go for, and would fit in fine with that plan. Trouble is, it's high attrition, brute force, and might not succeed after all. Or it could be just one of the new DK ships. It could fiddle straight in, right under the belly of the KE ship on sight, and any ship in space, and blow them all into the next cycle of the universe in real time.
Impossible, said Kevin. No fucker can fiddle with that precision.
Lucinda fished out the slate and passed it to him. Read the spec, she said. It's no boasting. I've seen one of the ships, and I tell ye, it goes like a bat out of heaven. The two men became lost in the spec for a few minutes. Kevin got up, saying nothing, and got in another round. They checked through it again.
No way can we afford to go off after the kind of stuff they're asking, Duncan said at last. It'd be a huge diversion for dealing with the Eurydice crisis.
It would be if we were to divert people who would otherwise be working on it, Lucinda said coolly. But I'm not.
You'll no get any other family members along with ye, said Kevin. Your name's pure poison at the minute, I'm sorry to say.
That's my problem, said Lucinda. I'll put together a team of civilians if I have to, at their own risk and mine, and their profit and mine if we succeed. And the families, if we get enough loot to buy a ship in time. Meanwhile, chaps, do feel free to take the ideas we've discussed back to the boss. Claim the credit for them if you like. They're good ideas, and they complement what he was going to do anyway. She grinned at them. Settled?
It was. "So, what do we do now?" Lucinda asked. "The night is young." Kevin laughed. "Aye, but you're going to flake out in a couple of hours." She nodded gloomily at this assessment. "What we do," Duncan said, "is you tell us some more about Eurydice and its beautiful people, and then you get tired and emotional, and then we take you home." "No, that," said Lucinda, "is a plan." 10. Enlightenment's Dawn. Relief rang through all the circuits of the hungry dragon, like blood returning to a limb. Parts of its machinery and mind were still blocked to its awareness, but the painful warping of its will towards controlling the manufacturing processes on the asteroid had ceased. "What's going on?" Lamont called out as he thrashed into the webbing. "You may have noticed a change in the subsonic vibration of the hull," said the ship. It selected a screen. "As you see, the manufacturing process appears to be complete." The surface of the asteroid was covered with glistening pods, row upon Fibonacci-sequenced row of them, like grains of corn on a cob. "What are these?" Lamont asked. "They have formed up in the last 6 minutes," the ship replied. "They consist of multi-laminated plastic shells and shock-absorbent packing around clusters of 100 war machines each. The most likely hypothesis is that they are disposable atmospheric entry vehicles." "Shit," said Lamont. "I wonder how they intend to get to Eurydice. I mean, I didn't see any sign of them building there." He stopped. His face and mouth worked in time with his mind. The ship waited. It was like monitoring a very slow piece of machinery. "Shit," he said again. Another long pause. The ship contemplated certain mathematical relationships that gave it a sense of satisfaction. "Look," Lamont said, the figure of speech triggering a completely irrelevant surge in the ship's visual system. "Can these things be reasoned with?" "They are designed not to be," said the ship. "The manufacturing process is self-organizing and decentralized. The individual machines it produces are autonomous. Each has just sufficient intelligence for its task, which is highly specialized and not open to negotiation or subversion." "They must have a bloody on and off switch," grumbled Lamont. "Otherwise, how would they know when to stop fighting?" He gazed at the interface with an expression of slowly dawning suspicion. "Ah," he said, "it's in you, isn't it? The central command system for the war machines." "I have no way to confirm that," said the machine, "but I cannot deny the possibility." Lamont scratched his stubble, grinning. "In that case, the problem becomes one of breaking down the partitions." "I do not recommend that," said the ship, "even if I could see a way to accomplish it, which I cannot." "Have you been following the news from Eurydice?" "Not syntactically," replied the machine. "I have, of course, downloaded it." "Well, read it now," said Lamont. "Pay particular attention to interviews with the Knights of Enlightenment." The ship reviewed several days' worth of gnomic utterance. "I fail to see how this helps," it replied within 2 seconds. "No, you wouldn't," said Lamont. "That isn't the point. They aren't exactly broadcasting algorithms for hacking war machine interfaces. The point is the example they have set. This thing can be done." "They have not yet done it," said the machine. "Let's see if we can beat them to it," said Lamont. The machine and the man had been together a long time, more intimately than he knew it. Even so, it did not expect the next question, as Lamont theatrically arranged himself in a mid-air lotus position. "Tell me about your dreams," he said. "I do not dream." "Let me clarify," said Lamont. "I refer to fleeting combinations of thoughts and images that intersperse your logical mental processes." "Ah," said the machine, Those. The session lasted for several hours. Some small progress was made. They both found the procedure so engrossing that when the gravity wave detector lit up with scores of objects decelerating from superluminal velocities, it took them a whole minute to react. Ben-Ami had thought he knew his city. He had lived 100 years in it, and for 80 of those years he had not so much had a finger on its pulse as surfed its bloodstream. Every quickening of the beat, every languor, every hormonal trickle of unease had fed into his shows. Often it was easier to see in retrospect just what nerve he had touched. The concern about the gradually encroaching communism implicit in the cornucopian economy in his Leonid Brezhnev. The need to overcome a sense of division and faction in his version of West Side Story. The feeling of a softening in morale, a loss of possibility for heroism in Guevara. The troubled ethics of resurrection in the sensational vulgarities of Herbert West. Now, as he walked through the deep, morning-shadowed streets of the government quarter, he felt he was out of touch. What he had seen and heard, even smelled, on the way here was something he hadn't encountered before, and didn't himself feel. Here a glance that lingered, then jumped away when met. There an edged rasp and quaver in a young woman's voice. In the air of the crowded commuter shuttles, a faint, disquieting, sour tang. Fear. It was unmistakable and unbelievable. It just didn't sit well with what he knew of New Start. The city had always lived up to its name, and so had the planet. The colony had burned off all its fear in fueling its long flight, and it urged those who loved it to not look back. They had turned their faces towards an unknown future with gaiety and resolve. His friend Adrian had often detected a febrile undertone to this, a sadness in living beyond extinction, a post-mortem tristesse. But Ben-Ami never had. Perhaps he wasn't sensitive enough. Perhaps he was made of sterner stuff. He didn't know. What he felt now, beneath his present worry about what other people felt, and beneath his mild foreboding about the appointment to which he briskly walked, was elation. We are not alone. The universe is open. There are people out there. There are doors to everywhere. We can fiddle. He could feel his steps spring. He could almost punch the air at the thought. Why are you walking like this? He wanted to ask the trudging crowd as he slipped through its gaps, when we should all be dancing. He ran up the marble steps of a familiar ornate building, beside whose open doors a modest plaque proclaimed it the offices of the members of the Eurydicean Assembly. I have an appointment at 9 with Jean-Luc Menard, he told the receptionist, member for the 79th arrondissement. He's available, Mr. Ben-Ami. The receptionist looked slightly awkward. If you can spare a moment. Ben-Ami signed the tattered program book for the madness of George II, a farce from 70-odd years earlier that he'd have been delighted to forget, chatted briefly, got the directions, and bounded up the indicated stair. Menard welcomed him into an office with a good view towards the ocean and a lot of screens on the walls, all silent and all full of earnestly talking people. An early debate in the assembly, morning studio interviews, vox pops. Menard was a short man who looked a little older and stouter than he needed to. It was as much part of his image as the conservative, almost collarless suits and shirts which he wore in daily defiance of, and approximately annual compliance with, fashion. One of the responsible elements, he had been Ben-Ami's MEA, a nodding acquaintance for decades. After a few social niceties over a cup of coffee, Menard got to the point. This is a little difficult, Benjamin, he said. I don't usually ask my constituents in to see me. Normally, of course, it's the other way round, as you know. I appreciate your help on many occasions past, said Ben-Ami, searching his memory for any relatives or offspring Menard might have with theatrical ambitions or pretensions, and finding none. If there's anything I can do for you—" "Not at all, nothing personal, nothing like that," said Menard. He glanced out of the window and back. "Damn it, old chap, I hate doing this." He slapped his hands on his knees. "The fact is, it's about your play." "My play?" For a moment Ben-Ami thought it was his most recent play that was meant. The Reformer Reformed, a knockabout satire on Eurydicean politics that had closed on its third night. Had there been some careless allusion in it that had offended Menard? "The Returner play." "Oh!" Ben-Ami laughed, relieved. "Early days, Jean-Luc. Don't like to talk about unfinished projects. Bit of a professional superstition, I know, but there it is. I can tell you this much." He tapped his nose. "It'll be controversial." "Indeed." Menard frowned at him. "That's the problem." "I'm sorry?" Ben-Ami shook his head. "What problem?" "It's difficult to put this as delicately as I would wish," said Menard. "Let's just say there are many people who would regard it as politically inopportune. In the present situation only, I assure you. When things settle down a little, then, to be sure, there would be no objection. But for now—" He spread his hands. Ben-Ami floundered. "I expected my political friends to question it. All sorts of rumours are flying around. You know what actors are like, can't resist gossip or a good line. But I assure you, when you see it all in context—" Menard threw up his hands. Yes, patriotic, progressive, all that sort of thing. The business with the returners might raise some eyebrows, but I'm confident you can carry that off. That isn't the problem. Or rather, it precisely is the problem. To stir up feelings, however well-intentioned, of what one might call the chauvinisme, the sense of Eurydicean— "One moment," said Ben-Ami coldly. "You, my friend, a responsable politique, are telling me there are those who fear my play will be too patriotic?" "Yes," said Menard, sounding ashamed of himself. "Not myself, of course. Not even our party. I'm merely the messenger, you understand. I've been asked by a very highly placed source to convey a word of advice. The executive, and above all the Joint Chiefs, are very concerned about the delicacy of our relationship, a relationship of the highest importance to our security, perhaps even to our existence, with our new allies." "Ah, I see," said Ben-Ami. "They're worried about offending the knights." "Exactly," said Menard, beaming obvious delight that they were at last on the same wavelength. "Then," said Ben-Ami, standing up, "I'll thank you to convey a message back to your friends in high places. Tell them they can take their word of advice and stick it up their arses." Winter had once stood on the pier at South Queensferry and noticed the 3-metre height difference between high and low tide. He had guessed that the area of sea in front of him, between the road bridge and the Forth Bridge, was approximately a kilometre square. In that little area, that tiny fraction of the sea's surface, 3 million tons of water had been raised in a few hours, airily lofted by the distant moon. He had been struck by what had then seemed deep thoughts about physics and gravity and tidal forces, of the sheer power in the great machine of the world. Or maybe he hadn't, and the memory had been provided for him by another machine, as a logical consequence of some surviving fragment of his experiences and beliefs, rather than from, say, a recorded snatch of reminiscence caught on late-night television. Whatever. He remembered it now, looking across the city at the black ship that hung above the park like a cartoon weight, marked 1 million tons, and poised for an impossible instant before it flattened whatever or whoever was under it.
"Bugs you, doesn't it?" said Calder, evidently noticing the way Winter's gaze gravitated to the thing. They were drinking mid-morning coffee in an open-air waterfront cafe where Ben Ami had arranged to meet them.
"It does," said Winter. "Like, what's holding it up?"
"Ask the knights." Calder jerked his head, indicating several black-clad men drinking tea a few tables away.
"I have,"
Winter said, leaning out of his partner's side-stream smoke.
"They asked me a few questions about my knowledge of physics, and politely suggested that I acquire some more before asking questions whose answers I couldn't understand."
"Sound advice."
"On the other hand, maybe they don't know either."
Calder snorted. "There's a lot of that about. You ask any of the locals how their system works. They look at you as if you're stupid for even asking. They don't even give you a hand wave." He waved his arms about. "I mean, where's our guided tour of Utopia? That's part of the package. It's in the brochure. I checked."
"This isn't Utopia," said Winter. "It's what we had back in Polarity, with the rations and incentives and all. It's just got more sophisticated, more abstract. Lucinda got the guided tour. Couldn't make head nor tail of it, she said."
"Still carrying that torch?" Calder said.
"Yes," said Winter.
He felt a sudden surge of frustration, a tension from his groin to his throat via his solar plexus.
"You know, I'm getting fed up of this place."
Calder looked surprised and bothered. "Why?"
"Oh, I don't know. It's because it's like Polarity, I guess. I feel like we're still in the fucking tunnels."
He swung his hands back and forth on both sides of his head.
"I can't wait for them to open the wormhole gates, or for some ships to arrive that aren't stuffed with smiling samurai. I want to see the other planets, right? And I want to go back to Earth."
Calder nodded and didn't seem to want to say any more. So Winter helped himself to more coffee and stared out to sea, inhaling the breeze. Freighters and bulk carriers filled the harbour. Sailing dinghies and cruise liners dotted the sea to the horizon. Air cars and entopters buzzed above it. All, no doubt, economically justified in some way he couldn't quite get his head around. Cornucopian capitalism ran on something even more abstract than money, a calculus of reputation and reward that tweaked the material balances and made or broke the fortunes of promoters and projectors, physical accountants and venture planners. Loafing and lotus-eating earned contempt. Providing goods and services that couldn't be churned out on a Drexler bought respect. Art and design were big, as were entrepreneurship and advice. Existential consultancy, philosophical mentoring, physical training, erotic education. And a surprising amount of manual labour, practical skill and personal service all paid big dividends in credit and interest. It was a great place, a lively city, a venue where he could make it big. So why did he feel this way, as if he was trapped indoors in winter and getting cabin fever? Stir-crazy or SAD. Maybe there was a vital line missing from the thin spectrum of the sun. Or it could be a combination of homesickness and lovesickness. That Lucinda Carlyle had visited Earth, that she spoke and acted like the people he remembered from Earth, that even in her appearance and accent she could have stepped straight out of his remembered past. All these resonated with the spurious memories of Irene and nostalgia for Earth that had gnawed at him so needlessly and so long.
"Good morning, gentlemen,"
said Ben Ami, swooping to the table in the bat-winged, knife-pleated gunmetal habit that was the fashion of the day. He poured coffee, sat back, and grinned at the musicians.
"I have news. Very interesting news."
He paused, as if to tease out the moment.
"Fire away, mate,"
said Calder, earning a puzzled glance and a confidential hunch.
"I've just been called to a meeting with my MEA. He's warned me against putting on this production, for fear of—"
He leaned closer, spoke quieter.
"offending
the Knights.
He sat back and brushed his palms against each other.
Worth about 1,000 hours of publicity, wouldn't you say?
Ha! Said Calder.
That's one way of looking at it, and good for you. But how do you know it isn't a wise move to keep on the right side of the black pajama guys?
Ben-Ami flapped a sleeve.
I don't care if it is or not. If our so-called security requires self-censorship of artistic work, then frankly, we've lost the planet already. Genuine military and diplomatic considerations are one thing, and cultural cringing is another entirely. Let the Knights shut the production down themselves, should it come to that. I, for one, will not shut myself up on the basis of heavy hints dropped on my toe.
He sipped a little more coffee and darted a sharp glance at each of them. Are you with me, gentlemen? They both nodded. At that, Ben-Ami stood up. Excuse me, he said. He lifted the crockery and cafetiere and laid them carefully on a vacant seat, then jumped up onto the table. The clapping of his cupped hands was like a rattle of stage pistol shots.
Attention, people, he shouted.
He spun around, cloak swirling and flashing.
Listen, everyone.
He had a fine, deep voice, and he knew how to project it. Heads turned.
For anyone who doesn't know me, yes, gentlemen of the Knights, that means you. My name is Benjamin Ben-Ami. I'm a playwright and promoter, and I intend to produce and have performed a spectacular musical entertainment based upon the history of Eurydice and its glorious precursor states. It will be called Rebels and Returners, ladies and gentlemen, and it will be performed in the grounds of the Jardin des Étoiles in 4 weeks.
Winter saw Calder put his head in his hands, then look up and mouth silently.
4 fucking weeks. All are welcome, Ben-Ami shouted. And yes, gentlemen, that very much includes you, the Knights.
The Knights stood up as one, tipped their heads towards Ben-Ami, and walked off. A man jumped up, sending his table crashing.
Now look what you've done, Ben-Ami. You've offended them. And I don't blame them. This is no time for this kind of divisive, contentious stuff. Who says it's going to be divisive?
Someone else shouted, and in the subsequent contention had his answer. Ben-Ami jumped down as the first thrown tomato whizzed past his head. More tables went over, shouts. Winter stood up. Calder was already on his feet, in his forced fighting crouch, hands out, glaring around. Scuffles were breaking out. Out of the corner of his eye, Winter saw a blade flash, then heard a grunt. He reached inside his jacket, forgetting that there was no weapon there. Calder grinned, or maybe just bared his teeth.
I hope you're getting all of this, Benji, old boy, he said. This is just like it was back on...
A shoulder hit his hip, and he went over. Lamont stared at the patterns of the gravity wave display, his mind translating it into a visual image as though it were a stereogram. The resulting magic eye picture of the starships converging on Eurydice was as disturbing as it was vivid. Hours passed. The pattern stabilized around the planet.
The Knights aren't fighting them, he remarked.
In part it is a question of the balance of forces, said the Hungry Dragon, but more significantly it is because these are not their enemies. These are not Carlisle family ships.
What are they?
The Hungry Dragon turned on several comms channels at once. The audio filled with American accented voices, and the visuals were swift shifting surveys of Eurydice, and what looked like rapid-fire negotiation and exchange of contracts, in which kilohectares of land were being haggled over in acres of small print.
What is online, said the ship with a rare stab at humour, is America offline.
The farmers that Carlisle mentioned.
They're selling land to each other.
They are at least staking claims.
But they have no right. This is outrageous.
The ship lurched. Lamont was thrown back and forth in the webbing. Through the singing cables he felt the additional vibration of a brief burn of the main jet and a few nudges from the attitude jets. "Stop!" he yelled. "I am sorry," said the ship. "This is not under my control." With fierce concentration, Lamont eyeballed up some external views just as the retro-rocket jet killed the ship's forward momentum. Half a dozen gummy cables, extruded from somewhere on the surface between the rows of machinery pods, extended, clung, and contracted, winching the ship back a little to the polar end of the asteroid, where it was further snared and hauled. Within minutes, its stern and jets were attached, glued, it seemed, to the rock. It was as though the ship had become the bowsprit of an iceberg. Lamont expected some of the pods to detach from the surface and fasten themselves to the side of the ship, but nothing of the kind happened. Instead, the external cameras showed the transmission dish aerials jerking about. The control board indicated that they were active. The power drain was visible to the naked eye. "What are you transmitting?" "I do not know," said the ship. Lamont twisted in the webbing, then catapulted himself out of it to a corner of the control board and grabbed a manual control for an external aerial. It was a crude mechanical contraption to move the dish in a case of power loss. He shifted it until it caught the edge of the beam from one of the transmitters. "That was ingenious," said the ship. "Are you receiving it?" "Yes," said the ship. "It is identical to the transmission that took control of my processors." "Do you have it firewalled?" "Yes." Lamont relaxed for a moment. At least the whole business wasn't about to repeat itself. Then he thought a bit further. "Where are these transmissions directed?" "Towards Eurydice," said the ship. "At a wild guess," snarled Lamont. "They're aimed at those newly arrived ships. It's trying its luck to hack into them." "That sounds plausible," admitted the ship. "Step 2, said Lamont. "That Carlisle woman didn't seem bothered about war machines. I have the impression these people elsewhere in the galaxy have dealt with them before. They may have firewalls or antidotes to this virus. I don't expect them to be too kind towards any sources of it." The ship's lights dimmed for a second. "The transmissions have ceased," the Hungry Dragon reported. "That doesn't change anything. We're a sitting duck." "We are not," said the ship, "in the place from which the transmissions originated." "What?" The ship patched up an image of the stellar background, time-stamped a minute earlier. Then another, shown as current. It repeated this several times. The difference was tiny, but perceptible as the image flicked back and forth. "The stars have moved," said the ship. "Or we have." Side 2. When the stars are right. 11. Team Spirit. "You're a lightning chaser," Carlisle said. That was the polite term. The rude one was rapture fucker. What she'd said still sounded like an accusation. She hadn't meant it that way. She really wanted Campbell Johnston on her team. He stared back at her, his gaze peculiarly blank. His retinae were really cameras. The irises didn't adapt. The photocells did. Carlisle was used to the widening of the pupils when men looked at her. Not on Eurydice, but thank God or nature she wasn't there now. Only Winter, and to a much lesser extent, Calder and Amon, had responded thus to her in that world of optimal beauty. "I am that," Johnston said. It was an English idiom. In a perfect home counties American accent, like in an Ealing comedy. He knocked back his whiskey, refilled his glass from the bottle, topped up hers. "What's it to you?" "I'm in the soul market," Carlisle said. "I can offer excellent rates." The rates hadn't helped her get any kind of routine crew. The labour exchanges and other recruitment routes had effectively blacklisted her, whether because of Carlisle family old guard pressure or because she was too much of a risk. The only people she could hire would have a worse record than she had. Even the most adventurous freelancers had looked at the DK barter price list and shaken their heads. Hence her going after lightning chasers.
I shouldn't say this, said Johnston, but the rates aren't the issue. The risk is.
He glowered at the bottle.
Moths to a flame, my dear. That's what we are.
Spare me the self-pity, you fucking drama queen. He seemed to pick up the thought. Maybe he did. You could never tell with lightning chasers. He didn't know what enhancements they had.
It's like an addiction, he said. To get so close, you could touch it, without getting dragged in yourself.
It's hard to explain. You ever thought of going over to the Knights? Carlyle asked, curiosity getting the better of discretion.
Oh, sure.
He sipped whiskey.
Couldn't take the Puritanism. Besides, their whole thing is, they don't go up close. Arm's length, gloves, tongs. Contemplate the mathematics, complete the calculation, one step at a time. You know the drill. Not my scene at all.
If it's risk you're after, I can offer plenty. Johnston sucked his lower lip, eased it out under his upper teeth.
All right,
he said. Show me. She passed him the DK slate. He read through it impassively while she sat back and kept a wary eye on their surroundings. The Hairy Fairy was a dive so low it passed right under the Carlyle's radar. Dim lights, sour carpet sticky with spilt drinks, air stiff with smoke. Its clear, curving diamond window wall overlooked New Glasgow's lights from 200 metres up the side of a building crusted with similar bubbles. It was a notorious hangout for rapture fuckers, the bane of exploration and hacking teams. They were hard to screen out. Like sociopaths, they knew how to manipulate expectations they didn't share. In recruitment interviews and tests, they came across as normal, knowledgeable, interested types, keen to get on a team. They could restrain their excitement long enough to complete a few missions successfully, often distinguishing themselves with what seemed like bravery. Then, just when you trusted them enough for a really challenging job, they'd let their obsession get the better of them, break away and plunge deep into the works. If they didn't disappear entirely into the ravenous tornado of singularity or destroyed by machinery, they came back changed, bodies mutilated or enhanced, minds time-sharing with or displaced entirely by other entities. Post-human processes used human-level minds as subroutines. Some of these minds were eager to escape into other systems. With sufficient care, they could be trapped, as Schleim had been, but without it, they could possess the incautious. The best outcome was when the rapture fucker was the only victim. Some of the less autistic wrecks of such adventures were frazzling their neurons further in the corners of the spa, trying to make the voices go away, or shut up, or speak more clearly, trying to make the fleeting, impossible insight come back. A woman with long silver hair leaned against the outward overhang of the window wall, palms and forehead pressed against it, as though contemplating a jump that the diamond plate denied her. Every so often she'd rock back, reach behind her for a bottle on the table, swig, and resume her outward staring without turning around. "This is the one you want," Johnston said, pushing the slate across the table and swivelling it at the same time. He'd highlighted the relevant paragraph in the long list of bits of kit DK considered the equivalent of one of their new ships. All of them looked almost impossible to get hold of, with the resources she could muster. This one she dismissed entirely. 1, numeral 1, macroscale quantum teleportation device, transmitter and receiver fully functioning with human-level interface control enabled. Minimum mass transfer capability. 2, numeral 2, tons. Minimum resolution scale, atomic. Minimum range 10, numeral 10, light years. "This is some kind of joke," Carlyle said. "The little commie bastards are trying it on. There's only been one of these ever found, and we sold it to the Knights for a fucking solar system. One with 2 gas giants and a habitable terrestrial at that." "There wasn't only one found," said Johnston.
There's only one being recovered. I know where you can find another, because I've seen it myself." He laughed. "I can even tell you. It's no secret. It's just that nobody's been mad enough to go after it. It's in the cave system on Chernobyl." The name made her shoulders hunch a little. "That's a pulsar planet, and it's right in the beam." Johnston nodded. "Every 2.7 seconds. Chernobyl's tidal lock to the primary. No rotation, and the gate's on the day side, if you call getting nuked every 2 and a bit seconds day. The gate's 50-odd clicks from the caves, from the known entrance to the cave system, that is. The terrain is rough, the atmosphere's thick, ionized, stormy. Let's just say you wouldn't want to fly in it. What light gets through is from the stars and from secondary radioactivity. The machine, the QTD, masses about 5 tons and is as delicate and about as radiation tolerant as a leaf photometer. It's only because it's 300 meters below ground that it survived at all." He smiled. "And that's just the transmitter. The receiver is a few thousand kilometers away, still on the day side, worse luck, heavily shielded with 100 tons of lead, because it's in a shallower cave, one that doesn't have any known entrance. And believe me, the planet's being satellite mapped to centimetre resolution." "So how come anyone knows where it is, or even that it exists?" "We fired up the QTD transmitter and sent a probe through it. It was possible to deduce its new location by timing the radiation pulses. Some of that shit punches straight through half a click of rock, and this was maybe 10 meters below the surface." He shrugged. "Of course, you can do only so much with probes, especially in these conditions. Terribly bad line, you know. So I took a backup and went through myself." She tried not to show quite how impressed she felt. "What did you find?" "Oh, a cave full of very nice kit. Nothing as good as the QTD, though. And no way out, no exit that I could find. No transmitter the other way either." "So how did you—" "Oh, I didn't. I died there. Gives me claustrophobia just thinking about it." He thumped his chest. "I'm the backup." "How did you die?" she asked. "Suicide, I'm pleased to say. Webster bolt to the head. Good to know I've the balls for it. Though, considering it was the first symptoms of radiation sickness that made me do it. Puking up in the suit and all that, very messy. Maybe balls isn't quite the mot juste." "Somehow," Carlyle said, "you get the impression you're not telling me all of this to show how tough you are. You think there's a way to get the thing out." "Oh, I know there is," said Johnston. "Think about it. The raptured may have been as gods, but they couldn't work miracles. How did the receiver get into a closed cave? There must be another gate in the second cave, leading to God knows where." "Well, yes," he grinned. "Exciting, isn't it?" "What about the transmitter?" "I'm afraid there's no way around that one. There's simply no way to get it to the gate, so forget about gates. You'd have to land a starship as near to the entrance as possible and load it on. Come to think of it, you could do the same with the other one. Use a bunker buster to break into the cave. The receiver's shielded, like I said, so it's pretty robust. And carry it out. Why hasn't that been done?" "The pulsar beam is like a nuclear bomb going off nearby in vacuum every 2.7 seconds. You'll recall what a radiation burst like that does to a starship main drive?" "I do indeed," said Carlyle. "But you could protect the drive by cladding it with enough lead. Hundreds of tons." Johnston leaned back. "You could," he said. "But why isn't that done routinely, I ask, given the low but unfortunately not zero frequency of nuclear skirmishes?" "Because if you did that, you wouldn't have enough power to shift anything much else." "Exactly," said Johnston. "It isn't just the added weight. Shielding the drive against radiation weakens the field's grip on the space-time manifold. And don't forget, we're talking about loading another 100+ tons of lead-cladded object on board." Carlyle ran through some mental calculations. "It could still be done," she said. "Cutting it very fine, leaving out every scrap of mass you didn't need. Shit. And some that you would. There'd be nowhere near enough for the team's protective suits, or extra armour for the search engine, or a search engine at all, come to that. The team and the crew would have to stay in the same shelter as the drive. Yeah, that's possible. But when they went out..." "How clearly you see the problem," said Johnston. "Believe me, I've done the math. Factored in all the equipment you'd need, a crane and a truck principally, and whichever way you cut it, you're right at the margin. You can't get the ship there safely and have the safety gear for a surface team. We're not talking suits anyway. That pulsar beam is fierce. You'd need a search engine with so much armour it can barely move like we had. The solution, of course, positively jumps out at you. Do it in 2 trips, or 2 ships, or a really big KE ship, or one of those AO arcs. Can you afford that? Any of that? If I could get the investment in advance, but not for this, no, just a standard AO truck." "Well, then..." Carlyle stared at him. His fixed pupil eyes stared back. "Oh, fuck," she said. "One way." "Dying's not so hard," said Johnston. "Take it from me." A lot of things could go through your mind at a moment like this. The first thing that Carlyle thought about was robots. She dismissed the thought. She couldn't afford robots. Robots, autonomous and smart enough to do that kind of job, were more expensive and harder to hire than humans, and less easily replaced. The second thing she thought about was dying. She'd never done it before, and there was a certain pride in that, an existential security in knowing for sure that you were who you thought you were. It felt clean. On the other hand, a lot of people, most of whom she knew and who had trusted her, had lost that innocence because she had fucked up. At least, that was how they saw it. Maybe it was time for her to show she could take it, so that she could look them in the eye again. The third, and oddly enough the most conclusive, was the thought of more dreary trudging or phoning around the exchanges and more scornful looks from freelancers. This was the first person she'd met who thought one of the jobs was feasible and wanted to take it on. "All right," she said, her mind suddenly made up and immediately quailing. "Let's do it or die trying." "It's and, not or, my dear," said Johnston. He raised his drink. "Good health." After they clinked glasses, he became instantly businesslike. "Who else do you have on the team?" "You're the first," Carlyle admitted. "That's good," he said, to her surprise. "It means we're not cluttered up with artillerymen, grunt scientists and such, all quite redundant on this exercise. You'd have had to stand them down anyway. You, me, the pilot comes with the ship. Fine, I presume you can hire one for a quick in and out." Carlyle nodded. "And one more person. A heavy-duty crane operator with archaeology experience and a death wish." "A tall order." "Not a bit of it," said Johnston. "I know someone who's just the ticket. You've come to the right place." He stood up, quite steadily considering how much he had drunk, and threaded his way among the tables. He returned with a silver-haired woman from the window. Her face, too, was silvery, as though coated with aluminium powder. Her eyes were cameras, but more cosmetically effective and emotionally responsive than Johnston's. "Morag Higgins," she introduced herself, shaking hands and smiling, teeth like steel. She sat down and helped herself to the single malt. "I know who you are," she added, raising a glass. "Well met, Carlyle. Your reputation precedes you." "Not a very good one at the moment." "It is to me," said Higgins. Her metallic teeth glinted again. "I'm well up for a suicide mission. It's the only way I can afford a backup and a resurrection." "Why do you need one?" "If you don't mind me." Higgins waved away the apology. She drew a finger across her throat at the line between the silvery skin and the rest. "Last mission I was on, another pulsar planet as it happens. PSR B1257 plus 12C, the one in Virgo. I wandered off on my own. She tossed her silver hair back. It made a hissing noise as it settled. All right. I'm a lightning chaser, I admit it. She swallowed some whiskey, smiled wryly at Johnston. My name is Morag Higgins, and I'm a rapture fucker. I got infected. Optic nerve hack. Absolute classic. Should never have fallen for... Anyway, then it makes me open up. Some kind of needle gets in, right? Hours later, I wander back, sounding very strange. Team leader, one of your lot, Jodie Carlyle her name was. She blows my fucking head off. End of story. Except it isn't. Whatever it was had taken a backup of me and stored it outside my head, which it also had a memory of. She tapped her face with the glass. It rang. This grows back. It's a crawling mass of steel nanobots. Most of it's machinery for the meat, hormones, blood circulation, that kind of thing. My actual mind's on a chip describing my brain, just like a backup, except it's running in real time. I'm still me, memories and everything, but my emotions are kind of raw, as you might expect. Mostly frustration, and that I can't get drunk, and nobody will give me a job. Until you came along. Thanks, sweetie. Carlyle felt as if her own head had turned hollow and hard. The room went cold and dim for a moment. She fought down a dry heave. A long slug of whiskey burned along her throat and warmed her belly and brought some blood back to her brain. Losing head seems to be an environmental hazard on pulsar planets, she said, toughing it out. Ever wonder if your other body's still headless, Johnston? I have indeed, he said. I guess we'll find out, huh? The DK Interest section in New Glasgow maintained a quantum entanglement comms link to the nearest branch of the Shipyard 29 Production Brigade. Carlyle held out for expenses, which he had carefully costed. As well as the lead shielding, surprisingly expensive, there were the usual crew pay, backups, and insurance, the hire of a ship. Normally that was implicit in the contract price, but you couldn't be too careful with DK. To her surprise, they agreed straight away and topped her opening bid with an offer to pay 5% up front. She walked out of the building with a thick wad of AO kilodollars, which every few minutes she checked again until she was sure they weren't about to turn into dry leaves. Sorting out the hire of a ship and the installation of the shielding took another couple of days, after which they were ready to go as soon as they'd all taken a last-minute backup. At the dryly named Terminal Clinic, just outside the gate complex, the tech balked at first over Higgins. Carlyle frowned him down. He was just being awkward, she pointed out. Reading a chip had to be easier than reading a brain. She tried to put the momentary unpleasantness from her mind as her own reading was taken. As always, it was overridden by the poignancy of such occasions, routine though they were, a feeling of sorrow for the person who would be resurrected, not the self who would have died. It was like seeing yourself in an old photograph. If they were lucky, they'd all make it back alive, take another backup, and check out on a warm flood of heroin in the hospice ward. But they couldn't bet on making it back. This might be her last saved self. Outside, she looked over her team. They could have been going on a skein hike. Not much food. This job was going to be quick, or not at all. Suits, lights, emergency high-calorie rations, water, 1 Webster each, just in case. Keep the last cartridge, said Johnston, stashing a charge, and Higgins laughed. They set off through the gate. 15 transitions later, they arrived at the planet where the ship waited. Beyond the terminal's plate diamond window, it sat on a bright field under a black sky, where only a vast circular occlusion of the stars showed the primary, a brown dwarf. They sealed their suits and trekked out through the airlock and across the field to the ship. Its name was lettered in stencil style on its side. Ecstasy, spelled E-X-T-A-C-Y.
Everything unnecessary on board had been stripped out. The lead brick shelter gleamed dully like a giant slug. A massive crane and a shaped-charged Webster reaction bomb occupied the cargo bay. Higgins checked the crane, gave a thumbs up. Johnston and Carlyle checked the bomb. The pilot was a teenage AO tyke with freckles and hair the colour of wheat. He led them into the shelter, and they huddled on the floor next to the drive. "This had better be worth it," he said, by way of greeting, as he fingered a jury-rigged control panel that looked like a games console. Carlyle flipped him what remained of her roll of advance money. "Call that a bonus," she said. "Lift and fettle already." Johnston patched him the coordinates. The pilot scrolled up the resulting stellar map, rolled his eyes upward, closed them for a moment in what might have been prayer, and fired up the drive. 20 light years, and half an hour later, they were in the pulsar system. Another 2 hours of careful manoeuvring, and they were at the site. "You really expect to die out there?" "No," said Carlyle stiffly. "We'll just be walking dead when we come back on board, like the zombies from the cities after the big one. I'm sure your grandmother told you about them." The boy shivered. "Holy Koresh help you." "Yeah," said Higgins nastily. "He knew all about suicide. Now open the fucking door." Johnston had guided the Ecstasy to within 50 metres of the cave entrance. Out on the surface, the cliff face was barely visible. With the lights full on, Carlyle could see clearly a few steps in front of her. Every couple of seconds, the faint glow in the atmosphere peaked and faded, which, with the simultaneous spikes on her radiation monitor, were the only indications of the pulsar's spin. Before they'd gone 5 metres, the dosimeter in her head-up was over the yellow line for "Abort mission, seek medical attention." There was only the red line above that. "Fatal dose. Please back up your memory to a secure server." She avoided watching the virtual needle's upward creep. Johnston drove the balloon-wheeled flatbed truck down the ramp, and the 2 women clambered on. There were no seats, just a bar to hang on to. Like the ship, the vehicle was stripped to a minimum. The controls were on a handset over which Johnston's thumb flipped back and forth. The cave, when they reached the entrance a minute or 2 later, was not at all what Carlyle had expected. The air was clearer, visibility much better. The walls, about 3 metres apart, just enough clearance for the truck, were smooth, and the angles between them and the floor and the roof were sharp. Rather than the diffuse glow of ionized air and surface radioactives, it was lit by distinct glowing patches every few metres along the roof. "This isn't a cave," said Higgins. "It's a tunnel." "When you're looking at the work of the Ratched," Johnston said, "that distinction becomes kind of moot. Check out our expedition report sometime. None of this shows any trace of having been made, or the rocks having been worked. It's like some wildly unlikely coincidental outcome of geological processes, like those natural nuclear reactors they found in Africa, only more so." Carlyle had often enough seen structures of which the same could have been said, but something about Johnston's confident statement niggled at her. Before she could track down the elusive thought, the truck emerged from the tunnel into a chamber about 40 metres high and wide and over 100 metres long. The light patches, at this distance quite obviously rectangular, dotted the vaulting roof and soaring sides. The floor was littered with large, complicated metal objects whose nature as machinery was as clear as their purpose was obscure. It was like standing in a cathedral that had been taken over by militant scientific atheists as a laboratory or factory, and then abandoned. The truck's lights, as they moved, cast shadows like encroaching, cowled inquisitors, eager to avenge the sacrilege. Johnston idled the truck, jumped out, and led the way through the machinery. He stopped in front of what looked like a solid gold omega, the circular part about 2 metres across, the 2 horizontal pieces at the bottom fixed to a steel plinth in which several control panels were embedded. "There it is," he said. "The transmitter."
How do we get that onto the truck? Higgins asked. Very carefully, said Johnston. He remote-controlled the truck along the path they'd taken on foot, bringing it to a halt a couple of meters away. Then he lowered the flatbed platform to the ground. He sprayed the edge of the platform and the floor between the truck and the QTD with buckyball lubricant. Carlyle was expecting they'd have to push it, but Johnston tied some carbon fibre rope to the object, and Higgins expertly converted the engine shaft to a winch. Very slowly, and steadied by all three of the team, the QTD transmitter was eased onto the truck and lashed into place. On their return to the cave entrance, Johnston called up the pilot, who brought the ecstasy directly outside. Even more slowly and carefully, they got the object up the ramp and into the ship. With more buckyball lubricant, and this time muscle force, they pushed and pulled it into the lead shelter. Cleaning up the lethally slippery lubricant took longer. Now for the tricky bit, said Johnston. He had, as he'd claimed, done the math. The pilot already had the coordinates of the receiver's location, and Johnston had an even more precise spot in mind for the break-in. There was no GPS. Even the radiation-hardened exploration satellites thrown into orbit by the first expedition had long decayed or burned out. So navigation was an old-fashioned affair of checking the apparent position of the more prominent of the detectable stars, then of matching local gravitational anomalies with their records, then of matching the disorderly ground with the high-resolution maps, then of radar pinging. This is definitely it, Johnston said, as the ecstasy hovered above a 2-kilometre-wide bulge of upraised plain in a circle of eroded hills, all of which looked almost identical to 100 adjacent features even on the map, let alone in the glowing murk. The radar and the gravity meter showed empty space underneath, as they had for the plain behind the nearby range and behind the one before that. You're absolutely sure of this, Higgins said. Absolutely, said Johnston. He left the shelter and wheeled the bomb to the hatch. Take us to 1,200 metres, he told the pilot. Forward 100 metres. 10, 4, mark. Then he tipped the bomb out. A second or two later, a faint thud was detectable through the ship's external microphones. There was no flash. An earth-shattering kaboom, Johnston said, sauntering back to the shelter. That's it? Carlyle asked. Of course it is, Johnston said. Come out and take a look. They did. Beneath the hatch, a dark round hole, still infrared at the edges, 50 metres across and surrounded by a ragged ring of ejector, was clearly visible against the grey and glint of the plain. Deep within the blackness, indistinct shapes glowed faintly. Told you so, said Johnston. Down we go. Higgins clambered the ladder to the crane's cabin and manoeuvred the huge machine to straddle the hatch. Johnston attached himself to the end of the cable. Carlyle clipped on just above him. The descent was swift and smooth. They could have been in a lift. The lip of the hole was exactly as Johnston had said, 10 metres thick. Higgins checked the descent just after they'd passed it. Their helmet lamps and handheld lights picked out a space even vaster than the first cave, and more cluttered, and with larger and stranger machines, as big as blue whales and as complex as protein molecules. Folds and helices, mirror-perfect plane surfaces, dendritic bushes, arrays of low-bait panels. Tiny lights pulsed or raced among them, and along